Chapter 14:25. The seawater suddenly boiled. Moreover, there seemed to be a terrifying and enormous shadow under the surface of the sea. After the sudden emergence, the surrounding seawater seemed to have suddenly risen. Zhang Xiaoyu of the Sea God Palace also came with the Sea Empress. Since the experience, Zhang Xiaoyu had matured a lot. After understanding Li Zongjiu's terrifying strength, she became more honest and didn't dare to act rashly in front of Li Zongjiu. If it was before, this girl might have dared to yell at Li Zongjiu. When the seawater suddenly rose, Li Zongjiu knew that it must be the work of the other two sea god dragons. Rumble. As the sea level rose, it seemed that all the ships were also on top of the huge waves. Li Zongjiu's sky marshal ship and the other ships were huge and had a very stable chassis. Therefore, they were barely able to maintain their balance in such a situation. However, the other warships that came from the four seas weren't so lucky. They were directly overturned by the huge waves. A simple wave of the sea came and smashed the ship into smithereens. Even though they had lived on this sea for generations, it was still the first time they had encountered such a situation. It was the first time they had seen such ferocious waves. Boom! Two huge sea dragons rushed out from the roaring seawater. The waves brought about by his body were also like huge waves, forming an extremely terrifying waterfall that fell down. Rumble! The latter seemed to be wailing because the ones that were killed were their children. Originally, these sea dragons were hidden in the deep sea. Now it had only just appeared, but because of this situation, it was going to be killed just because it ate a few people. They really didn't put the Sea Dragon clan in their eyes. In fact, there weren't many people left in the Sea Dragon clan. It would be difficult for them to form another inheritance. However, Li Zongjiu had killed their inheritor. He really wanted to end their bloodline. The angry sea dragon immediately shook its tail. A terrifying giant wave was set off on the spot, rolling along with this giant wave. Suddenly, a tornado was formed on the sea level. The tornado sucked all the seawater into the sky. Some ships were also sucked in and then thrown thousands of meters into the sky. They immediately fell from the sky and were naturally smashed to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the warships in the four seas were directly damaged. When the Sea Empress saw this scene, her eyes were obviously quite shocked. She immediately made her move. She stretched out her hand, and a golden trident appeared in her hand. This thing should be the treasure that the Sea Empress went to the Shenggu continent to find. The Sea Empress immediately stabbed the trident in her hand towards the deck. Energy that was visible to the naked eye. Immediately, a wave of energy calmed the violent waves. The Sea Empress. Even the tornadoes in the distance that wanted to approach were forced to stop under the release of this energy. You are indeed quite capable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to fight with the sea dragon. Li Zongjiu saw this and smiled slightly. Although the Sea Empress' strength was nothing in front of Li Zongjiu, she was definitely considered powerful in the eyes of these people. It was not easy to calm the endless power of the waves. Who killed my child? One of the sea dragons suddenly transformed into a human figure. She stepped on the head of another sea dragon and stared at the two warships in front of her. She transformed into a middle-aged woman, but her face was full of hatred and was covered with scales. She looked extremely terrifying. Zhuo Changzhou and the others looked at Li Zongjiu. After all, on this ship, only Li Zongjiu had the ability to deal with the other party. However, Li Zongjiu had not made a move yet. Now that the other party has already come to find trouble with you, can you still tolerate it? With a wave of his hand, the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. I killed him. Li Zongjiu faced the boundless waves around him. His opponent's enormous and intimidating body was also exerting a powerful pressure on the people below. The waves came in waves, as if someone was constantly splashing water on the ship. Zhang Xiaoyu was also drenched in the wind and waves. However, Zhang Xiaoyu still stood firmly at the bow of the ship with a sword in her hand. She stared at the sea dragon in front of her. She looked at Li Zongjiu, who was opposite her with a sword in his hand. Facing this tall and mighty giant beast, he didn't cower in the slightest. Instead, he even released his aura. The surrounding waves and tides were dispersed to the side. Whoosh! The sea dragon immediately rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The waves were thousands of feet high. Immediately, the waves came crashing down with the power to destroy the world. Boom! Li Zongjiu also casually swung his sword and easily split the falling seawater apart. Boom! The Sky Marshal ship was hit by the other party's body. He had even released his own defensive barrier. It covered the bottom of the ship. It blocked the other party's attack. Li Zongjiu jumped down from the Sky Marshal ship. He was quite interested in these two sea divine dragons. Since that was the case, he would like to see what these two sea dragons were capable of. Then, Li Zongjiu was like a fast boat breaking through the waves, quickly rushing towards the distance. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the two sea divine dragons chased after Li Zongjiu. These people could be killed at any time. However, Li Zongjiu, the thief, wanted to escape. Of course, it was impossible. Seeing Li Zongjiu lure the two sea divine dragons away, the Empress was also worried. The Sea Empress was also worried. She immediately put away the trident in her hand. Xiaoyu, you guys stay here and guard. Don't move around. Empress, be careful, Zhang Xiaoyu said with concern. Although she wanted to help Li Zongjiu, she knew that she was not strong enough, not to mention helping. She might not even be able to keep up with him. The Empress waved her hand. Immediately, a meta beast that looked like a flying fish appeared under the Empress's feet. It quickly flew forward with the Empress. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure rushed out. The sea dragon behind him also attacked quickly. Immediately, hundreds of water pillars gushed out, instantly blocking Li Zongjiu's path and blocking his way. Li Zongjiu deliberately slowed down to play with these sea dragons. Don't even think about running away after killing my son. Immediately, the giant sea dragon appeared. At the same time, it slapped its tail. Immediately, there were thousands of water arrows in the sea, rushing towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and a surge of meta-force appeared. Immediately, the water arrows seemed to hit an invisible shield. They were directly shattered. It was easily resolved. I'm curious, what kind of special ability does your Sea Dragon clan have? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He stood with his hands behind his back and stepped on the unparalleled sword. Then I'll let you see the ability of our Sea Dragon clan. Immediately, the two sea dragons quickly transformed into their original forms. Then, they directly circled each other. They trapped Li Zongjiu in it. Li Zongjiu immediately let the two sea dragons circle around him. In the center of the vortex, Li Zongjiu was not nervous at all. He still stood in the same place, watching the two sea dragons circle around him. The Empress, who was chasing from a distance, saw this scene and her face suddenly changed. This is the Sea Dragon clan's secret technique, Sea Abyss. The Empress' face became extremely ugly when she saw Li Zongjiu in it. She had only heard of this technique, but she had never seen it before. Legend has it that as long as one was sucked in by this technique, they would be instantly brought into the abyss of the deep sea. Moreover, they would be trapped in the abyss forever, never to see the light of day again. Li Zongjiu also clearly felt the suction force. However, this little suction force was simply a drizzle for Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu was also very playful. Since this technique was so powerful, he would let Li Zongjiu experience it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu no longer resisted, and even took the initiative to drill into the center of the suction force. Boom! Li Zongjiu entered the abyss of the seabed alone. There was endless darkness around him, almost swallowing Li Zongjiu. At the same time, there was a strong pressure coming from his body. Unfortunately, Li Zongjio had already achieved the chaotic body. The two sea dragons directly came out of the darkness and bit at Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio directly punched out. Even in the depths of the sea, Li Zongjio's movements did not slow down at all. In the battle in the deep sea, Li Zongjio easily swung the two sea dragons back and forth. The sea dragons were beaten into a state of chaos. They were on the verge of collapse. The two sea dragons could not understand why they were so easily defeated by Li Zongjio, even though they had already dragged Li Zongjio into the deep sea. One of the sea dragons also moved its body frantically. However, it did not attack Li Zongjio. Instead, it suddenly crashed into the bottom of the sea. Boom! At the bottom of the sea, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared. When Li Zongjio saw the hole, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, a sharp sound directly erupted from the hole, as if something was rapidly rushing up. Troublesome. Suddenly, the flames on Li Zongjio's unparalleled sword rotated. Boom! He easily killed the two sea dragons with a single slash. Chapter 14:26. Fresh blood instantly dyed the seawater red. However, Li Zongjio's attention was on the strange, deep pit created by the sea dragon. Immediately, the deep pit seemed to have sensed the sea dragon's blood. There was an inexplicable force that attracted the sea dragon's blood. Swoosh! Something seemed to have flown out of it. When Li Zongjio saw it clearly, he was surprised to find that it was a strange monster. Boom! The monster's speed was extremely fast, and its whole body was on the surface. Its mouth and teeth alone occupied half of its body. In an instant, it approached Li Zongjio and bit Li Zongjio's body. However, Li Zongjio's defense was strong. Although the monster's speed was fast and the explosive power of its teeth was very strong, when it bit down, it did not cause any damage to Li Zongjio. With a flip of his hand, Li Zongjio grabbed the little thing and pinched it in his hand. He easily strangled the latter to death, causing its teeth to bite each other and bite him. In the end, it bit itself to death. This is the Abyss clan's ghost-faced fish. Just when Li Zongjio was wondering about the origin of the fish in his hand, a voice suddenly sounded beside Li Zongjio. When he looked over, he found that it was none other than the person who watched him go out to sea at the port of North Sea City. "It's you." Previously, Qing Shilong also said that this woman was a lord from the Draconic Penitentiary. Li Zongjio was not clear about what kind of existence the Draconic Penitentiary was, but the latter was indeed quite capable to be able to approach him silently. This surprised Li Zongjio. In fact, Li Zongjio's current Yuan Qi cultivation had not reached the latter's level. However, it was not difficult for him to defeat the latter by relying on his own will incarnation. However, it seemed that this woman did not come for him, but for the Abyss clan. Abyss clan. When Li Zongjio heard this name, he suddenly recalled that the Abyssal tribe was one of the 9 great tribes. However, the 9 lineages' heavenly book did not have a detailed record of the Abyss clan. There were only a few words about them, and they were quite mysterious. No one knew where they lived or what their habits were. At this moment, he didn't even think about it. The thing in front of him was the legendary Abyss race. That's strange. Why are all these things appearing at this time? Li Zongjio was also shocked. The fallen race appeared in the sacred martial realm and caused a lot of destruction. However, Li Zongjio beat the fallen race into a half-cripple. Then, it was destroyed by the ferocious and powerful ape clan. It was likely that the fallen race had been removed from the list. It seemed that other than the human race, the other races also erupted at this time, fighting, competing, and devouring each other. Even the dragon race was a little restless, as if they wanted to lead the Origin Beast clan in a rebellion. In fact, the human race and the Origin Beast clan got along quite well on the sacred martial continent. They were able to ensure peace between each other, and there were no large-scale killings. It could only be said that the strength of both sides seemed to be at a balance point. It was this balance point that allowed the two races to coexist. Now, another Abyss clan had appeared at the bottom of the sacred artifact continent's deep sea. It was really troublesome. The Abyss clan had not erupted on a large scale yet. Instead, they were appearing bit by bit. The woman from the Draconic Penitentiary also released a stream of Yuan Qi to temporarily seal the Abyss hole. As for the Abyss fish that escaped just now, there were not many of them. Although the Abyss race was ferocious, the few small fishes just now couldn't stir up much of a storm here. My name is Long Ji. I can explain to you what has happened recently. We may need evil lord's help in the future. Long Ji looked at Li Zongjiu and said, although Long Ji was also from the dragon race, she was obviously much more polite. Moreover, she was more aware of her identity and status, so she would not put on airs in front of Li Zongjiu. As for those who put on airs, Li Zongjiu would of course not be nice to them. I am not interested in the affairs of the dragon race. If anyone dares to provoke me, they can't blame me, Li Zongjiu said. Then his body suddenly dashed towards the surface of the deep sea. Bang! It took Li Zongjiu almost a minute to rush out of the sea. He estimated that the depth just now was at least 100,000 meters. There were indeed many secrets on the sacred martial continent. After rushing out of the sea, Li Zongjiu immediately saw the Sea Empress. The Sea Empress was obviously looking for Li Zongjiu. After all, it would be difficult for him to survive after being hit by the Sea Dragon race's unique skill. However, the Sea Empress believed that Li Zongjiu would be able to block it. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to survive. Therefore, she looked around and waited for Li Zongjiu to appear. Sir Evil Lord, why are you here? Li Zongjiu glanced at the Sea Empress. The latter's cultivation had improved, but it was still impossible for her to deal with the two sea dragons. I just saw the sea dragon race's unique skill. It's just some insignificant skill. I've already dealt with it, Li Zongjiu said. When the Sea Empress saw Li Zongjiu appear, it explained a lot of things. There was no doubt that the two sea dragons had been killed by Li Zongjiu. It was too terrifying. The two sea dragons were extremely powerful. Even the Sea Empress didn't have confidence in dealing with them. Moreover, if the two sea dragons joined forces, the Sea Empress might not even be able to survive. However, there was no other way. She was the leader of the four seas. She was the leader of everyone. If she didn't take action, then no one would. However, she didn't expect that the two sea dragons would be easily dealt with by Li Zongjiu. After you go back, it's best for you to take the people of the four seas and leave the sea, Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, the two were flying side by side towards the direction of the Sky Marshal ship. What? The people of the four seas rely on the sea for a living. How is it possible for them to return to the mainland? They have long been deeply rooted. It won't be easy to migrate. After the Sea Empress heard this, she was very surprised. Moreover, how was this possible? However, when she looked at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed to be a little serious. There was also a trace of surprise in the Sea Empress's eyes. But what happened at the bottom of the sea? The Sea Empress asked cautiously. After all, Li Zongjiu's identity was different. He was the evil lord, the top expert of the entire Xingu continent. Even in the untainted land, Li Zongjiu's name as the evil lord had long been known. The Abyssal clan will be here soon, Li Zongjiu said. The Abyssal clan. Just these three words were enough to make the Sea Empress tremble. The Sea Empress wasn't clear about the origin of the Abyssal clan. However, there were very clear records in the ancient records of the clan. The Abyssal clan was almost equivalent to the demons of the sea. If the powerful Abyssal clan appeared, it wouldn't take half a year for the entire sea to become a dead sea. There wouldn't be any aura of living creatures. All the creatures in the sea would be eaten clean. It was recorded in the ancient records of the Sea God Palace that there was once a disaster of the Abyssal clan. However, they were lucky at that time. The Abyssal clan only had time to eat the two rivers. When they wanted to rush into the sea, they were all hunted down. The sea god's palace was also built at that time to prevent the Abyssal tribe from making a comeback. The two rivers that had been eaten clean in the past were now dried up, and no more creatures were born in them. This kind of damage and destruction was irreversible. Therefore, they were a very dangerous creature. The Abyssal clan is coming. Is this true? We must stop them. The Sea Empress's expression suddenly changed. This matter has little to do with me. Li Zongjio frowned. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. No matter how it developed, it would have its own trajectory of development. Although Li Zongjio was strong enough to defy the heavens and change his fate, changing the world was impossible. But that was impossible. Although the Abyssal clan was powerful, they couldn't stay ashore for a long time. Therefore, they just needed to stay away from the water. How can it have nothing to do with me? As long as there is water, the Abyssal clan can be everywhere. Although the forces of the islands in the four seas will bear the brunt, the next will be all the creatures on the continent. The Sea Empress said excitedly. She tried to persuade Li Zongjio to help. After all, this matter was indeed too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Li Zongjio didn't continue to communicate with the Sea Empress about this matter. The Sky Marshal ship and the Sea God Palace were already in sight. On the surface of the sea, the two ships still appeared extremely small. Many people who fell into the water were also rescued. Li Zongjio returned to the Sky Marshal ship. The Sea Empress asked Li Zongjio for the last time, but she didn't get a response. She reluctantly returned to her Sea God Palace. Let's go. The Sea Empress' mood was a little low. It seemed like she was bullied. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly became angry. However, the Sea Empress pulled her back. Let's go. Chapter 14:27. When Li Zongjio returned to the Sky Marshal ship, he found that the people on the ship were a little strange. Their expressions were as if they were being coerced. He immediately raised his head and saw a person lying on the mast. She was trimming her nails and seemed to be very satisfied. It's this woman again. Li Zongjio naturally saw the other party. His face immediately turned gloomy. It's you again. Li Zongjio saw the other party, but he didn't welcome her. The corner of Long Ji's mouth slightly raised. She waved her hand and a figure was fished out from the sea. She threw it on the ship. I'm here to make friends with you. Consider this a greeting gift. The one who was thrown on the deck was Qing Shilong, who was about to escape. Obviously, Qing Shilong had long been targeted by Long Ji. Therefore, she directly caught him and threw him on the deck. Qing Shilong himself was quite aggrieved. I won't dare to do it again. Lord, I won't dare to do it again. Qing Shilong was scared out of his wits. He was a dignified, supreme being expert, but he encountered such terrifying monsters one after another. Li Zongjio came. Now, even the Lord of the Draconic Penitentiary personally came to deal with him. Qing Shilong could only wait to be slaughtered. Moreover, without the Dragon Pearl, Qing Shilong's cultivation would quickly decline. At that time, he would become a crippled dragon. Anyway, it was already like this. There was nothing to run away from. I don't care about this thing. Li Zongjio lifted his leg and kicked Qing Shilong back into the sea. Splash. Qing Shilong swore that he had never been so humiliated in his life. He was a dignified dragon, but he was kicked around like a rubber ball. Long Ji saw that Li Zongjio was so difficult to deal with. She immediately frowned her willowy eyebrows. You really don't know what's good for you. Long Ji was a little angry. In her eyes, Dragon Island did have a part of the responsibility for the whole thing. However, Dragon Island will settle their own matters. They don't need outsiders to interfere. However, Li Zongjio came out of nowhere and helped Dragon Island prevent some things from happening. Furthermore, his cultivation didn't seem weak either. In that case, it wouldn't be a big problem to cooperate with each other once or twice. However, she did not realize that the Li Zongjiu in front of her was actually such a difficult bone to chew. This made Long Ji very angry, even though he hadn't interacted with any humans for a long time. And let's not talk about revering the dragon clan, he should at least have some ordinary mutual respect. The fact that you didn't do that made Long Ji very unhappy. Even some of the old monsters on the Dragon Island had to be respectful when they saw him. But this human boy was very arrogant. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Long Ji jumped down from the railing. She landed lightly in front of Li Zongjiu and faced Li Zongjiu directly. In that case, let's have a fight. If you can win against me, I won't pester you. If you lose, you will have to cooperate with Dragon Island. Fight, Long Ji said. Then, she stared into Li Zongjiu's eyes as if she was trying to see if Li Zongjiu dared to accept the challenge. As for Li Zongjiu, he wasn't someone who could be provoked so easily. Besides, Li Zongjiu wouldn't do anything that would waste his energy. There's no benefit in winning against you. If I ignore you now, won't I get the same result? Not interested. Li Zongjiu wouldn't do such a strenuous and thankless task. Then Li Zongjiu clapped his hands and threw the warship that Zhuo Changzhou and the others were on back into the sea. All of you get on the ship. The matter of the sea dragons has been settled. There's no need to stay here anymore. Li Zongjiu said. When Zhuo Changzhou and the others heard Li Zongjiu's words, their eyes lit up. This meant that the two great sea dragons had been settled. That was too awesome. He could slay a dragon with just a wave of his hand. Only the evil lord Li Zongjiu. None of you are allowed to leave. Young man, I've given you face time and time again. Don't ruin my patience. Long Ji's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, there seemed to be a faint murderous aura on the surface of the sea. Under this murderous aura, Zhuo Changzhou and the others felt as if the blood in their bodies was about to solidify. They looked at Long Ji, then at Li Zongjiu. It was as if they were waiting to see who should listen to. You're really courting death. To Li Zongjiu, the repeated, unreasonable pestering was already very unpleasant. If this continued, he would really fly into a rage. But just as Li Zongjiu was about to make his move, Long Ji seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes suddenly looked towards the horizon. Oh no, young man. I'll compete with you next time, Long Ji muttered to herself. Then, her figure disappeared from the spot. But her last sentence resounded through the sky. Li Zongjiu had never met such an arrogant person. It was mainly because Long Ji ran fast. She was also hiding her strength. Even Li Zongjiu couldn't see the other party's movements clearly. It seemed that there was always someone better than you out there. Zhuo Changzhou and the others kept rubbing their eyes to make sure that she had really disappeared. With a whoosh, she disappeared just like that. It was too scary. She actually dared to challenge Evil Lord's position. Could it be that that woman didn't know who was standing in front of her? How dare she be so arrogant? She was lucky to have run fast. Otherwise, Evil Lord would have twisted her head off in a fit of rage. Li Zongjiu didn't chase after her. The reason why she left so quickly was probably because something had happened on Dragon Island. Because Li Zongjiu had also sensed the aura of a great battle in the distance. It seemed that Dragon Island couldn't even fend for itself. In fact, it was just something like that. To Li Zongjiu, it was all the same. It was nothing more than an evil dragon trying to disrupt the order of the mainland. On the other hand, Long Ji represented the righteous side. If she wanted to subdue the evil dragons, it would be a simple matter. Return. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Zhuo Changzhou also got someone to bring back a part of the sea dragon's corpse. This was something that could contribute greatly. When they returned, they would definitely be rewarded. Even though Li Zongjiu was the one who took action this time, it was also Zhuo Changzhou who pulled the strings. The two people on the Divine Emperor Island became even more obedient at this moment. They didn't even dare to utter a single word along the way. After all, their teeth were knocked out, and they couldn't speak properly. They only wanted to return to Divine Emperor Island as soon as possible. They really didn't dare to embarrass themselves out here. With Li Zongjiu's strength, Divine Emperor Island was nothing compared to them. The Divine Emperor Island was far inferior to Li Zongjiu. Even if all of them worked together, they would not be a match for Li Zongjiu. Even if there were, they would only be courting death. If the island master of Divine Emperor Island is interested, my Li family will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Li Muyuan said to Master Gulang and Zhuo Changzhou calmly. Gulang and Zhuo Changzhou shuddered upon hearing this. Gulang's strength was already among the top 10 in Divine Emperor Island, but he couldn't even withstand a slap from Li Zongjiu. Now, there was nothing more to say. Li Muyuan's intention was quite clear. We wouldn't dare. In the future, the Divine Emperor Island will definitely pay you a visit. Even a force as strong as Divine Emperor Island had directly bowed down. They didn't even need to use any other means to make the Divine Emperor Island yield. Zhuo Changzhou and the others were trembling with fear. This was the true strength of the Li family. In fact, the Li family had also produced a lot of experts recently. After all, Li Zongjiu had accumulated a lot of resources. As long as he worked hard, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to achieve a certain level of success. However, if he didn't live up to expectations, he couldn't blame others. Li Zongjiu didn't continue to stay in North Sea City. At the same time, he left Li Muyuan in North Sea City to continue dealing with the follow-up matters. He also asked Li Muyuan to keep an eye on the surrounding sea regions to see what was going on. Even if he told Li Muyuan about the Abyssal tribe now, it wouldn't be of any help. Although Li Muyuan was very capable, there was still a certain gap in terms of strength. It wasn't something that could be solved with just words and courage. He still needed to deal with these matters himself. In addition, Li Zongjiu also wanted to make a trip to the meeting place of the 3 dynasties as soon as possible. Something had happened to Dragon Island, which meant that Dragon Island was now at a disadvantage in some aspects. It was inevitable that some other situations would occur. Boom! The Tianwu ship also flew towards the sky. However, Li Zongjiu didn't fly far before he saw a huge green dragon flapping its wings and rapidly approaching Li Zongjiu's Tianwu ship. Oh! Li Zongjiu glanced at the green dragon and didn't say anything. The green dragon was very tactful. It put on the rope again and pulled the Tianwu ship forward. Boom! The Tianwu ship's speed increased by a lot. Soon, it passed by the sky above Luoxia City. His mother was still in the city. Li Zongjiu used his mental strength to check, but it didn't seem to be the time for a reunion. Immediately, Li Zongjiu continued to fly forward. Relying on his connection with the desolate heaven essence, Li Zongjiu quickly locked onto Qi Yanran's position. She was in an ancient town. This ancient town belonged to the Tianyan dynasty. It was hidden deep in the mountains, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Only a few generations lived in the ancient town. The scenery was beautiful, and it was a good place to retire. Chapter 1428. This place was called Tianshui Town. It was under the jurisdiction of Tianshui sect. However, it was obvious that this town had been abandoned for a long time. As one of the top 10 sects in Tianyan dynasty, Tianshui sect also participated in the meeting this time. At this moment, Qi Yanran was also accompanying Li Tianqing outside Tianshui town. At the same time, she was telling Li Tianqing about Li Zongjiu's actions over the years. However, Li Tianqing was not interested in these things. As long as Li Zongjiu did not do anything outrageous outside, it did not matter. After all, Li Zongjiu was not a child anymore. It doesn't matter what that brat does. What's important is the matter between the two of you. When we get back, I'll ask those gossipy women to pick a good date for you two. We'll talk about it after we get this done. Li Tianqing urged. Qi Yanran naturally knew that Li Tianqing was talking about the marriage between the two of them. She immediately became shy. In fact, for experts of their realm, these worldly affairs did not have the slightest shackle. However, It was obvious that their parents were quite anxious about this matter. This matter? Qi Yanran was about to say these things. Li Zongjio could make the decision. However, a twisted dark cloud suddenly appeared above Tianshui town. Along with the emergence of these dark clouds, a terrifying aura directly descended from the sky. Boom! It enveloped the entire Tianshui town. Immediately, the people in Tianshui town were shocked. "Uncle, be careful." Qi Yanran protected Li Tianqing behind her. Then Emperor Xingyan quickly appeared under the protection of the Vermilion Bird Army's commander, Su Mo, and met up with Li Tianqing and the others. What's going on? Emperor Xingyan's cultivation was not weak. This time, he did not bring the military master with him. Instead, he let the military master stay in the palace. After all, with Li Tianqing here, there were probably not many people who dared to act recklessly. As for the Heikou dynasty's side, the Heikou dynasty's emperor was also protected by the experts of Marquis Wan Yong. Wan Yonggong also personally set off this time, and Wan Yulan was also in the ranks. Wan Yulan's strength was not weak. After the strange movement in the sky, everyone had already felt that something was wrong. Therefore, they quickly became alert. Boom! Outside of the ancient town, there seemed to be a huge beast charging forward. As it moved, the earth and mountains immediately shook. Everyone looked up and saw what seemed like a small mountain was moving in the distance. It's the dragon tribe. When Qi Yanran saw his mountain-like body, she immediately realized that he was from the dragon clan. Qi Yanran's helped Li Tianqing, 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 Li Tianqing. She must not let these dragons hurt Li Tianqing, or else Li Zongjio would never forgive her. The dragon tribe really took action. When Emperor Xingyan saw this scene, there was a trace of disbelief and anger in his eyes. The location of this meeting is extremely hidden. Someone must have tipped them off. Emperor Xingyan's eyes flashed with light. If something were to happen, only they would know what was going on. Apart from their own people, they would not trust anyone else. Cover the Great Emperor's retreat. Vermilion Bird battleship, take off. Once something happened, there was no need to rush to understand what happened. They just needed to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be accompanied by more dangerous things. Once they were completely surrounded by the opponent's plan, it was equivalent to trouble coming to their door. It would be very dangerous. Therefore, Su Mo gave the order directly. His subordinates immediately summoned the Vermilion Bird battleship. The construction of the Vermilion Bird battleship was greatly contributed by the White Deer Mansion, and the Zheng family of Cerulean Wave Giant City also contributed a lot. Let's leave this place first, Li Tianqing said. It was better not to participate in an unclear battle. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. However, before Emperor Xingyan could board the Vermilion Bird battleship, 3 fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. The Vermilion Bird battleship was directly blown to pieces. Boom! The Vermilion Bird battleship was shattered. A huge flame suddenly exploded. Qi Yanran waved her hand and easily gathered some of the residual power of the explosion in front of her. Su Mo had already led the Vermilion Bird army to defend against the attack. However, these attacks were blocked by Qi Yanran alone. Oh my God! Some people in the Vermilion Bird army looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. Even Sumo's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After all, Su Mo had never seen Qi Yanran in action. This time, Su Mo did not approve of Qi Yanran's participation. However, he heard that Qi Yanran was Li Zongjio's woman. Su Mo could not say anything. If necessary, he would have to spare some time to protect Qi Yanran. Therefore, Su Mo was more worried about Qi Yanran's situation. However, when Qi Yanran attacked just now, Su Mo completely understood in his heart. Qi Yanran became Li Zongjio's woman because of this strength. It was really not a joke. This is too scary, Suemo secretly said in his heart. Boom! The Earth Dragon clan in front had also rushed in. Some of the buildings at the entrance of the town were directly trampled by the Earth Dragon. Boom! It rushed in directly. Then the more than 300 meters tall Earth Dragon suddenly raised its claws and slashed at Qi Yanran and the others below. Qi Yanran waved her hand and threw out a white light, which instantly penetrated the body of the Earth Dragon in front of her. The Earth Dragon directly looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. It's dead. Sumo's eyes lit up. The Earth Dragon clan, which was originally regarded as a big trouble, was unexpectedly killed so easily. Everyone follow me. The third elder of the Sky-Water sect, Gong Yu, appeared. At the same time, most of the experts of the Sky-Water sect directly fought with the Earth Dragon clan that appeared in the sky. However, it was obvious that these experts of the Sky-Water sect could not resist the attack for too long. Let's go, Qi Yanran ordered. At this moment, the sky was in chaos. At least 10 fire-breathing dragons appeared in the sky. It was so powerful that there was no place for them to hide. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 earth dragons on the ground, directly rushing into the Sky-Water town. The entire Sky-Water town was directly razed to the ground. The third elder of the Sky-Water sect, Gong Yu, also led many disciples to protect the people who came to the meeting. Among them were the Heavenly Flame Emperor and the Hei Chu Emperor. Emperor Xingyan naturally did not have to worry about Qi Yanran on his side. Gong Yu also saw Qi Yanran's attack, directly killing the Earth Dragon that was at the Supreme Being realm. She was extremely surprised. As a top expert of the Sky-Water sect who had walked out of the Three Flowers gathering, Gong Yu's strength was needless to say. However, even she could not kill these Earth Dragons in a second. Many of the experts also quickly retreated under the cover of this. 10 miles away, there was a mountain range dragon trapping array that was set up in advance. Its purpose was to prevent the dragon clan from attacking. However, the dragon trapping array obviously could not withstand the attack of so many dragon clan members. However, it could at least hold on for a while. Therefore, many parties also released their own distress signals one after another. Since they came to the meeting, they naturally had a lot of preparation. All the signal flares rose into the sky, and the reinforcements arrived immediately. Everyone, don't panic. Our Heavenly Flame Dynasty's 100,000 divine eagles have already gathered and are now on their way. At this moment, at the edge of the mountain range, a large black mass of divine, controlling eagles could be seen approaching. The Divine Eagle Army had all tamed level 4 origin beasts. They were a type of eagle-type meta-beast. When the Heavenly Flame Emperor saw his troops coming, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, in the next moment, these aerial troops that had come to provide support were easily burned to a crisp in a flash of fire. The 100,000 aerial troops were instantly engulfed by the sea of fire. Moreover, these flying eagles did not have a chance to escape. Chapter 14:29. Heavenly Flame Emperor's face suddenly turned gloomy. The aerial troops that he was bragging about were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Not even the last trace was left behind. Everything was burned to ashes. Looking at the situation before him, even if the reinforcements arrived, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Safety was of no use at all. Right in front of the mountain range dragon trapping array, 2 fire-breathing dragons were circling in the sky. After finding the right opportunity, they opened their mouths and spewed out flames. Immediately, waves of heat rolled over. Everyone also saw that the defensive barrier that appeared above their heads had flames surging and dancing around it. Not good. If this goes on, it won't be long before the array is broken. Elder Gong Yu of the Heavenly Water sect hurriedly said. In the battle, just now, the third elder of the Heavenly Water sect, had displayed his powerful combat strength. He had blocked the two earth dragons' interception and rushed out of the battle. "Yanran, can you deal with these two?" Li Tianqing could not help but ask. If Qi Yanran could deal with these two fire dragons, she could at least deter the other party. Just as the two fire dragons were roaring and spitting fire in the sky, another 3 earth dragons rushed over and were about to crash into the array formation. Qi Yanran saw this and immediately took action. The desolate heaven essence turned into a long rope. With a whoosh, it tied up the 3 earth dragons on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, with a gentle wave of her hand, the 3 earth dragons were thrown into the sky like 3 stones. They collided with the 2 fire dragons. This caused the 2 fire dragons to sway around each other. Moreover, the flames in their mouths were directly spat at each other. It was as if they were performing acrobatics in the sky. Boom! The 3 earth dragons fell from the sky and were directly crippled. As for the 2 fire dragons, they were also spitting fire at each other. They were also burned very badly. More than 10 fire dragons attacked at the same time. Qi Yanran leaped and flew into the air. She formed a seal with her hand and immediately released a terrifying wave of power. The 5-colored divine light shone brightly. Boom! All the dragons that were touched by the formation suffered different degrees of injuries. They were all injured by Qi Yanran and fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 dragons had fallen in front of the formation. Everyone was also stunned. Looking at Qi Yanran's action, it was simply shocking. That was a member of the colossal dragon clan, yet he was defeated so easily. It was truly terrifying. Just how powerful was this person to be able to do this? When they took a closer look, they realized that this woman was the girl who had been by Li Tianqing's side. It was said that she was Li Zongjiu's woman, evil Lord Li Zongjiu. Even a woman by the evil lord's side had such powerful means, not to mention the others. If the evil lord himself came, these dragons would not be able to survive. Gong Yu's eyes widened. Her eyes were full of shock. She had also exchanged blows with these dragons earlier, so she was well aware of the strength of the dragon clan. Even with her cultivation as a second-grade sovereign, her all-out attack was still unable to injure the earth dragon. She couldn't even break the latter's defense. She was a disciple of the 3-flower gathering of the Heavenly Water sect, so her combat strength was stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. She was better at fighting. These earth dragons were at least at the 5th-grade sovereign realm. However, in front of Qi Yanran, these earth dragons were like frogs. They were easily flattened and turned into the current state before them. They were no match for Qi Yanran at all. Even if Qi Yanran wanted to take their lives, it would be a piece of cake. However, Qi Yanran didn't kill them, because Qi Yanran clearly felt it. There were also top experts hidden in the other party's operation this time, the absolute Saint Realm. Qi Yanran didn't expose her full strength. If she directly attacked and showed her strength, she might be forcibly held back by the other side. At that time, it would be difficult to protect Li Tianqing, and he would definitely be in danger. The most important thing now was not to kill the enemies, but to protect Li Tianqing. That was the most important thing. As for these enemies, after Li Zongjiu came, none of them could escape. Qi Yanran glanced at the mountain in the distance. At the top of the mountain, there were 2 figures who were also watching the situation here. Then, Qi Yanran also withdrew from the fight. Whoosh! When everyone saw Qi Yanran retreat to Li Tianqing's side, their eyes lit up. It was the Li family again. How terrifying! Such a person was sufficient to lead the Saint Flame Empire to conquer the other empires. The appearance of such a situation naturally caused the rest of the people to become nervous. However, Qi Yanran didn't want to take down this small dynasty at all. After all, in the sacred martial realm, Li Zongjiu had already established a huge dynasty with just a few words. These people probably didn't know how strong Li Zongjie was. Thanks to Miss Chi's help. Yes, fortunately, there are many experts in the Li family. Otherwise, we would all be trapped here. Can Miss Chi take us out? Heavenly Flame Emperor also said quickly. If they stayed here, they would definitely be trapped to death by the other side. If they couldn't use Qi Yanran's strength to break out of the encirclement now, if Qi Yanran ran away with Li Tianqing later, they wouldn't have any hope left. These people did not even have the last bit of hope. They could only sit there obediently and wait for death. So naturally, they hoped that Qi Yanran could lead them out of this place. Li Tianqing also looked at Qi Yanran. Obviously, he was asking for Qi Yanran's opinion. No, there are 2 experts outside. I don't know their strength. Qi Yanran shook her head. She refused. If Qi Yanran was alone, she could take a little risk and have a fierce battle with the other side. Although she might not be able to win if she wanted to leave, Qi Yanran was confident that she could leave easily. But now, she still needed to protect Li Tianqing and the others. If we don't leave now, the situation will be worse when the experts of the Dragon Clan arrive. Sigh, I guess our support troops have been wiped out by the Dragon Clan. Judging from the tactics, just now, these Dragon Clan were obviously not wild beasts who fought randomly. Instead, they knew real combat skills. Tinshui Town was probably their last stop. In fact, other places had already been conquered by them, so they concentrated their strength. Then if we continue to wait here, won't we die for sure? Miss Chi, your cultivation is strong. Why don't you take us out of here in batches? Heavenly Flame Emperor said. His position as the great emperor had been passed down from generation to generation. It was already too late for his subordinates to stop the Heavenly Flame great emperor. They could only shake their heads. This method was simply proposed by an idiot. Did this Heavenly Flame Emperor in front of him have a brain? Why don't we listen to family head Li's opinion? Now that the leaders of the 3 dynasties are gathered here, if all of them fall here, the world will be in chaos. Wan Yonggong of the Haiku dynasty said. Hey, Chu Emperor was still young, so he needed Wan Yonggong to deal with these matters. On the other hand, Wan Yulan looked at Qi Yanran curiously. What kind of person was Qi Yanran? How could she have such great ability? How did she cultivate? If Qi Yanran is so strong, then what about Li Zongjie? Yes, Li Gong, please tell us. I wonder if Li Gong has a solution. Everyone looked at Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing didn't have any solution. The only way was to fight, but he couldn't defeat them now. But Li Tianqing was confident. He had confidence in Li Zongjie. Don't panic, my son will be here soon. Li Tianqing cupped his fist and said to everyone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Li Zongjie was coming. Is this true? Evil Lord will come. Great, we're saved. Evil Lord Gong Yu's eyes looked towards the horizon. This was a man that seemed to only exist in legends. Chapter 1430. On a distant mountain peak, 2 figures were standing side by side. It can't be said that they were standing side by side. This was because one of them was very short. At most, he could only reach the shoulder of the person next to him. Therefore, it can be said that they were standing side by side. Although the smaller ones liked to be shorter, their bodies were relatively strong. At this moment, they crossed their arms in front of their chests and stared down with wide eyes. My Earth Dragon Clan's warriors were thrown around like sandbags. This short man obviously couldn't believe his eyes. He was also extremely surprised that the 3 Earth Dragons were easily thrown into the sky by Qi Yanran and then turned into mincemeat when they fell down. You Earth Dragons are living sandbags. What's so strange about it? A red-bearded old man beside him said. It wasn't just his beard that was red. Even his eyes' hair, nose hair, hands, and feet hair were all red. Moreover, the red-bearded old man's words were quite impolite. He didn't give the short man any face. Therefore, when the short man heard this, his face couldn't help but be angry. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and kill this little girl. Then kill these people. Otherwise, when Lord Long blames us, I think your beard will be burned off." The short man said. Taking a closer look, although this short man was not tall, his feet were as wide as a box, even bigger than his face. It can be seen that his legs were very powerful. The short man was an expert of the Earth Dragon clan. As for the red-bearded old man, he was obviously an expert of the Fire Dragon clan. As for the identity of the Lord Long that the two were talking about, it was unknown. I heard that an expert has appeared in the human race. I don't know if the Sea Dragon clan's plan succeeded or not. In any case, the two sea dragons have already died. The Fire Dragon elder said. In the face of such a grand revival plan, the two of them obviously became more serious. After all, these things were not a joke. The realm avoiding pearl won't last for long. I can already feel that someone is probing the realm avoiding pearl. The shorty from the Earth Dragon clan said. A crystal bead appeared in his hand. At this moment, energy was constantly seeping out of the crystal bead, which was quite shocking. The realm avoidance pearl was a treasure of the Dragon clan. It could temporarily hide a part of the world, making it convenient for killing people. After the deed was done, the Dragon clan could escape without a trace. Therefore, even if these people left the dragon trapping array, they had no place to go. Under this world, they had already been sealed. If they wanted to leave, they would have to destroy the realm avoidance pearl, or leave this world. After the two of them finished speaking, they no longer hesitated. Both of them set off. The elder of the Earth Dragon clan directly lifted his big foot and then fiercely kicked the formation. Boom! One could clearly sense that the Earth Dragon clan's elder stomp was about to destroy the array formation. The surrounding mountains were also constantly shaking. The people who were recuperating and waiting for rescue also woke up one after another. They originally thought that this place was temporarily safe. In addition, so many dragons were injured by Qi Yanran and temporarily retreated. As long as they didn't go out, the other party wouldn't dare to kill them directly. After all, there were experts guarding. But now that the other party directly attacked, it meant that they were confident in defeating them. Even Qi Yanran directly opened her eyes, because at this moment, Qi Yanran also knew that the other party's expert had finally made a move. Just now, Qi Yanran also tried to use her spiritual power to contact Li Zongjiu. With Qi Yanran's spiritual power, it wasn't a problem for her to cover half of the Saint Martial continent. After all, she was also in existence of the absolute Saint Realm. However, Qi Yanran found that the surrounding world had long been sealed by a powerful force. It was like a magic treasure like the Bell of Chaos, which made it impossible for people to break out. If they wanted to go out, they could only find a way to refine this magic treasure. Then they could control it. Therefore, Qi Yanran also knew that Li Zongjiu might have to spend more time to find this place, but she didn't tell others about this. Otherwise, she didn't know how these people would react. TSK, you weak humans, don't worry. The surrounding world has been sealed by our Dragon Island's divine weapon, the realm-avoiding bead. The people inside can't go out, and the people outside can't come in. No matter how you struggle, you will only die. The Fire Dragon tribe elder said coldly. His voice penetrated the mountain range and the earth, so everyone could hear it clearly. At the same time, the Fire Dragon tribe elder waved his hand and injected a stream of energy into the bodies of all the dragons of the Fire Dragon tribe, healing their injuries. I'll kick again, and this bullshit formation won't be able to withstand it. Now I'll give you a chance. Voluntarily walk out of this formation and submit to the dragon tribe. Be my subordinates, and you can live. Although the combination of these two people was quite strange, and the dragon tribe seemed to be quite sinister and cunning. They actually knew how to use psychological warfare. This made Li Tianqing a little surprised. I didn't expect the dragon tribe to be so cunning. However, the words of the two elders of the dragon clan also fell into the ears of the others. What? The place we are in is sealed? We can't get out? Then aren't we dead meat? How can this be? I still have a bright future. What does it mean to be sealed? The crowd was noisy, and everyone looked at Qi Yanran again. Miss Qi, is your husband coming or not? If he comes after we die, what's the use of him? That's right. This evil lord is useless at the critical moment. What's the use of him? Miss Qi, why don't you fight with them, kill them all, and then take us out? Why don't we surrender? At least we can keep our lives. In the future, we still have a chance to make a comeback. There were different opinions, and everyone was talking at once. Obviously, these people had also fallen into madness, and even began to speak incoherently. Shut up, all of you! Qi Yanran directly struck out with her palm. The first to be hit was the Tianyin dynasty's monarch. This idiot had been chattering here all day, and no one knew what he was talking about. During the meeting, no one knew what he was talking about. He only knew how to stare at women. Therefore, under Qi Yanran's slap, the Tianyin dynasty's monarch instantly exploded into pieces, and his bones and flesh flew everywhere. She was merciless. Everyone had underestimated Qi Yanran based on her appearance. After all, Qi Yanran's appearance also looked soft and weak, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. They didn't expect that Qi Yanran was a terrifying figure who had directly killed millions of fallen clan members. These people still dared to talk in front of Qi Yanran. This made Qi Yanran angry. She killed him as soon as she made a move, and her eyes seemed to be telling the others that if anyone else made a fuss, they would all die together. Immediately, everyone stopped talking. They just stared at Qi Yanran in front of them, and at the place where their monarch died. They wanted to blame Qi Yanran, but no words came out of their mouths. They didn't dare to make a sound. They just stared at Qi Yanran with anger in their eyes. The Li family had gone too far. They just relied on their strength to murder their monarch in public. When they went back, they must bring these people to justice. But they just thought about it. Even if they wanted to unite with others to rebel, no one would care about them at all. However, within the Tianyin dynasty, these sect elders had the final say. The dynasty's jurisdiction was actually very weak, and it only played a representative role. It could be understood that it was specially used to take the blame. That was why it could survive until now, after waiting for everyone to calm down. Qi Yanran also got up and walked out of the array. In fact, it didn't have any effect on the array. The other party was right. One more kick, and it would be directly broken. Seeing the valiant human girl appear, the two elders of the dragon clan also became dignified, because they all knew that the human girl in front of them was not simple. Chapter 1431. Immediately, the two of them descended and stood 50 meters away from Qi Yanran. Are you here to surrender, or are you here to seek death? The fire dragon tribe elder asked. Qi Yanran sized up the two of them. It was only a matter of time before they appeared. Moreover, Qi Yanran also wanted to find a way to break through the realm avoidance pearl in the upcoming battle. Otherwise, everyone would be in danger. The desolate heaven essence in her hand gently shook, and a faint light power was integrated into it. Although the desolate heaven essence still looked soft and fluttering, it now contained an extremely sharp light. Just a gentle touch was enough to break their defenses. The way they were preparing for war was already a response. If that's the case, then die. The fire dragon tribe elder waved his hands and formed a fireball in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he instantly rushed towards Qi Yanran. The desolate heaven essence was thrown out. However, the other party's fireball turned around and dodged Qi Yanran's attack. With a boom, it smashed into where Qi Yanran was. Boom! The resulting explosive energy could be described as destructive. Just the aftermath of the heat wave was enough to melt the formation that Li Tianqing and the others were in. When the surrounding flames dissipated, a deep pit nearly 100 feet deep appeared below. It was bottomless. It penetrated extremely deeply. In fact, there was even a raging fire burning in the deep pit. The fire dragon tribe elder naturally knew that it was impossible for the other party to be hit by him so easily. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of him. Whoosh! This white light was the desolate heaven essence. It directly covered his eyes, and at the same time sealed all his senses. It was as if he was instantly subdued by the other party. The desolate heaven essence completely entangled the other party, making it impossible for the other party to dodge. Just as Qi Yanran was about to kill the person in front of her with a blow. But suddenly, a terrifying force came from behind him. The Earth Dragon Tribe Elder had already lifted his large foot and was about to step on Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran could only use a palm to meet the other party's attack. Boom! Qi Yanran and the Earth Dragon Tribe Elder retreated at the same time. Third grade absolute saint. The moment they touched, Qi Yanran knew that the other's cultivation was at the third level of the ultimate saint realm. The other party had yet to reveal his true form. When he revealed his true form, due to his unique bloodline, his strength would still be able to keep up. At the very least, he would be able to fight against a fourth stage absolute saint. Your defense is quite strong. Let's see how many kicks you can take. The elder of the Earth Dragon clan felt like he had finally found a worthy opponent. He immediately stood up. He continued to attack Qi Yanran. Not only was the Earth Dragon clan's elder's attack powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Bang, bang, bang! Qi Yanran was able to block the continuous attacks. It looked like they were evenly matched. However, this elder of the Earth Dragon clan felt that Qi Yanran had not yet used her full strength. At that moment, the Fire Dragon Elder, who was trapped by the desolate heaven essence, finally spat out a flame at himself, allowing him to be reborn. Boom! Qi Yanran extended her hand and beckoned, summoning the desolate heaven essence back. Along with the flames of a fire dragon race elder, it directly burned over. Whoosh! The roaring flames were like an army of thousands of men and horses. Divine vermilion palm. Qi Yanran circulated her yuan qi and slammed her palm down. It was like a peacock's feather floating down. With a boom, the two forces collided. The sky seemed to be torn apart by this force. Qi Yanran looked up at the sky and felt like it was about to be torn apart. Immediately, a plan came to her mind. Green Bird Dao Platform. A green light appeared behind Qi Yanran, turning into a pair of wings that spread out and rushed into the sky. Boom! Her speed was extremely fast, as if she had transformed into a beam of light. Oh no! She wants to break the seal of the Realm Avoidance Pearl. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon Clan Elder immediately shouted. At the same time, Qi Yanran's speed was too fast, so the Fire Dragon Clan Elder immediately transformed. After that, he transformed into a giant dragon with wings that were at least 1,000 feet wide. As his body expanded, his speed was raised to the peak, and with a flap of his wings, a ring of fire formed behind him, bringing him into the sky at an even faster speed. Fire Dragon Whirlwind. The Fire Dragon Clan Elder mustered all his strength and released a big move. Immediately, the power of the flaming whirlwind swept directly into the sky. At this moment, Qi Yanran's figure also shook at this moment. Her speed increased again, and she actually disappeared. As a result, the Fire Dragon Clan Elders' move missed and directly blasted into the sky. But there seemed to be a transparent barrier in the sky. In the midst of the tumbling, there was a trace of a red feeling. But at least there was already a signal. Oh no, this bitch! She actually tricked me. Seeing this scene, the first elder of the Fire Dragon tribe immediately understood that Qi Yanran was using his own power to create a disturbance. When a flame shot up into the sky, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. Li Zongjiu, who was flying in the sky, also immediately noticed this. So she used this kind of magic treasure. Li Zongjio immediately focused his attention on this world. Chaos Bell. Because no matter how he searched with his mental power, there was no way to find any flaws. So Li Zongjio also decided to make a move directly. With the power of the Chaos Bell, it was enough to force the other party out. Like a cannonball, the Chaos Bell quickly rushed forward, rampaging in the air. Suddenly, the Chaos Bell felt that it had hit something. Its movement was blocked. After Li Zongjio saw it, his figure flashed and came in front of the Chaos Bell. At this moment, in the realm Avoidance Pearl, the two elders of the Dragon Tribe and Qianran had also seen the Bell of Chaos. However, the Chaos Bell seemed to be stuck on it. What? The thing that they were worried about finally happened. But neither of them expected that the other party would come so quickly. They had just exposed their aura and had already made a move. Big brother, you're too fast. When Qi Yanran saw the Chaos Bell, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It's not too late for you to leave now. If you don't leave, it'll be too late for regrets. The two elders naturally didn't take Qi Yanran's words to heart. After all, they often used this kind of psychological tactic. It was nothing special. It was just to scare people. How powerful could it be? In the next moment, the Chaos Bell broke the barrier created by the Realm Avoidance Pearl. Li Zongjio stepped on the Chaos Bell and appeared in the sky. When Li Tianqing, on the ground, saw Li Zongjio, he also pointed directly at the sky. Look, my son is here. Chapter 1432. The two elders of the Dragon Tribe also looked directly at the figure in the sky. Immediately, their eyes were extremely gloomy. They looked at each other and could not help but directly clench the weapons in their hands. Facing Li Zongjio's gaze, there seemed to be a kind of coldness that came from the bones. Li Zongjio stepped on the Bell of Chaos and stared at the people below. The first person he saw was Qi Yanran, who was in good condition at the moment. After the green bird platform appeared, it was enough to ensure that Qi Yanran was in an invincible position. The two elders of the Dragon Tribe on the other side had also revealed their true forms. Their strength could be said to have reached the peak of their own strength. When Qi Yanran saw Li Zongjio coming, she knew that this matter was about to be resolved. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because she had to protect so many people, Qi Yanran was a little nervous. After all, if she were to devote herself to the battle, it would definitely cause Qi Yanran to miss a lot of opportunities. There were also many dragons entrenched in the surroundings. Although the experts of the Skywater sect could temporarily resist, in the case of a large number of dragons, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Li Tianqing and the others also saw the person in the sky. Immediately, there was a kind of light of hope in their eyes. Is that evil lord? What a powerful aura! What a strong aura! Many people had not seen Li Zongjio before. They had only heard of Li Zongjio's name. However, after hearing this name for a long time, although they were familiar with it, at most they would only know that this person was powerful in their own consciousness. As for how powerful he was, they would not know. In fact, as time went on, they would forget more and more. He's stronger than before. The eyes of Elder Gongyu of the Skywater sect were also shining. After all, the aura that Li Zongjio displayed at this moment was many times stronger than when he was dealing with the Ten-Sword sect. In front of Li Zongjio, the Ten-Sword sect was at most a pile of trash. It was impossible for them to resist Li Zongjio's sharpness. He didn't even deserve to stand in front of Li Zongjio. In just a few years, Li Zongjio's growth had become so terrifying. Although Gongyu also had a breakthrough in her strength, it was impossible for her to be compared with Li Zongjio. He was truly a terrifying fellow. A few years ago, Li Zongjio had also treated Gongyu to a bowl of noodles. At that time, Gongyu only felt that it was a little strange. Later on, in the process of cultivation, she often thought of this bowl of noodles and could truly find peace in her heart. It was also because of this bowl of noodles that Gongyu's later cultivation Although sometimes it was fast and sometimes it was slow, her progress was very fast, which was very surprising. He had never thought that such a good thing would happen, although Li Zongjio did not give her much guidance at that time. But this kind of behavior had really benefited her a lot, and it was quite shocking. So today, she could have such a powerful strength. When she saw Li Zongjio again, he was already unfathomable. If they met 3 years ago, Gong Yu would at least have the courage to talk to Li Zongjio face to face. Now it was impossible. Under Li Zongjio's powerful and dazzling brilliance, she could only quietly hide her aura. "Are you all right?" Li Zongjio came in front of Qi Yanran and asked. He even directly turned his back to the 2 elders of the dragon clan and did not put the 2 elders in his eyes at all. Although the other party used the realm-avoiding pearl to directly cover the space in front of them, which made Li Zongjio waste a little effort to find them, it showed that these people had the ability to do so. If he really faced the 2 elders of the dragon clan, it would be easy to kill them. "It's all right. You deal with them, and I will protect Uncle." Qi Yanran said, "Okay, go ahead." Immediately, Qi Yanran descended. She came to Li Tianqing's side. "How is it? Can this kid handle it?" Li Tianqing asked. "If this kid can't handle it, it would be a disgrace to him. He would have to beat this kid up when he went back." "Don't worry," Qi Yanran said. "If Li Zongjio can't handle it, then in the entire Xingu continent there was really no one who could." Unknowingly, Li Zongjio had once again become an existence that stood at the pinnacle of this continent. There was no longer anyone who could go against Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio had no choice but to make a move against these powerful foreign races. This was one of the troubles of the experts. When facing these things, you have to take action. You are the strongest existence in the human clan. If anyone wants to attack the human clan, then first they must kill Li Zongjio. Is it just the 2 of you? Only then did Li Zongjio turn to look at the 2 dragon clan elders. He asked calmly. He didn't look down on the 2 dragons in front of him because Li Zongjio didn't put them in his eyes at all. "You are the evil lord of the human clan?" The fire dragon clan elder saw Li Zongjio. Just now, the 2 of them also wanted to sneak attack, but they gave up after thinking about it. They couldn't see the real situation of Li Zongjio. Now, the realm avoidance pearl was broken. The 2 of them might not have a chance of winning against Qi Yanran. Now that there was a stronger Li Zongjio, it was even more nerve-wracking. However, the Earth Dragon Clan elder was smart. He had already released a signal and used his Dragon Clan's special soul transmission to pass the news of this place to Dragon Island. Now, the experts of their Dragon Clan were rushing over quickly. As long as the experts arrived in time, they would be able to kill Li Zongjio in front of them and completely wipe out this group of elites of the human clan in front of them. After getting rid of these people, they could just sit back and wait for the human clan to kill each other. When the world was in chaos, the Dragon Clan only needed to choose a random faction to support, and it would be easy to settle. Ruling such a continent was a very simple matter for them. In their plan, they could even surpass the human clan in less than half a year and become the true ruler of the human clan. "Yes, I am the evil lord," Li Zongjio said. "Since you want to wait, then I will wait with you. Let's see how many people your Dragon Clan can send today." Li Zongjio didn't kill the other party. He wasn't in a hurry to do so. The woman from the Dragon Penitentiary, Long Ji, had contacted him before. Li Zongjio was a little surprised. Obviously, there were differences within the Dragon Clan. One side wanted to invade the mainland, while the other side wanted to maintain the status quo of Dragon Island. They didn't have any intention of fighting for supremacy. Therefore, there was a competitive relationship between the 2 factions. Previously, when Longji left in a hurry, Li Zongjio also realized that there might be a problem with the faction left behind by the Dragon Clan. As expected of the evil lord, "You have guts. Why don't your excellency, evil lord, cooperate with our Dragon Clan and conquer the world?" The elder of the fire dragon tribe actually transformed back into his human form. At the very least, he would be more amiable when communicating with Li Zongjio like this, bribing Li Zongjio. For the Dragon Clan, this kind of thing was allowed. As long as they could achieve their ultimate goal, they could just kill Li Zongjio after they succeeded in the future. The Dragon Clan was also very good at this kind of killing the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. For many years, the Dragon Clan had been cultivating. Usually, they didn't need to cultivate much to be able to directly possess powerful strength. Therefore, these Dragon Clan members also began to learn. He had also done some research on the military strategies of the human race. The ambition of the Dragon Clan was also constantly expanding. Therefore, now the Dragon Clan had become as cunning as the human clan. But just this little trick alone. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this was clearly a trick. Who would fall for it? You'd better think about where you'll be buried after you die, Li Zongjio said. This sentence directly choked the two Dragon Clan elders to death. It was as if the conversation was on a completely different channel. How do you think people can communicate with each other? There was no way to communicate at all. The experts of the Dragon Clan also came very quickly. Boom! In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The eyes of the two elders of the Dragon tribe were filled with surprise and joy. Thunder Dragon Clan Leader. Chapter 1433. There were countless branches of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island, but there were only a few truly powerful branches. They were very powerful and had a large number of clans. The few Dragon Clan members who cultivated the mainstream attribute power were often very powerful branches. At this moment, the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon Clan arrived. Immediately, the two experts of the Dragon Clan were overjoyed. At least with the presence of the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon Clan, they would be safer. They did not expect that the dignified Dragon Clan would be so fearful and cowardly in front of Li Zongjio. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were really aggrieved. Even though they had not really fought with Li Zongjio, both of them could clearly feel the terrifying aura of Li Zongjio's body. The dark thunderclouds in the sky were rolling over. It seemed to want to use the layers of thunder and lightning to shatter the sky. Such a terrifying aura also made Li Zongjio look askance. Thick, black thunderbolts alternated between the thunderclouds and covered the sky. It gave people a feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. Li Tianqing and the others could not help but be surprised. The rest of the people also subconsciously moved closer to Qi Yanran. After all, Qi Yanran seemed to be at ease when she fought against the two Dragon Clan elders alone. The powerful strength she displayed was enough to make these people feel safe. If something really happened, even if the aftermath of the battle fell, at least there would be no problem behind Qi Yanran. Go! Qi Yanran was also worried that the aftermath of the battle would directly kill the people below. Therefore, the green bird platform in her hand instantly flew out and then turned into a 5-colored defensive shield, forming a semicircle and surrounding everyone in it. Then it gradually faded away. My defensive shield is indestructible, so you don't have to worry, Qi Yanran said. After all, these people directly came over and were a little too close to her. Everyone also realized this. Since it was said that this thing was indestructible, they believed Qi Yanran for the time being, and their hearts relaxed slightly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the sky. Then, the light of lightning from all directions quickly gathered in this direction. Finally, it formed a figure in front of the two elders of the Dragon tribe. Compared to the two elders of the Dragon Clan, the Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch who had just appeared was in high spirits. It was quite dazzling, and the bluish-purple armor on its body seemed to be releasing a kind of surging lightning. It was obvious that a lot of thought had been put into this outfit. You two old things, you can't even deal with a human brat, and you want me to come here personally? The temper of the Lightning Dragon tribe's patriarch was clearly even more irritable. Moreover, he didn't give them any face at all. In the world of the dragon race, strength was revered. Whoever was stronger was the heavens, whoever was the boss. The two dragon elders didn't dare to refute. After the thunder dragon patriarch scolded, he looked at Li Zongjiu. It seems that you are the one who has been causing trouble all this time. I have been looking for you for a long time. I don't know how many times you can block my heaven and earth sky, destroying thunder. The Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch didn't talk much nonsense. When he saw Li Zongjiu's disrespectful attitude, he raised his hand and there was power surging in his palm. Boom! As the Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch raised his hand, the thunderclouds in the sky directly condensed power, and then a few angry thunderbolts fell from the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu stood in place and watched the thunderbolts fall. It just so happened that his body of evil god hadn't moved for a long time, and it felt a little rusty. Boom! He didn't have any intention to defend himself and let the heaven and earth sky destroying thunder fall on his body. Boom! As the heaven and earth sky destroying thunder entered his body, Li Zongjiu only felt a slight numbness. It was as if there were countless hands massaging him and loosening his bones. The lightning dispersed. He was unharmed. Even all the power of lightning was absorbed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, all the power of light was in Li Zongjiu's body. It gradually rose and fell. Li Zongjiu's body also easily refined it. Anything else? Li Zongjiu asked calmly. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch was furious. Are you looking down on me? Lowly human race, you don't know the vastness of the power between heaven and earth. Today, I will let you see a true God. The Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch roared. There was also a bright light in his body. This was the power of the Dragon Pearl. The Thunder Dragon tribe's patriarch was very powerful. He directly refined his Dragon Pearl into a weapon. He was already in the state of one with the weapon. After refining it into a weapon, it would be even more powerful and terrifying. As the Thunder Dragon Pearl appeared, the clouds in the sky changed color again. Not only that, as the clouds changed, there was also a gust of wind blowing. As the gust of wind surged, even the surrounding mountains felt as if they were about to be blown away. Such a gust of wind almost blew the mountains apart. Although the people below were still in the defensive shield, it was still calm. However, when they saw the blurry scene outside, they knew that there was a drastic change happening outside. It seems that the person who just came is stronger. He is even more terrifying. I don't know if Evil Lord can take him down. Please don't. A Tianyan dynasty official couldn't help but say. After all, he was timid and didn't want to die. Now that he saw such a situation, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Immediately, everyone looked over. What is this person trying to do? How dare you curse my son? Li Tianqing was furious on the spot. He couldn't defeat the dragons outside, but he couldn't defeat a mere civil official from the imperial court. Immediately, Li Tianqing pushed the crowd aside and rushed up to give the other party a good beating. However, it was just a combination of punches and kicks. However, the people around them had some foresight. After seeing Li Tianqing hit him twice, they quickly stepped forward and pulled him away. Duke, please calm down. Even Emperor Xingyan went up and pulled Li Tianqing down. Li Tianqing immediately took advantage of the situation. He couldn't really beat him to death. If he did, it would indeed be a bit of a bully. However, since he couldn't even speak, it was only right for him to beat him up twice. Li Tianqing's punches weren't light. In just a few hits, the other party's nose was bleeding. It was a small lesson. Although the Tianyan dynasty's monarch was killed, a new one would soon be promoted. With the support of the Sky Water sect, the Tianyan dynasty wouldn't decline. It wouldn't be easy for the other two dynasties to take down the Tianyan dynasty. After all, in the Tianyan dynasty, there were many sects, and each of them had their own camps. At the same time, these sects had existed for a long time, even longer than some dynasties. It would take a lot of effort to defeat them. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch, who had summoned the Dragon Ball, once again released a big move. The dark clouds in the sky had already formed into a tornado. It directly descended and surrounded Li Zongjiu and Yi Shiwen at the same time. Even the two elders of the dragon clan were pushed back by this aura. In the face of this aura, the two elders of the dragon tribe were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Too strong, this momentum! It seems that the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's strength can be ranked in the top 5 in the Heavenly Dragon Hall. He's almost on par with the 4 Patriarchs. Heavenly Dragon Hall. It was similar to the Hall of the Exalted. It had the ranking of the experts in the Dragon Clan. Therefore, when they saw the Thunder Dragon Patriarch personally appear here, the two elders felt lucky. With their strength, they were still far away from the Hall of the Exalted. In the black vortex cloud, Li Zongjiu was being torn apart by the wind and bombarded by the lightning. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had also released the power of the Dragon Ball to the extreme. He was determined to kill this arrogant brat. Chapter 1434. However, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch was a little confused now. This was because Li Zongjiu's body was like an endless box that absorbed all the power of thunder and lightning released by him. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was also quite familiar with the cultivation technique he was using. How do you know the cultivation technique of the Golden Dragon tribe? The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was shocked after carefully analyzing it. He discovered that the cultivation technique Li Zongjiu was using was actually the cultivation technique of the Golden Dragon tribe. However, Li Zongjiu had modified the cultivation technique of the Golden Dragon tribe in his own way to make it more suitable for humans to cultivate. However, when this aura was released, it was still very familiar. It was impossible to miss this. Wasn't Li Zongjiu a human? How could he have the cultivation technique of the Dragon tribe? These were the secrets of the Dragon tribe. Even in the Dragon tribe, not everyone could cultivate them. Not everyone had that kind of qualification. What Li Zongjiu cultivated was obviously a secret that belonged to the Dragon clan and was not passed on. Such a high-level mental cultivation method had actually been obtained by the human tribe and created such a top expert. Could the Golden Dragon tribe be a traitor? However, Li Zongjiu didn't waste time talking to the Thunder Dragon Patriarch and answering his question. Instead, he continued to absorb this power to strengthen his body. After the power of the Dragon Ball appeared, Li Zongjiu felt a slight pain. At least, it could bring a certain effect to his body. Otherwise, some ordinary power wouldn't have the slightest effect on Li Zongjiu. The stronger one was, the more difficult it was to achieve the effect of tempering the body. You asked for it, Natal Dragon Lightning. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shot into the sky from within the black storm clouds. Just the appearance of this beam of light instantly illuminated the entire sky. A powerful force was seeping out and seemed to burn a black hole tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch directly burst out with his body. As soon as his body appeared, he opened his mouth and spat a bolt of lightning at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu felt the strength of this power. Originally, he wanted to dodge. However, this was a rare opportunity. He could use it to raise his cultivation base. Boom! Li Zongjiu faced this move head-on. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's body was directly electrocuted by the lightning. At the same time, his skin and flesh felt like it was about to evaporate in an instant. The surface of Li Zongjiu's skin was indeed evaporated by this power. But in the next moment, the power of chaos directly reshaped Li Zongjiu's body again. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch's strength. However, it was still far from enough to kill Li Zongjiu. The black Dragon Ball of the Dragon Patriarch's hand. When the Thunder Dragon Patriarch saw that Li Zongjiu was still unscathed and had even summoned a pitch-black hammer, he was shocked. The latter's eyes obviously shrank a little when he saw it. His expression instantly turned into one of shock. This is the 10,000 Dragon Hammer. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had a lot of experience. To be able to have today's strength and status, he was also quite capable. When he saw the black dragon hammer appear, he already felt a strong sense of danger and oppression. This was the 10,000 dragon hammer that had once killed tens of thousands of dragons. How could it be in Li Zongjio's hands? It had clearly disappeared and was buried in a corner of the continent. Now it actually appeared again. Li Zongjio had never figured out the origin of the hammer in his hand, but the latter was very useful. So Li Zongjio also kept this black dragon hammer. But now it could be said that this was the first time he heard the name of this hammer. From what the Thunder Dragon Patriarch said, this hammer seemed to be called 10,000 Dragon Hammer. When he heard this name, he already knew that this hammer wasn't simple. Its origin wasn't simple. As for its origin, although Li Zongjio was a little interested, he didn't have to figure it out. It was fine as long as it could be used. Li Zongjio waved the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Boom! Just one hammer was enough to shake heaven and earth. Immediately, this powerful force directly blasted towards the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch immediately dodged the force of the black dragon hammer. If he was hit directly by the black dragon hammer, he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Therefore, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch quickly dodged. However, Li Zongjio's figure flashed and directly appeared behind the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. He stepped on the back of the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. The Lightning Dragon Tribe's Patriarch was quite nervous when his foot landed. He crazily unleashed the power of lightning in his body. At the same time, his body spun rapidly as he wanted to throw Li Zongjio behind him away. However, Li Zongjio split open the defense of the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's body with one hand. He firmly grasped the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. Then the black dragon hammer smashed down with all his might. Boom! The black dragon hammer directly hit the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's back. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch roared in anger. He let out a very painful sound. "I've tried your lightning. You should try mine too." Li Zongjio raised the black dragon hammer in his hand to the sky. Immediately, a purple heavenly lightning was summoned and struck down from the sky. It broke through layers of clouds and fell on the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's body. The power of lightning and the power of the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjio's hand directly smashed the black dragon Patriarch to the ground. Roar! The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was still in extreme pain. Li Zongjio did not stop his movements and continued to smash the black dragon hammer. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch's head was smashed into a bloody mess. "Looks like you're not that good." Li Zongjio's strength was enough to easily break the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's defense. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had never met such an invincible person who could easily take him down. Moreover, he could not resist Li Zongjio's attack. Previously, Li Zongjio had let him make the first move. However, none of them were able to harm Li Zongjio at all. Then he could not blame Li Zongjio. After all, even if he went all out, he could only give Li Zongjio the feeling of massaging his back. After a fierce beating, then Li Zongjio directly broke the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's body. He stretched out his hand, and the Thunder Dragon Pearl was immediately sucked out by Li Zongjio. Roar! The Thunder Dragon Patriarch had completely lost his strength to struggle. "You! Who are you?" The Thunder Dragon Patriarch used his last bit of strength to stare at Li Zongjio. Originally, Li Zongjio should have been shattered by his Dragon Pearl. After all, the strength of his Dragon Pearl was not something that a weak human could control with his hands. At this moment, Li Zongjio easily broke his body and grabbed the Dragon Pearl in his hand. This really shocked the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. "Me, evil lord." After Li Zongjio finished speaking, he directly smashed the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's head with his hammer. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's vision turned black. He was smashed to death. Li Zongjio looked at the wild wind that was still blowing in the surroundings. He gently raised his hand and pressed down, and the storm calmed down. At this moment, Elder Dilong and Elder Hulong were also trying their best to stretch their necks and look inside. However, the wind was so strong that even they could not see clearly. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch's strength was too strong. Even they would not be able to break through the chi that was formed. But now, the dust seemed to have settled. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there was not a single intact stone. All of them were shattered by the momentum of the battle just now. As the wind and waves calmed down, even Qi Yanran and the others came over. However, Qi Yanran had already sensed it. Zhongjiu killed that guy, Qi Yanran said faintly. He seemed to be narrating a very ordinary matter. However, the surrounding people's eyes lit up when they heard this. There was actually such a thing. Did he really kill the person? If this was the case, then it would be great. Not good. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was killed. Elder Dilong saw a corpse on the ground. His eyes widened. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch was dead. He was killed just like that. Not only the 2 elders of the dragon clan, but also the person in his dragon form standing behind them. ZZ. A bolt of lightning jumped in Li Zhongjiu's hand. Then, Elder Dilong and the others looked over. That's the Thunder Dragon Patriarch's Dragon Pearl. Chapter 1435. The 2 elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They believed that even if the leader of the Thunder Dragon tribe wasn't a match for the person before them, if he wanted to escape, there weren't many people in the world who could stop him. Even if they were both experts of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, it would be extremely difficult for them to stop the leader of the Thunder Dragon tribe. At the very least, the 2 of them would need to work together. However, Li Zhongjiu had killed the leader of the Thunder Dragon tribe single-handedly, just like that. This was the thing that shocked the both of them. Not good. Bring back all the news here. Let's retreat. Elder Hulong said immediately. After saying that, he didn't care about his image and was the first to transform. Then he flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. After transforming, his speed was relatively faster. Therefore, his escape speed was relatively fast. Boom! However, Elder Hulong realized that after he flapped his wings, his tail seemed to be grabbed by someone. No matter how hard he tried to fly, he couldn't fly. When did I say that you guys can leave? The moment Li Zhongjiu's voice landed, he pulled the fire dragon hard. Immediately, the other party was placed on the ground by Li Zhongjiu. He smashed a huge hole in the ground, if not for the fact that the ground wasn't as hard as the other party's body. He reckoned that the fire dragon would have been crippled by the fall. Even so, Li Zhongjiu's strength was enough to make Elder Hulong fall. For a moment, he couldn't get up. After flapping his wings a few times, he fell to the ground again as though he was drunk. The other fire dragons wanted to fly up into the sky again. Li Zhongjiu summoned the Bell of Chaos. Dong! Using the power of chaos, the Bell of Chaos rang out. Immediately, an ancient and pure sound of the bell rang in the ears of these fire dragons. They fell from the sky one after another. As for the Earth Dragon tribe, they basically couldn't fly. However, their running speed wasn't slow either. However, Li Zhongjiu rang the Bell of Chaos in his hands once more. At this moment, the Earth Dragons that were running wildly fell to the ground instantly. Scram! Rumble! Then, the Bell of Chaos began to harvest these giant dragons. Of course, Li Zhongjiu did not kill all of them. Instead, he stored them all into the Bell of Chaos. There was a small world within the Chaos Bell. With Li Zhongjiu's mastery of the Chaos Bell, he was able to unleash its power even more. By throwing these dragons into the Bell of Chaos, they would be able to form a large scale. Without Li Zhongjiu's control, these dragons would not be able to come out. If he could subdue all of these dragons in the future, a huge dragon army could be commanded and controlled by him. Most of the time it was convenient. Furthermore, Li Zhongjiu was rather interested in the dragon race. under the bell of chaos, all the dragons could not escape, including the Earth Dragon clan's elder. There were a total of 15 Earth Dragons. There were a total of 12 Fire Dragons. They were all sucked into the bell of chaos. Although the surrounding mountains had been severely damaged, fortunately, there were not many people in such a place, so only some of the mountains were destroyed. It was not a big loss. Seeing the sky clear up again, Qi Yanran waved her hand and removed the green bird platform. The green bird platform in her hand was a very powerful magic treasure. There were still many functions that had not been fully developed, but just what it could do now was already very powerful. It was hard to imagine who had created such a powerful magic treasure. Li Zongjio landed directly in front of his father. "Father, I'm late." That's good. Where did you put those dragons?" Li Tianqing was very curious. There were dozens of giant dragons just now, but they disappeared just like that. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to have been blown away by the wind. They were all stored in the bell of chaos. Here, Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand. A miniature version of the bell of chaos appeared in the palm of his hand for Li Tianqing to see. A small bell of chaos, such a small thing, had actually sucked in more than 30 giant dragons. It was a little too powerful. Everyone was amazed. "Master, you're back." Emperor Xingyan also came in front of Li Zongjiu at this time and bowed. Previously, Li Zongjiu had also accepted the latter as a disciple for convenience. Although Li Zongjiu did not teach the current Emperor Xingyan much, the latter had the inheritance of the Saturn Palace, so his cultivation speed was not bad. At a young age, he had already entered the primitive emperor realm. It was estimated that he would be able to enter the supremacy realm before the age of 50. Compared to other people, it was already a very strong talent. With the help of some other medicinal herbs, heaven and earth treasures, it would definitely be able to shorten this time. It was really very powerful. "You did well." Li Zongjiu praised Emperor Shengyan verbally. The current emperor of the Xingyan dynasty was above millions of people. Unexpectedly, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was very careful, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was humble. It could be said that Li Zongjiu's status had already reached the peak. However, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu did not feel much about these things. As long as these people were sensible and did not provoke him, it was fine. "Su-mo, you're here too." Li Zongjiu saw. "Su-mo, I didn't expect you to be the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army now. You should have been a commander earlier." Su-mo thought that Li Zongjiu had long forgotten about her. After all, the two of them only had the energy to adventure in the Sky Blaze Mountain in the early days, although later on they met in the palace. But they also said goodbye in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, they parted. Su-mo did not expect Li Zongjiu to still remember Su-mo. This also surprised Su-mo. They really do know each other. Emperor Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Back then, it was because he vaguely knew that there was a layer of relationship between them that he promoted Su-mo and kept her by his side. It seemed that this was the right move. Emperor Xingyan originally wanted to directly bring Su-mo into the harem. But now that he saw the relationship between Li Zongjiu and Su-mo, he gave up on this idea. If he married Su-mo, not only would he not be able to use Su-mo to make use of Li Zongjiu, but he would also offend Su-mo because of him. Li Zongjiu would very likely kill him for Su-mo's sake. For Li Zongjiu, it was very easy for him to change the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. It was not like he had not done this before. "Yanran, come here. This is my good friend, Su-mo. You haven't met before, right?" Li Zongjiu introduced Qi Yanran to Su-mo's sister-in-law is so beautiful. "You're so lucky." Su-mo said he had never had any romantic feelings for Li Zongjiu. He was just happy for his good brother, Li Zongjiu. "Master, what should we do next?" Emperor Xingyan also reminded him at this time. After all, there were so many people who were left here. There had to be something to do. Today's shocking scene was quite a rich experience for them. You guys go and do your own things. Just do what you should do. Li Zongjie said. Li Zongjie was not interested in these people's affairs, nor was he interested in leading this group of idiots. In Li Zongjie's opinion, these people were just a group of idiots. They could be of some use, and that was to make the people rich. If they couldn't make the people rich, Li Zongjie didn't mind getting rid of these useless idiots. Just as Li Zongjie was talking, 3 powerful auras came from the sky again. The 3 gigantic wind, thunder divine eagles seemed to be riding on the power of wind and thunder. When they sensed the approaching power, everyone raised their heads and looked over. Furthermore, he looked nervous. Could it be that another expert had come from somewhere? The 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace landed. Greetings, Palace Master, Evil Lord. The 3 elders bowed. These 3 are the elders of Sparrow Divine Palace. If you don't understand anything, you can ask them. Qi Yanran obviously wanted Sparrow Divine Palace to be involved in this. The Vermilion Bird Divine Palace was also responsible for this matter. The 3 elders had been flying all the way. When they sensed the fluctuations of the Dragon Clan's battle, they quickly rushed over. However, the battle ended very quickly. Although it was difficult for the 3 elders to face the strength of the elders of the Dragon Clan, it could even be said that they were useless. However, ordinary Dragon Clan members couldn't do much in front of them. After all, they were in the honorable realm. Yes, Palace Master. Since Qi Yanran had given the order, the 3 elders were naturally willing to help and get more information. When the others saw that the 3 elders had joined, they were very happy. After all, the aura of any one of the 3 elders was enough to crush everyone present. Gong Yu was the clearest about this. She could feel the unshakable power from the 3 elders. Not only the 3 elders, but even the wind, thunder, divine eagles that they were riding just now also revealed a powerful aura. Chapter 1436. At this moment, the situation in the continent was like a small boat in a storm. Under the wind and rain, it could capsize at any time. Fortunately, there were experts like Li Zongjie. There were situations where the situation was reversed. The Sparrow Divine Palace had officially announced that they had joined the human race. The Dragon Clan must be under great pressure. Now, Li Zongjie directly used the Chaos Bell to subdue these dozens of dragons. As long as Li Zongjie was willing, he could easily kill these dragons trapped in the Chaos Bell. However, these dragons were no longer a threat. For Li Zongjie, it didn't matter if he killed them or not. When the time came, he would treat these dragons as coolies and sell them to make a good profit. Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran walked together with Li Tianqing. They took a stroll and chatted. Li Tianqing didn't expect that there would be such peace in such a chaotic world. These dragons. Li Tianqing was naturally very worried about these dragons at this moment. After all, the dragons were too powerful. Except for a few people who could resist them, the rest couldn't deal with them at all. Li Zongjie and the others might be able to protect themselves. But what about the rest? They were bound to be destroyed by the dragons. That would truly be a calamity for all living beings. These arrogant dragons won't attack ordinary people, so there's no need to worry for the time being. I'll take some time to go to Dragon Island and see what's going on. Li Zongjie said. Since Li Tianqing was so worried, he couldn't let the situation continue to worsen. He had to find a time to solve it. However, Li Zongjie could also tell that the ambitions of these dragons were not small. Moreover, there were some unexpected situations happening within their own bodies. Li Zongjie reckoned that there was a big problem within their own bodies. That's good, but can you handle it? Although Li Tianqing knew that Li Zongjie was powerful, he obviously couldn't believe that Li Zongjie had such a great ability. That was the Dragon Island. Even if Li Tianqing knew something about it, it was all from mythological novels. Dragon Island was like a legendary existence. No one could prove whether it was true or not. After all, Li Tianqing was still far from that level. What's so difficult about that? If you like it, I can find someone to turn Luoxia City into something like Dragon Island. Li Zongjio recalled that he was supposed to bring back the architect from the sacred martial realm. However, the teleportation array had just been set up, so he did not summon that person yet. He would definitely bring that person over when he returned. Are you serious? Brat, you only know how to boast. Where did you learn your ability to boast from? Li Tianqing's eyes widened when he heard that. Could it even cause the entire city to fly up into the sky? If it was that strong, they would definitely have to take a good look at it. Of course, I'm telling the truth. What's there to boast about? Li Zongjiu said with a helpless look on his face. It seemed to be a very easy operation for him, but in Li Tianqing's view, it seemed to be a very difficult thing to do. In this way, it seemed that Li Tianqing was not good at boasting. Stop talking nonsense. You'd better hurry up and do your business. Go to the Qi family and settle the matter between you too quickly. I'll start sending out the invitations. Li Tianqing urged as well. However, when he turned around, he found that Li Zongjio had taken Qi Yanran away. Both of them had disappeared to an unknown place. This brat is really good at running away. Seeing that Li Zongjio had disappeared directly, Li Tianqing did not notice it even with his cultivation. After turning around twice, he found that Li Zongjio had really disappeared without a trace. Li Tianqing really had no way to beat this brat up. Although Li Zongjio had never been married before, when he saw Kuan Erisher, he also felt that it was a very troublesome thing. It seemed that there were still a lot of messy things to do. Li Zongjio did not like these complicated things. He liked to do things simply. So, he took Qi Yanran to the front of heaven and earth. It's too troublesome to get married. Let's bow to heaven and earth here. Li Zongjio took Qi Yanran to a high mountain. The mountain here was so high that one could pick the stars. Qi Yanran did not know where this was, but when she heard Li Zongjio's words, she could not help but blush. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, they were also forced to separate for a long time. During such a long time, the feelings between the two of them had not diminished at all. Even if Qi Yanran was just an ordinary person without Yuan Qi cultivation today, Li Zongjio would never abandon her in the slightest. For Qi Yanran, even if Li Zongjio was not the top master in the continent, she would still follow Li Zongjio. As long as I'm with you, I can bow to heaven and earth anywhere. Wherever they saw, it was heaven and earth. In this case, it was the same wherever they chose. What was really important was their hearts. Today, you and I will be married here. The sun and moon are witnesses. Heaven and earth can be witnesses. Li Zongjio looked into Qi Yanran's eyes and said solemnly. The arrival of this moment was so sudden, just like when Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were together. Even Li Zongjio did not expect that he would be so direct and directly choose to do it today. But since he had decided, he would not regret it. The sun and moon can be witnesses. Heaven and earth are united. Qi Yanran also looked into Li Zongjio's eyes and answered seriously. The two of them held hands tightly together. At this moment, there was no need to say anything else. Although there was no other form or ceremony, for the two of them, they had already surpassed the secular world and had reached the realm of doing whatever they wanted. But today, the two of them also made their own promises to each other. Heaven and earth could also bear witness to the feelings between the two of them. This matter was considered to be a success. No matter how romantic the wedding was, it was not as good as the two of them being together. If Li Zongjio was willing, it would not be difficult, even if he gathered the monarchs of the 3 dynasties and all the sects in the primitive land. But to the two of them, it was not very meaningful. It was something that could be easily done. In fact, it was not a big deal at all. The most important thing was that their hearts could be connected. The two of them hugged each other, sitting between heaven and earth. Looking at the sea of clouds below, the wind and clouds were surging. I'll start to refine a few divine-level elixirs tomorrow and send them to your father. Li Zongjiu said. The etiquette of father-in-law was still necessary. See if there's anything else you need. Just take care of it. Li Zongjie said, "Well, okay." Qi Yanran nodded and said, just when the two of them were leaning against each other and looking at the scenery, two people's voices could be heard from below. Although Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran were not interested in eavesdropping on other people's conversations, they had no choice but to do so. Their voices all drilled into the two of them's ears. Send the news back to Dragon Island and tell Lord Evil Dragon that the decapitation plan has failed. It was disrupted by someone called Li Zongjie. In order to complete the unification plan, we must send experts to deal with this person called Li Zongjie. In addition, this person's nickname is Evil Lord. You must remember it clearly. One of them said. The other person was not a human, but a member of the Dragon Clan. I'll go back and report this. Tell the people of 10 Swords sect to keep an eye on where these people are hiding. Don't hide and can't find them. If Lord Evil Dragon's plan is ruined, not only will you die, but the entire 10 Sword sect will also cease to exist. A mini sparrow dragon that was the size of a crow. It was standing on a high place and looking down at the white-robed figure below. Although we failed this time, you can't blame us. The previous agreement is still in effect. Where are our things? The white-robed figure was also extremely tough. The mini sparrow dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light. One of the top 10 ancient swords, the 7 Stars Moon Slashing Sword, is yours. You must remember that the Dragon Clan has countless treasures. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that your 10 Sword sect will become the #1 sect on the continent. Chapter 1437. The mini sparrow dragon's words caused the white-robed figure's eyes to flicker with lightning. Once upon a time, the 10 Sword sect had been one of the top sects in the world. No one dared to bully them. Even if they heard the name of the 10 Sword sect from afar, they would avoid them. However, everything had changed since the last incident. A few years ago, because of the appearance of a brat called the Evil Dominator, he had instigated the experts of the Skywater sect and the Saint Flame Empire to come together to suppress the 10 Sword sect. The final result was obvious. The 10 Sword sect had also suffered a heavy blow. Until now, they were somewhat dispirited and could not lift their spirits. However, the 10 Sword sect was no longer what it used to be. On the surface, the 10 Sword sect seemed to have declined, but they had been trading with the Dragon Tribe. The 10 Sword sect had gradually concealed their strength and accumulated a lot of strength in secret. Now he was the sect master of the 10 Sword sect, Qinghui. He had obtained another ancient, godly sword, the 7 Stars Moon Slashing. His strength had increased tremendously. In fact, the 10 Sword sect was the one behind the Dragon Tribe's massacre last time. The Dragon Tribe didn't bother to do such a thing. The 10 Sword sect had been the one behind the scenes, and the dragon race's only move was this plot to bury all the human race's top management figures. Who would have thought that their meticulously planned plan to kill the leader would still be foiled by Li Zongjie and the others? If Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran had come back a month later, they might have succeeded. It was all fate. I'll go back and report to the evil dragon god and see what orders he has. Immediately, the mini sparrow dragon's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Although it was only the size of a palm, this mini sparrow dragon's strength was actually quite strong. It had also mastered an extremely powerful skill, teleportation. It could teleport hundreds of miles in an instant. Even absolute saints couldn't travel 100 miles in an instant, and they didn't need to do anything to speed up. Catch it, Li Zongjie said. Qi Yanran nodded. Then, with a tap of her foot, her figure instantly disappeared. What a coincidence! Among the abilities mastered by Qi Yanran, one of them was comparable to teleportation. The Divine Sparrow Clan was known for their speed and was extremely good at it. At this moment, Qi Yanran had also turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, she swept forward. Although the mini sparrow dragon was very fast, it was actually very weak in combat, so it was only used to send messages. It didn't fly far before it was caught by Qi Yanran easily. Boom! Qi Yanran opened her palm and found that what she had caught was only a clone of the sparrow dragon. You want to capture this, Dragon Lord? You are still too inexperienced. The mini sparrow turned around and laughed at Qi Yanran. His body, however, had already appeared dozens of meters away. At this moment, when he saw Qi Yanran stop, he immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Not only was his speed fast, but his turn in the air was also very powerful. However, he didn't fly far before he crashed into a wall of air with a bang. Then, Qi Yanran waved her hand and a powerful force gathered into a light beam, suppressing the mini sparrow dragon. Then, the mini sparrow dragon seemed to be trapped by thousands of ropes, unable to break free. Despicable human, what have you done to this dragon? The mini sparrow dragon struggled but couldn't break free. Qi Yanran threw the mini sparrow dragon into the green bird platform. It was directly sealed inside. Then Qi Yanran jumped and was about to return to where she came from. But she immediately found that the situation around her was not right. This place was already thousands of miles away. However, she found that there were some changes in the movement around her. When she looked up, the desolate heaven essence appeared in her hand. Come out. With a light shout, then several black figures appeared. They surrounded Qi Yanran in the middle. You are not from the dragon clan? Qi Yanran glanced at the people in front of her. They were not from the dragon clan. There was a faint, murderous look in their eyes. It seemed that another group of mysterious forces had appeared in the Shengwu continent. Furthermore, in the dark, there was a mysterious power that was manipulating all of this. Then, Qi Yanran was extremely shocked to find that there was no way for her to gather her Yuan Qi. You are from the devouring Yuan clan. Qi Yanran's eyes instantly burst out with light. At this moment, on the previous mountain peak, Cheng Hui was also trying out the 7-star moon slashing sword that he had just obtained. It is indeed worthy of being ranked 7th among the top 10 ancient swords. With this sword, I will definitely be able to kill that little thief, Li Zongjiu. Cheng Hui waved the sword in his hand casually. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy burst out. Buzz! Buzz! Feeling the shock of such power, Cheng Hui's confidence was greatly boosted. He even looked up at the sky, looking forward to the scene of defeating Li Zongjiu in the future. However, the light in the sky seemed to be a little dazzling. At this moment, when Cheng Hui saw it, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He could vaguely see a figure in the sky. Someone is here? This was the forbidden area of the 10-sword sect. It was impossible for anyone to come to such a place. Their ancestors had set up a restriction here, so that only the 10-sword sect could come here. Could it be an illusion? When Cheng Hui took a closer look, he realized that there was indeed a figure in front of him. There was indeed a person here. Immediately, Cheng Hui was shocked in his heart. Who is it? Immediately, Cheng Hui slashed the sword in his hand toward the sky without hesitation. No matter who it was, he had to beat him down first. Boom! Cheng Hui slashed with his sword. The sword Qi blasted forward like the waves of the sea. However, Li Zongjiu just flicked his finger and easily broke the sword Qi released by the other party. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, the 7-star moon slashing sword in Cheng Hui's hand was sucked over. Li Zongjiu played with the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand. The material of this sword is not bad. I will take it, Li Zongjiu said. What? Give me back my sword? Do you know who I am? How dare you act so presumptuously above me? How dare you call yourself I am? Cheng Hui was unable to restrain his anger. This person was too arrogant. And you, who exactly are you? Li Zongjiu smiled in a non-committal manner. Didn't you just say that you want to defeat me? Then I will lend you my sword. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, He threw the sword in his hand back to Cheng Hui. Cheng Hui grabbed the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand and looked at the descending Li Zongjiu. At first, when he looked at the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand, he was somewhat in disbelief. How could this treasure sword be found again after being lost? He felt strange and shocked in his heart. Then he carefully analyzed Li Zongjiu's words in his heart. Immediately he was even more shocked. You are evil lord, Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Cheng Hui's eyes were shining with light. Chapter 1438. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. This name was a nightmare for Cheng Hui. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu, their 10-sword sect would have become the top sect in the Tianyan dynasty. However, after Li Zongjiu's interference, the 10-sword sect had fallen from being a top first-rate sect to a second-rate sect. If they wanted to return to their peak state, who knew how long it would take for them to do so? However, due to a coincidence, Cheng Hui was able to connect with the Dragon Clan. Therefore, Cheng Hui himself was quite surprised. Recently, because he had helped the Dragon Clan, his strength had increased to its current level. With his current strength, Cheng Hui's strength had increased a lot. Moreover, the 10-sword sect's experts had also been gradually cultivated. As long as these experts were cultivated, it was only a matter of time before he regained his reputation and status. In fact, due to the continuous improvement of his strength recently, it had inflated the strength in his heart. He also wanted to spar with Li Zongjiu. However, he didn't expect that his dream would come true so quickly. While his words were still warm, Li Zongjiu had already appeared in front of him. Come on. Li Zongjiu beckoned to the person in front of him. After seeing Li Zongjiu, the sect master of the 10-sword sect, Cheng Hui was extremely nervous. However, when he looked at the 7-star moon slashing sword in his hand, he regained his courage. He didn't believe that anyone could be truly invincible. If that was the case, why didn't he establish a force to unify the entire continent? There must be a weakness. Are you really evil, Lord Li Zongjiu? I don't want to kill a nameless ghost with my sword. Cheng Hui was quite stubborn. Hearing Cheng Hui's words, Li Zongjiu immediately took a step forward. He pointed a finger at Cheng Hui's body. Immediately, Cheng Hui's body stiffened on the spot. At the same time, Li Zongjiu directly snatched the information from Cheng Hui's mind. However, he discovered that they were basically useless things. This idiot, what is he thinking about? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but stare blankly. This idiot's head was filled with thoughts of becoming number one in the world. He really didn't know how this idiot became the sect master. It was because he was too stupid. Turn yourself in at the Tianshui sect. Li Zongjiu did not want to deal with this guy. It would be too wasteful to kill them directly. Who knows? They might be able to make use of them in the future. After making good use of these people, they might be able to achieve better results. Li Zongjiu directly influenced Cheng Hui's will and made him take the initiative to complete the task. As for the 7 stars moon slashing sword, it was kept by Li Zongjiu. After all, this sword was not bad. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu did not like to collect treasures. With his pair of iron fists, he was invincible in the world. If he continued to be invincible, there would be no meaning in it. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not do anything like treasure hunting. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not plunder Dragon Island. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would definitely plunder all the treasures on Dragon Island. It was also because of this that Li Zongjiu did not have too many treasure hunting experiences to share in this life. With his talent, it was enough to kill and go against the flow. There was no need to create too much trouble. The situation in this life was different. In this life, he needed to strengthen the whole family, so Li Zongjiu also needed to plunder a lot of treasures. After Li Zongjiu used a strand of his will to control Cheng Hui to turn himself in, suddenly, he sensed that there was some movement in the distance. He immediately looked over. Yan ran. Boom! At the next moment, Li Zongjiu's figure burst forth and dashed forward. Clearly, it was Qi Yanran who called out to Li Zongjiu. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu also felt an extremely unusual power in this world. This power made Li Zongjiu's heart palpitate. It was not that Li Zongjiu was really afraid. It was the existence of the surrounding Yuan Qi that told Li Zongjiu that he should be afraid of these things. When Li Zongjiu rushed into this space, he realized that the surrounding situation was a little strange. Desolate heaven essence. Immediately, Li Zongjiu saw the desolate heaven essence floating in the air. He stretched out his hand and summoned the desolate heaven essence. Under the protection of the desolate heaven essence, the green bird Dao platform appeared. At this moment, the green bird Dao platform was in a dispirited state. However, there was a light that wrapped around the green bird Dao platform. Yanran. After Li Zongjiu's will connected with the green bird Dao platform's will, he realized that Qi Yanran was seriously injured. The green bird Dao platform was healing Qi Yanran's injuries. As for the green bird Dao platform, even Li Zongjiu could not open it. However, it was clear that Qi Yanran's life was not in danger. She was just unconscious. Qi Yanran probably did not know that she was inside the green bird Dao platform. Thankfully, the green bird Dao platform protected Qi Yanran in time. With the desolate heaven essence by her side, the desolate heaven essence was refined by Li Zongjiu. Hence, even though Qi Yanran was seriously injured, the desolate heaven essence's power did not change. It happened to protect the green bird Dao platform. However, the desolate heaven essence had already used up its last bit of strength. When it passed the green bird Dao platform to Li Zongjiu, it had lost its luster. Thankfully, Li Zongjiu had arrived early. Although Qi Yanran's life was not in danger, she had been injured. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. Li Zongjiu placed the green bird Dao platform into his spiritual hell. Even the desolate heaven essence was placed inside. The look in his eyes gradually changed. It's been a long time. I haven't wanted to kill someone so much in a long time. Get out here. Li Zongjiu roared towards the sky. Waves of blood immediately churned in a radius of 10,000 miles. A terrifying bloody aura soared into the sky, directly enveloping the sky and turning it into a bloody night. Immediately, 5 figures were forced out by Li Zongjiu's powerful aura. A terrifying will was born, forming a blood-colored skeleton in the sky. The skeleton's eyes were filled with madness and fear. This person's aura is so strong. Devour his yuan power and open the sky eye. Following that, the 5 of them immediately got into formation. Immediately, they took off their hats, revealing the 3rd eye on their foreheads. The 3rd eye, the devouring Yuan clan. A strange wave of energy surged towards Li Zongjiu. It seemed to be sealing Li Zongjiu's yuan power. As for Li Zongjiu's yuan power, it was indeed rapidly diminishing. No matter how strong he is, he will only become a corpse in front of the devouring Yuan clan. One of them said with a sneer. But in the next second, Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of him. His eyes met the other party's 3 eyes. Oh, is that so? Chapter 1439. Obviously, the 3 eyes were also stunned for a moment. This was because he couldn't imagine how Li Zongjiu could be so fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's neck. He tightened his grip. The man's eyes widened immediately. He had difficulty breathing, but his eyes were getting bigger and bigger. His eyeballs were completely bloodshot. After that, Li Zongjiu directly used 2 fingers to gouge out the latter's eyeballs. Li Zongjiu's movements weren't fast, and his strength was so strong that the man couldn't resist. Without any hesitation, he dug out the man's eyeballs. The eyeballs were still bloodshot, and all the strange things were connected to them. Coincidentally, the man from the Devouring Yuan clan opened his mouth, and Li Zongjio shoved his eyeballs into the man's mouth. Gulp! He swallowed the man's eyeballs in one bite. At the same time, Li Zongjio dug out the man's third eye. When the third eye was dug out, the man from the Devouring Yuan clan died instantly. He died just like that. How boring! Li Zongjio couldn't help but stare blankly. It seemed that directly digging out the third eye was too easy for them. If they died like this, how could Li Zongjio torture them? Seeing Li Zongjio kill one of them so easily, the remaining 4 people were shocked. What's going on? Our Devouring Yuan clan doesn't work on him? Impossible. As long as it's origin energy, we can capture it. He must be using some elixir. That's why he can resist. Use weapons. One of them said directly. It was impossible to say that Li Zongjio's origin energy wasn't affected at all. The Devouring Yuan clan wasn't called Devouring Yuan clan for nothing. It was able to easily remove their elemental energy. However, Li Zongjio's strength didn't seem to have weakened at all. Instead, he was still bursting with powerful combat strength, just like the woman from before. Immediately, the remaining 4 people also took out their weapons. The weapons in their hands were known as light energy weapons. The glowing longsword and the glowing broadsword were all glowing in his hands. Because these people had special abilities, they could directly devour elemental energy. But at the same time, they couldn't cultivate elemental energy themselves, but they could cultivate martial arts. After mastering powerful martial arts, it would be easier to kill the enemy. The only thing they were afraid of was some cultivators who were extremely powerful just by relying on the strength of their physical bodies. However, such people were few and far between. Moreover, the threat it posed was rather limited. As long as he could kill them, there would be no problem. The effulgence weapon in his hand was enough to destroy the physical body of any origin emperor. They brandished their effulgence weapons and slashed towards Li Zongjio. Boom! Li Zongjio, on the other hand, stood motionless. Li Zongjio was struck by his opponent's strength. There was no threat to him at all. Even Li Zongjio's physical defense couldn't be broken. One had to know that Li Zongjio's body had been tempered by the power of chaos. In addition to the ancient golden body art of the Dragon Clan, that was how the body of evil was created today. Li Zongjio himself also had a mysterious bloodline power in his body. Now that it was completely released, it also made Li Zongjio's strength extremely powerful. That's it. Li Zongjio slapped the 4 people in front of him and sent them flying. Immediately, the 4 people felt a buzzing sound. One of them received a bigger slap. He actually flung one of his eyeballs out of his head. Bang! Immediately his eyeball flew out and he was in great pain. The rest of them also seized the opportunity and kept hitting Li Zongjio with their effulgence weapons. However, Li Zongjio was unharmed. Bang! Li Zongjio directly grabbed the 2 people's heads and slammed them together. Immediately, the 2 people's heads were smashed into pieces at the same time. The pain was so clear that they could feel it. Li Zongjio directly tore apart the limbs of these people. Flesh and blood splattered in the sky. At the same time, it was the most direct attack that seriously injured the people from the Devouring Yuan clan. Although Li Zongjio already knew that these people were from the Devouring Yuan clan, he didn't care. He didn't care which clan they were from. As long as they offended Li Zongjio, they would die. No, sometimes there was another outcome. That was a fate worse than death. What? He's even more terrifying than us. Looking at their companions' organs being blown away one by one, Li Zongjio's fist was even more powerful than their most powerful effulgence weapons. They couldn't withstand Li Zongjio's attack at all. Seeing this, the remaining person was no match for Li Zongjio at all. He immediately abandoned his companion in a hurry and rushed into the distance. Boom! Although they couldn't cultivate origin energy, the Devouring Yuan clan possessed Devouring Yuan force. In fact, it was a special origin energy attribute. Although it wasn't very strong, it wasn't too difficult for them to fly. With such a heaven-defying ability, he could easily kill anyone else in an instant. It could be said that they were the fated enemies of all origin energy cultivators. However, they didn't expect to meet Li Zongjio, a freak who cultivated his physical body. Trying to run, Li Zongjio waved his hand and threw the 3 people from the devouring Yuan clan who were still alive into the Bell of Chaos. Now that Li Zongjio was also affected, the origin energy in his body was also extremely empty. Although he couldn't summon the power of hell, the Bell of Chaos controlled the chaotic energy, so it could be easily mobilized. It was a good opportunity to throw the devouring Yuan clan and the Dragon clan together and see what kind of sparks they could create. Li Zongjio's speed wasn't something that the 3-eyed creature from the devouring Yuan clan could contend with just by relying on his physical strength alone. However, Li Zongjio didn't chase after them directly. Instead, he followed them from afar. The latter entered the mountains and very wisely hid in a dark ravine. Li Zongjio's eyes were cold. He let one of them go. He wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Even so, it was difficult to eliminate the hatred in Li Zongjio's heart. Fortunately, Qi Yanran's life was saved by the presence of the Blue Bird platform. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would once again fall into endless pain and darkness if Qi Yanran's body was injured beyond repair. At that time, Li Zongjio would be in deep regret. Since the devouring Yuan clan dared to attack Qi Yanran, they couldn't blame Li Zongjio for it. The only one who escaped was from the devouring Yuan clan. He circled around a small mountain and looked back at the sky. Li Zongjio didn't come as he expected. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. How can there be such a terrifying person? It seems that only the Guangwu guards can get rid of him. The so-called Guangwu guards. In fact, they were selected from the devouring Yuan clan and subdued some powerful devouring Yuan beasts in the devouring Yuan realm. They were the guards who combined the two to fight. However, all of the Guangwu guards were fighting on Dragon Island. Therefore, they had to wait for the Guangwu guards to come back first. However, they had received quite a shock just now. Their eyeballs had been directly blasted out. For the people of the devouring Yuan clan, this was a very painful and heart-wrenching thing. Just thinking about it was enough to make them feel extreme pain. The 3rd eye on the forehead was equivalent to the heart of the devouring Yuan clan. Even if the body was smashed, as long as the eye was still there, they wouldn't die. At least there was hope to save them. Based on their appearance alone, the devouring Yuan race looked almost the same as the human race, even if their 3rd eye was covered. In fact, they didn't look any different from the human race. Therefore, it was easy for the devouring Yuan clan to hide among the human clan. Although they looked very similar to each other, they were very different in many aspects. The devouring Yuan clan was a big clan and was one of the 9 clans like the human clan. Now, the fallen race had been completely destroyed. Therefore, there were only 8 clans left. Finally, the devouring Yuan clan came to a valley after making a big detour. Obviously, this was the lair of the devouring Yuan clan. Chapter 1440. The living habits of the devouring Yuan clan were very different from that of the human clan. The devouring Yuan clan liked to use the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. They would dig a hole in the cave and bury half of their bodies in it. At the same time, they could absorb the energy of the earth. They could absorb the energy of the earth to strengthen the cultivation of their 3rd eye. The cultivation of the 3rd eye was what the devouring Yuan clan wanted to do all their lives. Only after the cultivation of the 3rd eye could they produce heaven light. Only then could they become a real Guangwu guard. Obviously, the 5 people were not at that level. The heavenly light that the 3rd eye could release was in fact a terrifying attack. It was extremely powerful. I'm back. Something bad has happened. Hurry up and inform the elders. There's a terrifying existence in the human clan. His physical quality is extremely strong. The first thing he did when he returned was to sound the alarm. Everyone come over. Let's gather our strength and send this message out. under the call of the devouring Yuan clan member. More than 500 devouring Yuan clan members in the devouring Yuan clan's lair gathered together. Then they listened carefully to the people who had just escaped and described how terrifying Li Zongjiu's strength was. When they heard the last part of the story, their faces were filled with shock. They looked at each other, their 3 eyes darting back and forth. Is there really such a powerful person? More than 500 people were chatting and discussing. There seemed to be a strange fluctuation in their voices. It was not obvious when there were only 1 or 2 of them. However, when there were many of them, there was a sound wave that was similar to that of bats vibrating in the air. When Li Zongjiu saw that most of the people had gathered, he decided to show himself. Boy, you did well. Li Zongjiu came to the side of the devouring Yuan clan member who had just escaped. He first patted him on the shoulder, and then, under his shocked gaze, he chopped his head off with the 7 stars moon slashing sword. However, he did not blind his eyes. Instead, he placed his head on a stone platform. It could be seen that his eyes were still blinking nonstop. Just stay here and watch how I kill them all. Li Zongjiu laughed, but the evil and horror contained in this smile was something that Li Zongjiu had never seen in his life. He had never been afraid before. Even dealing with Qi Yanran, this time was very easy for them. Qi Yanran was already the strongest person in the Holy Martial Continent besides Li Zongjiu. He wouldn't necessarily lose, even if he challenged the Lightning Dragon Patriarch one-on-one. However, he was still defeated by the devouring Yuan clan. This showed how powerful these people were. However, no matter how powerful he was, his fate was obvious when he met Li Zongjiu. Before the members of the devouring Yuan clan could react, Li Zongjiu raised his weapon and jumped into the crowd. In ancient times, the 7-star moon-slashing sword was the personal weapon of a saint. It was said that if the weapon could be used to its peak, it could easily summon the power of the 7 stars. It was enough to have the power to destroy the world. Li Zongjiu was holding the 7-star moon-slashing sword. The members of the devouring Yuan clan in front of him were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Li Zongjiu easily cut off their limbs. Although it was impossible to use Yuan Qi in this place, Li Zongjiu's body of the evil god was quite strong. It was easy to kill the people in front of him. However, Li Zongjiu didn't just want to kill them. He wanted to bring them endless pain. Therefore, after cutting off their limbs, Li Zongjiu didn't directly end their lives. The effulgence weapon in the hands of the devouring Yuan clan. It couldn't cause any injury to Zhao Kaishan at all. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could be said to have killed his way out. More than 500 people. They were cut down by Li Zongjiu. Some of them wanted to escape, but Li Zongjiu directly destroyed the rock cave in an instant. Boom! The rocks on the rock cave fell down and blocked all the exits. No one could get out. This might be an extremely gloomy day for the devouring Yuan clan. It was filled with blood-red darkness. In fact, the devouring Yuan clan also lived in the Saint Martial continent. However, they were very few in number. They were the descendants of the previous batch of people who went to war. Now, the devouring Yuan clan needed to find their own continent. Recently, the devouring Yuan clan had been planning something with the Dragon clan. They thought that they would be able to return to the devouring Yuan realm soon. However, they didn't expect that a terrifying god of death like Li Zongjiu would appear halfway. Now, the people in front of them all looked like they were in the depths of hell. Li Zongjiu walked in a pile of flesh and blood. Some of them were unable to endure the pain during the process and were directly hacked to death. However, the majority of them were still alive. They still had a breath of life left in them. Furthermore, their third eyes were still able to see everything clearly. Oh, there are 2 intact ones. Li Zongjiu found 2 intact members of the devouring Yuan clan in a pile of flesh and blood. The 2 of them seemed to have gone into hiding long ago. Now that Li Zongjiu had found them, they immediately hugged each other like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They roared in pain. Ah, No, don't kill us. We'll do whatever you want. We don't want to be cut off. The two young members of the devouring Yuan clan, a man and a woman, hugged each other tightly. They hugged each other tightly, not daring to look at Li Zongjiu again. Okay, I'm in a good mood today. Li Zongjiu grinned, which made people's hearts palpitate inexplicably. However, it was an extremely rare opportunity for them to live. Therefore, they stared at Li Zongjiu with their eyes wide open. They seemed to be asking what they could do for him to let them go. Whoever cuts off the other's hand, I'll let him go. Li Zongjiu stuck the 7 stars moon slashing sword in his hand into the ground. At the same time, he took a step back to give the two of them enough space. Killing each other? Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing would never happen. However, it had happened here. After experiencing Li Zongjiu's crazy and bloody killing scene, they felt that it was too late. Their psychological defenses had been completely broken through. Therefore, under such circumstances, they could do anything. The two of them were obviously shocked. They didn't expect Li Zongjiu to make such a request. They wanted to strangle Li Zongjiu to death. Sir, we know we were wrong. Please let us go. Sir, we know we were wrong. As the young man spoke, he knelt down and approached the 7 stars moon slashing sword. Then, when the woman wasn't paying attention, he pulled out the sword and slashed it behind him. The young woman from the devouring Yuan clan was directly cut in half. Naturally, his third eye was also split open. Li Zongjiu didn't expect this kid to be so decisive and ruthless. You're good. I won't kill you. Li Zongjiu didn't kill him. However, Li Zongjiu didn't leave. At this moment, the head that Li Zongjiu had chopped off at the beginning had completely stopped breathing. In the nameless valley, the painful wails of the people from the devouring Yuan clan could be heard. It was like a hell of the devouring Yuan clan, constantly summoning the remaining members of the devouring Yuan clan. Li Zongjiu took the soul of the last surviving member of the devouring Yuan clan. Li Zongjiu found the specific situation of this group of people from the devouring Yuan clan in his memory. It turned out that this was only a small group of people. They had basically lost the original ability of the devouring Yuan clan. Originally, the people from the devouring Yuan clan could basically open their sky eyes in the devouring Yuan realm. They had the power of the sky eyes. However, this group of people hadn't returned to the devouring Yuan realm for many generations. Therefore, they had lost this ability. Now, some of the people from the devouring Yuan clan who had opened their sky eyes had gone to Dragon Island and formed an alliance with a guy called Evil Dragon God. Now, they were helping Evil Dragon God to take over Dragon Island. Chapter 1441. To put it simply, the Evil Dragon God had rebelled. Li Zongjiu didn't know what kind of agreement they had reached. However, Li Zongjiu wasn't going to let the devouring Yuan clan continue to be arrogant. Although Li Zongjiu didn't have any enmity with the devouring Yuan clan, they had injured Qi Yanran. The enmity had been officially formed. Annihilate the devouring Yuan clan. After that, Li Zongjiu soared into the sky and charged towards the Dragon Island. An enormous amount of mental energy spread out in the sky. It was like a surging wave that swept across the sky. Soon, in the southwest corner of the sky, Li Zongjiu locked onto a secret area. Found it. The Dragon Island was always moving and floating all year round. As for exactly where it would appear in the next moment, it was also an uncertain situation. However, with Li Zongjiu's cultivation in the Absolute Saint realm, it wasn't too difficult for him to find the direction. When Li Zongjiu charged towards Dragon Island, Cheng Hui, the sect master of 10 Sword Sect, had already arrived at Stellar City. Tiangang City was also a city within the Sky Water Sect. Now that there were 3 top experts from Sparrow Divine Palace guarding the city, they would be able to fend off the Dragon Tribe's invasion. Therefore, these people became bolder. After all, they didn't have a good place to go. Therefore, they were arranged to stay in front of Stellar City. The 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace were very arrogant. After all, they were above the imperial family and didn't take them seriously at all. However, after knowing that Li Tianqing was Li Zhongzhou's father, they became very polite to him. He immediately became polite to Li Tianqing. He even asked about his well-being as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Compared to the people in front of them, the three elders of Sparrow Divine Palace clearly knew how powerful Li Zhongzhou was. He wasn't as simple as they thought. If it was said that Li Zhongzhou already possessed heaven-defying strength, it would not be strange at all. Therefore, while the three elders were rude to others, they were extremely respectful to Li Tianqing. Furthermore, the palatial lords of his family were all his daughters-in-law. How high was Li Tianqing's status? Li Tianqing himself felt flattered. Although he didn't know exactly how powerful his son was, Li Tianqing at least had an idea of the strength of the three elders in front of him. They were the top experts of the continent, experts who came out of the untainted land. How could such strength be underestimated? Of course, Li Tianqing wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. If the other party gave him some face, he could just accept it. He couldn't just take it. Otherwise, no one could predict what would happen if he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Li Tianqing had the right to intervene in dealing with the aftermath, he wouldn't actually do such things. After all, he didn't come into contact with many things. Moreover, a casual decision of these people would determine the lives of tens of millions of people. Li Tianqing only played a role in this. He didn't participate in the discussion process, just as everyone was discussing in Tiangang City. Suddenly, an uninvited guest came. The people of Tianshui sect were quite clear about the identity of this person. It was the sect master of Ten Sword Sect, Cheng Hui. Wasn't the person in front of them the sect master of Ten Sword Sect? During the crusade against Ten Sword Sect, this guy hid very well. He directly hid most of the elites of Ten Sword Sect. Later, they were finally found by the people of Tianshui sect and the Xinyan dynasty. After being beaten up, Cheng Hui's attitude of apologizing was very sincere, and he almost knelt down directly. When everyone saw Cheng Hui's sincere attitude, they thought that Cheng Hui already knew that he was wrong and couldn't continue to kill him. They didn't expect Cheng Hui to come again at this moment. Moreover, when he appeared here, everyone could clearly feel how powerful Cheng Hui's strength was. In just a few years, Cheng Hui had broken through to the realm of 7th grade sovereign. It was very shocking. Cheng Hui, what are you doing here? When Gong Yu saw Cheng Hui, she immediately frowned and said, the current Ten Sword sect was in the Tianyan dynasty and couldn't even be considered as a second-rate sect. However, Cheng Hui's own strength had improved greatly, which made people vigilant. Unexpectedly, when Cheng Hui saw Gong Yu and the others, he directly knelt down with a plop. I was the one who colluded with the Dragon Clan and leaked the location of your meeting to the Dragon Clan. I was also the one who ordered the massacre of the city. I was also the one who wrote that threatening letter. All of this was orchestrated by the Dragon Clan. I was just an executor. The evil dominator ordered me to surrender myself. Whatever you want to know, you can ask me directly. Cheng Hui knelt on the ground, as if he was memorizing a script, and told the whole story. Evil Lord's order? If what Cheng Hui had done was really as he had said, then he was simply an unpardonable and heinous sinner of the human race. It was no wonder that Cheng Hui's strength improved so quickly. It was because of the treasures exchanged from the dragon tribe, which directly allowed Cheng Hui's strength to improve rapidly. Cheng Hui, how dare you? When Gong Yu heard this, she was furious. She immediately caught Cheng Hui in front of the crowd and thoroughly interrogated him. Cheng Hui immediately told the story of how he got involved with the dragon tribe. In the end, all of this was known to everyone. In fact, the dragon tribe didn't do anything at all. It was Cheng Hui from the Ten Sword sect who played tricks behind the scenes. Moreover, the Ten Sword sect had accumulated many treasures from the dragon tribe. They ordered Cheng Hui to hand over all of them. In addition to the 7 stars moon slashing sword, which was taken away by Li Zongjiu, Cheng Hui also obtained 3 treasures. One of them was the fire flag. It was extremely powerful. With the power of the fire flag, it directly slaughtered the people of a city. When these matters were discussed, the expressions on everyone's faces had already changed. They did not expect that a mere Cheng Hui would actually be able to do such a heartless thing. He had even nearly wiped out the leaders of the 3 dynasties. If Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran hadn't arrived in time, Cheng Hui would have succeeded. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Cheng Hui's plan was so close to being a success. At that time, Cheng Hui's 10-sword sect would become the top sect of the continent, and they would be wiped out completely. The rest of the history would be made up by Cheng Hui. What a vicious heart! I didn't expect you to be so daring. Gong Yu said coldly. Everyone, how should we punish this person? Gong Yu looked at the rest of the people. Cheng Hui was definitely going to die. After doing such a thing, how could they let him continue living? So what if he was in the Supreme Being realm? Thus, everyone began to spread the word that they would use different methods to execute Cheng Hui. After all, what Cheng Hui had done was intolerable and intolerable. What do you think, Haiduk Li? Emperor Xingyan looked at Li Tianqing. Although Li Tianqing wasn't involved in politics, it wasn't difficult for him to express his opinion on this kind of thing. Did they really want him to sit on the bench and watch for the whole day? Since this little thief betrayed the human race and gained the trust of the Dragon Clan, we might as well let this little thief mix in with the Dragon Clan and collect information for us. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Li Tianqing said. These words were a reminder to everyone. In fact, it wasn't that no one had thought of this way of dealing with things, but after saying it out loud, no one would necessarily listen to you. However, the weight of Li Tianqing's words was different. They must listen to Li Tianqing's opinion. With that said, everyone listened to him. In addition, this idea was indeed good. However, who could guarantee Cheng Hui's loyalty? Cheng Hui, I order you to go undercover in Dragon Island and collect information about the Dragon Clan. Are you willing to do so? Li Tianqing asked. Cheng Hui is under the control of the will of Evil Lord. He will listen to any orders. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. After all, Cheng Hui was a Supreme Being realm expert. Now, no one knew where Li Zongjiu was, but his influence was so far-reaching. It was really terrifying. Chapter 1442. East of Dragon Island. The land of Dragon Island stretched for millions of miles. It was floating in the sky. Every day, it would drift for hundreds of thousands of miles. After all, the sea area was vast, and no one had ever reached the end of it. The deeper one went into the sea, the more one would be ravaged by the endless waves and the sea wind. Even if one had the golden body of the Dragon Clan, one would only end up being torn into dragon jerky if he got close. Hence, no one had ever tried to uncover the secrets in the deep sea. East of Dragon Island, a few giant dragons descended from the sky. One of them fell directly to the ground, drawing a long gully in the ground, dragging out a mark that was 1,000 meters long. The one that fell to the ground was a purple giant dragon. There were many wounds on its body. It was being chased by 3 golden giant dragons and 1 white giant dragon. There was a figure standing on each of the dragons' backs. Long Ji, why are you still resisting? Join Lord Evil Dragon God's team. With your cultivation, you will be at least a deputy commander. Your position is higher than mine. Why not? One of the golden giant dragons spoke in human language. It had become a habit for many years. Even in terms of language, they were considered to be the same. They wanted to persuade Long Ji to surrender. Long Ji did not waste her energy to maintain her giant dragon form. She immediately transformed back into her human form. The rest of the giant dragons also transformed when they saw this. Anyway, Long Ji had nowhere to run. If he could persuade Long Ji to surrender, then the evil dragon god would have another fierce general under his command. It would definitely be a great merit. Since when did the giant dragon clan get trampled under the feet of the devouring Yuan clan? Long Ji said flatly. She was referring to the giant dragon clan. She had just become the mount of the devouring Yuan clan. This was absolutely impossible for the noble giant dragon clan. Even if it happened, it would not happen so easily. Under the control of the devouring Yuan clan, even someone as strong as Long Ji could not use her Yuan power. Hence, she could only fight with her own body. However, she was up against 5 golden dragon warriors. Long Ji had already cultivated the ancient golden body of the Ba Gu a long time ago. Coupled with the mental control of the white dragon race, Long Ji could be said to be powerless against the combined forces of the 6 of them. She was defeated just like that. Even if they wanted to escape from the Dragon Island, they had already lost their chance. Long Ji had never thought that things would be so serious. He had never thought that the other party would have joined forces with the devouring Origin clan. This greatly reduced the resistance and combat strength of the dragons. In a situation where he was unable to use his Yuan power, his body had become rather dangerous. We're merely in a cooperative relationship. If the lords of the dragon tribe wish to step on my head, you can do so as well. Hey! A man from the devouring Yuan clan stepped forward and said nonchalantly, that's right. He had helped the golden dragon and the others out of their predicament. In that case, both sides were in an equal partnership. Even if they were allowed to ride for a while, they wouldn't have any complaints. You have a glib tongue. You must be one of the top figures in the devouring Yuan clan. Long Ji looked at the member of the devouring Yuan clan and said, the man from the devouring Yuan clan lowered his head and smiled. He took a step forward. I'm not considered a figure, but I do have a name. Miss Long Ji, you can call me Tunchi. Tunchi said, Tunchi? This name really makes me uncomfortable. Of course, it's not as pleasant as Miss Long Ji's name. Tunchi didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he praised Long Ji. Jin Shan, don't you want me to surrender? Sure, twist off this Tunchi's head and stomp it into a pulp. Then, I'll surrender and join your evil dragon god's camp. How about that? Long Ji said. When the other party heard that Long Ji had agreed, he was surprised. However, Bai Long reacted quickly. Long Ji, don't try to sow discord here. You and I have learned the 36 stratagems of the human tribe. You'd better surrender now. Otherwise, we'll have to fight again and hurt our friendship. Bai Long said. Bai Shi-san, how dare you say that you cultivate mental strength with your low IQ? After the devouring Yuan clan has killed all the people in the Draconic Penitentiary, they'll find a way to kill the Golden Dragon tribe and the White Dragon tribe. Long Ji said coldly. It was just a casual remark. Of course. Long Ji didn't expect Jin Shan and the others to kill the devouring Yuan clan. Moreover, once they started fighting, it was still unknown whether they could win. Since Miss Long Ji is so stubborn, we have no choice but to offend her. Brothers from the dragon tribe, let's take her down first. Tunchi said coldly. With the devouring Yuan clan strength, it was impossible for them to defeat Long Ji alone. Long Ji, we're sorry. Jin Shan and the other 4 experts from the Golden Dragon tribe took a step forward and threw a punch at Long Ji. Long Ji raised her hand to block it. The strength of the energy formed by the 5 of them was enough to shatter the surrounding space. Boom! Long Ji's figure was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, Long Ji was a mixed blood. Her body's defense was above that of an ordinary dragon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become an expert in the Draconic Penitentiary so easily. Damn it! Before they could get up, the 5 experts from the Golden Dragon tribe had rearranged their formation and were flying toward Long Ji. Boom! Their escape routes had been completely sealed off. The devouring Yuan clan was also in hot pursuit. She continued to control the surrounding Yuan power with her own strength. "We don't want to hurt you. You forced us to do this." Jin Shan let out a low roar. This roar was like a thunderclap exploding on the ground. Boom! Jin Shan threw out a punch. The powerful essence energy was like a landslide, and the earth was split open. Long Ji's body was severely injured. Bang! Long Ji's body fell to the ground. A few of her bones were broken. Cough, cough! She spat out a mouthful of blood. The experts from the devouring Yuan clan could not only control the enemy's Yuan power, but they could also give the people on their side the right to use their Yuan power. However, under the mental strength of the White Dragon tribe, he could also easily recover the energy he had expended. "You have no chance of winning," Jin Shan said flatly. Everyone gathered behind Jin Shan. They had wanted to keep Long Ji here, but it seemed like it would be difficult to do so now. They were powerful and loyal to the dragon ancestor. "Let me tell you the truth. The evil dragon god has found where the dragon ancestor is and obtained the dragon ancestor's power. Do you think the rest of you have a chance?" Jin Shan shook his head and sighed. A wise man submits to circumstances, although the people from the devouring Yuan clan must be up to something. Their schemes were weak in the face of absolute power. Therefore, after the evil dragon god unified the Dragon Island, the people of the devouring Yuan clan would definitely become ghosts under his claws. Of course, he couldn't tell them about this yet. If he did, it would ruin the cooperation between the two clans. It would be troublesome in the future. However, Jin Shan and the others had obviously underestimated the people from the devouring Yuan clan. After all, the dragon tribe might not be that intelligent. Swoosh! Just as Long Ji was about to die, she heard a whooshing sound. It sounded like something was coming from above. The sun on Dragon Island was glaring. However, when Long Ji raised her head slightly, she could vaguely see a figure with robes flapping under the sun. The sword in his hand looked familiar. Isn't that the 7-star moon slashing sword? The Sparrow Dragon tribe leader had no collection. "It took me a while to find them," Li Zongjio said flatly. The Dragon Island was even wider than the St. Martial continent. It wasn't easy for them to catch up and find the devouring Yuan clan's traces. Since he had sensed the fluctuation of Yuan power, he decided to take a look first. As expected, Li Zongjio soon found 6 people from the devouring Yuan clan. "It's him." Long Ji was shocked when she heard Li Zongjio's voice. Chapter 1443. Li Zongjio landed in the middle of the 2 groups of people. He turned around and glanced at Long Ji. The latter was obviously severely injured. However, Li Zongjio did not say much as he stared at Tun Chi and the rest. "You people from the giant dragon tribe can get lost now. This has nothing to do with you," Li Zongjio said calmly. He was not afraid of the giant dragon tribe, but he did not want to get entangled with the people in front of him. He was not in the mood to deal with this and that. If they were obedient, he would let them go. However, if they were not obedient, Li Zongjio would have no choice but to deal with them. How arrogant! When Jin Shan heard Li Zongjio's arrogance, he was immediately displeased. Li Zongjio didn't even put the giant dragon race in his eyes. How could he directly ask them to scram? How could they tolerate this? "You're not from the giant dragon tribe, but a human." However, Bai Shi San from the White Dragon tribe discovered the crux of the matter. Li Zongjio was actually a human. Where did he come from? How could a human come to their Dragon Island? The height of the Dragon Island alone was not something an ordinary human could withstand. Moreover, the Dragon Island did not have a specific location. How did Li Zongjio find his way here? Everyone was shocked. Since ancient times, there had never been a human who could reach the Dragon Island directly. However, judging by Li Zongjio's attitude, he seemed to have found this place specifically to cause trouble for the devouring Yuan tribe. "Human brat, the Dragon Island is not a place you can come and go as you please. How dare you speak such arrogant words?" If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will lose all respect for the Dragon Island. Jin Shan could not care less. No matter what Li Zongjie was here for, he must destroy him today. Only then could he protect the dignity of the giant dragon tribe. Tan Chi looked at Li Zongjie. They did not know Li Zongjie. Why would he appear here? And after he appeared, was he here to cause trouble for the Devouring Origin clan? Did he have a grudge against them? Wait a minute. Who are you? Our Devouring Yuan clan has never attacked the human tribe. Who are you? Tan Chi immediately stared at Li Zongjie. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the third eye and landed on Li Zongjie. The light wasn't dazzling, but Li Zongjie could see countless Devouring Yuan clan members wailing in agony. Countless suffering souls seemed to be following Li Zongjie. No, not with Li Zongjie. It was Li Zongjie who had bound these souls to him. Torture was being carried out. He was suffering endless pain, never to be reincarnated. In the end, such a situation occurred. With just a glance, Tan Chi felt as though he had walked through hell. Immediately he was drenched in sweat. There was deep fear in his eyes as he stared at Li Zongjie. You, how dare you kill the Devouring Yuan clan members? Tan Chi stared at Li Zongjie. The anger and fear in his eyes almost drove Tan Chi crazy. The other 4 members of the Devouring Yuan clan also released their light martial weapons. Kill this man! The Devouring Yuan clan members shouted in unison. Jin Shan glanced at Bai Shi San from the White Dragon clan. After all, the White Dragon clan was smarter. Therefore, they would consider Bai Shi San's suggestion before making any decision. Bai Shi San immediately understood that Li Zongjie was here to seek revenge. That was why he had killed so many people from the Devouring Yuan clan. He probably wanted to kill the rest of the Devouring Yuan clan members as well. That was why he had chased them all the way to Dragon Island. Bai Shi San nodded at Jin Shan and the others. He meant that they could act now. Since they were all enemies, it was not a problem to kill one more. Moreover, they were still allies with the Devouring Yuan clan. They could not give up just like that. Now that Dragon Island had yet to be conquered, they still needed the help of the Devouring Yuan clan. Come on, show me what you've got after chasing us all the way here. Jin Shan also let out a roar. The other 4 Golden Dragon clan members also attacked. They dashed towards Li Zongjie. Swoosh! The few of them moved together. They did not want to be careless. They wanted to finish off their opponents quickly. Come on! Li Zongjie also wanted to compete with these dragons. It seemed that these existences had nothing much to say. Sooner or later, such conflicts would arise. Li Zongjie might as well deal with them directly now. He had thought that in this life, Li Zongjie would not have to look for the dragon souls of the 4 supreme beings of the Dragon Clan. More or less, he would not have to deal with Dragon Island. However, it seemed like a battle was unavoidable. Li Zongjie then clashed with the other party. Boom! A man and a sword clashed with the other party. There were 5 of them on the other side. Li Zongjie took a step back after the collision. As for the 5 dragon tribes, all of them took 3 steps back instantly. They retreated in unison. This kind of mighty and domineering power also shocked the 5 great Golden Dragon tribe members. The eyes of the White Dragon clan members lit up. They were obviously shocked. Long Ji saw this scene too. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Damn, that's too awesome. Long Ji's eyes were also filled with excitement. She did not expect Li Zongjie to bring her such a big surprise. I knew that this guy was not simple. Long Ji seemed to see hope in her eyes. Although she did not know why Li Zongjie would suddenly appear to help her, Long Ji knew that as long as Li Zongjie was here, she would definitely have a chance to convince Li Zongjie. At least now, she had a common enemy with Li Zongjie. That was the Devouring Yuan clan. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could not let it go. Is this guy really from the human clan? Jin Shan and the others looked at each other. Looking at Li Zongjio in front of them, they recalled the collision just now. The other party was like a piece of pure iron that could not be shaken at all. They could only be forced to retreat. And she wasn't alone here. Instead, all 5 of them were easily forced to retreat. The few of them were quite shocked. Li Zongjio casually swung his arm. "That's all you have?" Li Zongjio could not help but frown. He thought that the Golden Dragon clan was more powerful than he had imagined. However, when they collided for the first time, he realized that the Golden Dragon clan in front of him did not seem to be able to exert any strength at all. They could not resist his power at all. That was why they mocked him. "Damn it. Activate my Yuan power. I'm going to give this guy a good beating." Tan Chi nodded. Tan Chi wanted to get rid of Li Zongjio as soon as possible. Li Zongjio had killed so many people from the devouring Yuan clan. Firstly, it was a heinous crime. Secondly, the fact that he could do so showed that his strength was extremely terrifying. At least his physical quality was extremely strong. Otherwise, a cultivator who specialized in cultivating Yuan power would instantly be reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered when he met the devouring Yuan clan. Now that they saw Li Zongjio forcing the 5 golden dragons to retreat, they could not help but be frightened. They might even be in danger. If the Golden Dragon clan could not deal with Li Zongjio, they would be the ones who would be stabbed in the end. The people from the devouring Yuan clan were not stupid. Although they had been blinded by their anger, they still had their intellect. At this moment, they could clearly think of a way to deal with Li Zongjio. Buzz! A ray of light energy landed on Jin Shan's body. Jin Shan's power was completely restored. Even the people from the devouring Yuan clan could not undo the effect of the devouring Yuan power at will. For example, Tan Chi had to concentrate his power to make Jin Shan regain his Yuan power in this area. The rest of the people had to maintain the devouring Yuan power. Only in this way could the devouring Yuan power be created and ensure that Li Zongjio and the rest could not use their Yuan power. Roar! Abundant Yuan power instantly flowed into Jin Shan's body. Jin Shan immediately roared angrily. His strength was also constantly breaking through. His aura was overwhelming. In the end, he stopped at the level of a 9th grade sovereign. He had not reached the honorable realm. However, in Jin Shan's opinion, the strength of a 9th grade sovereign was more than enough to deal with Li Zongjio. "Now, take another punch from me." Jin Shan's original strength, under the condition that he possessed elemental energy, was 10 times stronger than when he possessed elemental energy. He threw out a punch. In an instant, it was as if thousands of giant dragons and divine eagles were flapping their wings at the same time. Such terrifying power surged from the sky and the ground. Chapter 1444. Facing Jin Shan's punch, Li Zongjio gave him the same respect. He used 50% of his strength. Boom! Jin Shan gave it his all. Under Li Zongjio's punch, Jin Shan's body was sent flying. Jin Shan's speed was even faster than Jin Shan's. Jin Shan's body was sent flying. After crashing into a mountain 1,000 meters away, he was buried in the ruins and never got up. He was probably crippled. On Li Zongjio's fist, a trace of chaotic energy gradually disappeared. Chaotic energy. You have mastered the chaotic energy. Tan Chi's eyes suddenly widened. Tan Chi was very sensitive when it came to discovering the attributes of power. In reality, the devouring Yuan clan did not only possess Yuan power. They also possessed some elemental energy, which they could easily devour. However, they were unable to refine some of the higher elemental energies because their elemental energy was too strong. Moreover, they were viewed as a nemesis. Basically, one would only end up dead after encountering these people. Therefore, once they encountered someone who had mastered high-level powers, only the more powerful devouring Yuan clan could affect them. Jin Shan did not expect to encounter one of them. Tan Chi could not believe it herself. When the rest of the Golden Dragon clan saw Jin Shan giving it his all, they circulated their yuan power. They clearly had enough strength to easily smash Li Zongjio into pieces with one punch. However, in the next second, they were sent flying. Not only did he fail to injure Li Zongjio, but he was also sent flying. This was simply a terrifying reversal of the situation. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Therefore, the four of them took a small step back. When they looked at Li Zongjio again, they understood how terrifying the person in front of them was. "What's wrong? Are you all scared?" At this moment, Long Ji also stood up. She seemed to have swallowed a pill, and her injuries had healed quite a bit. Fortunately, Li Zongjio was here. Otherwise, Long Ji would not have dared to speak so arrogantly. Li Zongjio did not care about Long Ji's provocation. As long as he killed the devouring Yuan clan and achieved his goal, it would be fine. This person has the chaotic energy. Our devouring Yuan realm is ineffective against him. Moreover, he is quite strong. We are no match for him. We have to retreat quickly. Tan Qi did not lose her rationality because of hatred. Mainly, even if she killed her way out, she might not be able to gain any benefits. She might not be able to defeat Li Zongjio. Hence, it was best for them to escape as soon as possible. The chaotic force was not something they could contend against right now. If they were late, they would definitely be killed by Li Zongjio. However, even if they wanted to escape, Li Zongjio had never agreed. "What a joke! I didn't say you can leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjio also charged out. Boom! There seemed to be a surge of energy under his feet. Li Zongjio's speed exploded in an instant. The first thing he did was to reach Tan Qi, then he broke Tan Qi's throat. Bang! Tan Qi only had time to let out a wail. Then Li Zongjio killed her. She fell to the ground. The rest of the Golden Dragon clan also wanted to delay Li Zongjio. As they attacked, they were all easily sent flying by Li Zongjio. Jin Shan, who had been sent flying earlier, was still buried in the ruins and had never appeared. It could be seen how serious the injury from that punch was. One punch for one. They were all very weak. None of the devouring Yuan clan members who wanted to escape could run away. Even with the effulgence weapon in their hands, they could not leave any injuries on Li Zongjio's body. The 7-star moon slashing sword easily killed the people in front of him. Boom! The rest of the devouring Yuan clan members were also slashed to pieces by Li Zongjio. However, they were still alive because of their strong vitality. As long as their third eye was not damaged, they could continue to live. Bai Shi-san was stunned when he saw Li Zongjio's terrifying fighting strength. Then he turned into a white dragon and flew into the distance. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? Behind White 13, no idea when Long Ji's figure appeared. She was combing her hair with an exquisite wooden comb. She was a little embarrassed after being beaten up. Therefore, she had to maintain her delicate image and always carried a comb with her. When Bai Shi-san heard the voice behind him, he was scared out of his wits. Without the devouring Yuan clans devouring Yuan territory, naturally, Long Ji's strength had recovered to its peak. These guys had chased her until she was in such a sorry state. Naturally, Long Ji wanted to take revenge. Bai Shi-san released his mental strength. It formed a powerful mental attack that rushed toward Long Ji. "What are you doing? I haven't even tidied up my hair. Are you trying to rebel?" Long Ji's tone was full of resentment. Then she raised her palm. Bai Shi-san's power was suppressed instantly. Roar! Bai Shi-san knew that his attack would not have any effect on the latter. Immediately, he moved his body in a panic. At the same time, he fled into the distance. Obviously, a strong sense of danger was approaching rapidly. In the next second, Bai Shi-san's body fell from the sky quickly. Boom! In front of Long Ji. Bai Shi-san's power was no threat at all. "Thank you for taking care of me before." Long Ji came in front of Bai Shi-san. Her eyes were filled with a smile that frightened Bai Shi-san. In the next second, she smashed Bai Shi-san's head. Then she took out the dragon pearl. At the same time, she extracted Bai San's dragon soul. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend your sister, Longji. In Longji's palm, Bai San's soul was suspended. She directly sent it into the dragon pearl. Soon, Bai San's soul was sealed in the dragon pearl. With Bai San's power, he could not break the power of the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl in her hand became a dragon soul pearl. The value of the dragon soul pearl was self-evident. Whether it was to the dragon clan or the human clan, it was equivalent to a supreme treasure. The main thing was to refine the dragon soul pearl directly and integrate the power within it into one's own body. It was also a very powerful object. For some people, they could directly exert the magical effect of the dragon soul pearl to the extreme. They could even completely release the power of the dragon soul pearl in an instant, forming a terrifying tide of power. They could completely release the power of the dragon soul pearl in one go. It could directly become a powerful weapon. There were many magical effects. However, the creation of the dragon soul pearl required a lot of effort. One dragon soul pearl required an entire giant dragon. It was naturally easy for Longji, who had recovered her strength, to kill Bai San in an instant. It was no wonder that Jin Shan and the others wanted to recruit Longji. She was too powerful. Even if they wanted to mobilize the devouring Yuan clan, they would need to send out 5 experts. Li Zongjio had already killed everyone on the spot. He used a gunny sack to put the heads of Tun Chi and the others together. Since Li Zongjio had said that he would kill them all, how could he go back on his words? He had to kill everyone from the devouring Yuan clan. When the time came, he would pile the heads in front of the experts from the devouring Yuan clan and let them feel despair. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of collecting heads. Long Ji's figure flew over. She saw Li Zongjio's actions. However, Li Zongjio ignored Long Ji because Li Zongjio was not in the mood. Yes. When Long Ji saw Li Zongjio's cold expression, she could not help but curl her lips. In the dragon tribe, this old lady was considered a flower. How could this brat look down on me? I can only say that you have no taste. Li Zongjio caught the dragon soul pearl and looked at it. Finally, he looked at Long Ji with an astonished gaze because the dragon soul pearl in his hand was not simple. In order to inject the dragon soul into the dragon soul pearl, one would need to be extremely strong. The dragon soul pearl was extremely fragile, and the dragon soul was extremely strong. It was like stuffing a piece of tofu into a rock. How could an ordinary person do it? However, after stuffing it in, the power of the dragon soul pearl would gradually increase. This was the true power of the dragon soul pearl, using the dragon soul to nurture the dragon soul pearl. This was also one of the ways to upgrade the dragon soul pearl. However, under normal circumstances, no one would do this as it was too costly. Sure enough, the experts who came out of the Draconic Penitentiary were not ordinary. My Draconic Penitentiary secret technique. Long Ji saw Li Zongjio's gaze and immediately understood. At the same time, she was surprised. Li Zongjio seemed to know about the dragon's soul pearl. What a terrifying and mysterious guy. Those who came out of the Draconic Penitentiary were extremely terrifying. However, looking at Li Zongjio's attitude, he was probably one of the most ruthless people in the human clan. After cleaning up, Li Zongjio was ready to kill everyone on the Dragon Island. However, he still needed a lot of time to find them. For Li Zongjio, time was the last thing he lacked. Seeing that Li Zongjio was about to leave, Long Ji quickly said, "I will help you find the devouring Yuan clan. I know where they are. You killed the devouring Yuan clan. I will clean up the devouring Yuan clan. You can do whatever you want with them. I will give you all the dragon soul pearls that I have." Li Zongjio stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Long Ji, plus the Dragon King's treasury. Chapter 1445. The Dragon King's Treasury. Almost every Dragon King would have their own treasure trove, which was specially used to collect treasures. Most of the dragon tribe had such a hobby. They would find a place to store their treasures. Usually it would form a treasury. Li Zongjio was not interested in these small treasures. However, there must be something powerful in the Dragon King's treasury. The dragon tribe had a history of tens of thousands of years. The Heavenly Demon tribe and the Heavenly Sparrow tribe, which used to be one of the top 3 demon tribes, had fallen to their current state. On the other hand, the dragon tribe had risen steadily. Now, they had even reached a point where they wanted to devour the entire continent. With such courage and confidence, he naturally had absolute strength. Deal. Long Ji only hesitated for half a second before she agreed. For Long Ji, there must be something powerful in the Dragon King's treasury. However, in the eyes of the entire dragon tribe, these precious items were just SOSO. Even if there was something extremely precious that couldn't be spread to the human tribe, Long Ji still agreed to it right away. After all, she needed a fierce fighter like Li Zongjio. Chaotic body, where could she find such a helper? Long Ji knew the value of Li Zongjio. She knew that there must be a powerful force in Li Zongjio. She did not expect Li Zongjio to reach such a level. It was terrifying. How did he master the power of chaos? Even Long Ji and the other members of the Draconic Penitentiary had not been able to find the existence of the power of chaos. Now that Li Zongjio had popped out and possessed the power of chaos, it was naturally shocking. Let's go, Li Zongjio said faintly. He held the 7-star moon slashing sword. He was ready to kill at any time. He wanted to kill all the devouring Yuan clan members. That was the most important thing. He couldn't wait any longer. All right. Long Ji nodded. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of white light. Although she was injured, Long Ji had many treasures in her hands. She ate a little and recovered to her peak state. His speed was also very fast. Li Zongjio followed closely behind. He rode on his sword. Otherwise, it would feel weird flying in the air. At the same time, flying on a sword would save him some energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them flew above the Dragon Island. Li Zongjio looked at the scenery of Dragon Island under his feet. Although the last time he came to Dragon Island was 3,000 years later, Dragon Island at that time was almost the same as now. It was still in a state of exuberant vitality. There weren't many changes. However, when Li Zongjio and the others flew past a barrier, they found that they had arrived at a barren land full of red rocks. At the same time, they felt a scorching heat. The Rocky Mountains below had been directly burned red. If he fell, he would definitely be cooked. At the mouth of the volcano below, a terrifying flame rushed out with a boom. The flame exploded and splattered everywhere. However, Li Zongjio wasn't afraid. To Li Zongjio, such a commotion didn't pose a threat at all. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the world. This was originally the resting place of the flaming giant dragons, the nest of the flaming dragon tribe. However, the flaming dragon tribe has rebelled. Long Ji came to Li Zongjio's side and said softly. Li Zongjio saw a few dragon corpses lying in the magma. Usually, these flaming giant dragons bathed in the magma. Hence, the magma couldn't burn their bodies. Even if they were killed, they still stayed here. There were traces of battle everywhere. It seemed that Dragon Island wasn't peaceful either. In fact, the battle of the dragon tribe didn't spread to the territory of the human tribe. To the top experts of the dragon tribe, after unifying Dragon Island, it wouldn't be difficult to conquer the human tribe's mainland. After all, there weren't many experts in the human tribe. In fact, the human tribe was declining faster than the dragon tribe. After so many years, there hadn't been a single absolute saint expert. Such a human tribe could only be described as struggling at death's door. I'm not interested in your affairs. Li Zongjio didn't intend to continue listening, because Li Zongjio wasn't here to solve the problem of the dragon tribe. He was here to reap the lives of these damned, devouring Yuan clan. Up ahead is the first checkpoint, the Flaming Mountain. The dragon tribe was also divided into different ranks. Those who lived in the outermost layer were the dragon tribe that controlled the power of the elements. For example, the earth dragon and the fire giant dragon. The closest checkpoint was the flaming giant dragon's checkpoint, the Flaming Mountain. The evil dragon god was very talented in strategy. Not only did he want to defeat the dragon tribe, but he also wanted to eliminate all the dragon tribe that didn't agree with him. He wanted to change the dragon tribe's bloodline, a real reshuffle. Long Ji had already rushed past the 5th checkpoint and fled into the distance. She was almost out of Dragon Island. However, she was stopped before she could leave. If not for Li Zhongjiu's help, it would have been very difficult for Long Ji to escape. In front of the Flaming Mountain, there were several huge figures entrenched on top of it. If one wanted to enter the core of Dragon Island, they had to pass through here. It was also the shortest path. Even if they went around to other places or checkpoints, there would still be people stopping them. Boom! Before the two of them even got close to the Flaming Mountain, a scorching aura swept over them. At the same time, a cloud of fire spread out from the top of the Flaming Mountain, crazily surging in all directions. Long Ji, since you've already left, why did you come back? Are you really not afraid of death? 5 gigantic flaming dragons emerged from the mountain of flames. The bodies of these dragons were clearly much larger than those of the dragon tribe. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had encountered some young dragons, the dragon tribe's baby dragons, or those in their youth. They were not even more than 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old was a watershed for the dragon tribe. After cultivating for 1,000 years, they would have become a real old dragon. The 5 giant dragons in front of them were all 1,000-year-old dragons. These are the 5 great elders of the flaming giant dragon tribe. Long Ji said. At this moment, the 5 great elders of the dragon tribe realized that there was an unfamiliar figure beside Long Ji. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak. It was different from the wild and unrestrained aura of the dragon tribe. After seeing him, one of the elders exclaimed in surprise, Long Ji, you actually colluded with the human tribe? What can the declining human tribe give you? The supreme dragon tribe actually asked for help from the lowly human tribe. Long Ji, you're degrading yourself. Although the core power of Dragon Island was changing, everyone was at least part of the dragon tribe. It was just that their standpoints were different. However, Long Ji's behavior was already degrading herself. If word got out, the entire dragon tribe would be humiliated. Chapter 1446. Long Ji frowned as she listened to him. Long Ji also frowned slightly. To Long Ji, the human race and the dragon race were in a state of equality. A long time ago, the dragon tribe retreated to the Dragon Island because of the rise of the human tribe. However, the dragon tribe was in a state of seclusion. Moreover, they did not have any new knowledge to learn. It was as though they were in seclusion. They accepted some extremely stubborn and pedantic ideas. They wanted to stand at the top of the world, but they did not recognize all of this. They would always be aggressive. Li Zhongjiu did not intend to tangle with the dragon tribe. After all, they were just some boring insects. However, this guy was too arrogant. He kept calling them inferior. It doesn't matter what tribe you belong to. You slaughtered your own kind without any scruples. Is this the so-called nobility you speak of? Long Ji said coldly. Although they saw many corpses of the fire dragon tribe on their way here, the truth was that they were unwilling to join the evil dragon god's camp. Hence, they were killed by these huge dragons. To Long Ji, facing these people made her very angry. However, these 5 old dragons were not weak. If Long Ji was in her usual state, it would not be a problem for her to fight against 5 of them. However, since the other party was guarding this place, there must be experts from the Devouring Yuan clan. Under the Devouring Yuan seal, it would not be easy to break through the defense of the 5 elders. Roar! If it weren't for you people from the Draconic Penitentiary being so stubborn, How could such a bloody case have occurred? You all are the main culprits. Enough of your nonsense. Since Jean Shan and the others are unable to take care of you, let us do it ourselves." Then 3 of the 5 huge fire dragons rushed towards Long Ji. Boom! The 3 huge fire dragons immediately spewed out towering flames, covering Li Zongjiao and Long Ji. Long Ji raised her hand, and a light screen appeared, blocking the flames outside the Yuan Qi light screen. Then her eyes suddenly became sharp. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a bright ring. In the dragon tribe, everyone had their own treasures. It was normal for them to have some special treasures. Heavenly Dragon Tooth. The weapon in his hand was the legendary Heavenly Dragon Tooth. However, it was made into a bracelet. As for the so-called Heavenly Dragon Tooth in his hand, its origin was also not simple. It was said that it came from a monster clan that was even higher than the giant dragon clan. It was also a dragon clan, but they were called Heavenly Dragons. These Heavenly Dragons possessed the ability to easily destroy the entire Dragon Island with just one breath. However, this legend was only a legend of the Dragon Clan. Naturally, the human race wouldn't know. In the legends, the Heavenly Dragon Clan was incomparably powerful and was above the heavens and earth. It was equally mysterious, but no one had ever seen it. However, there were various things left behind by the Heavenly Dragon, such as this Heavenly Dragon Tooth. In its original form, it was 5 feet long. After some polishing, it became such a small piece in his hand. Moreover, it was said that this Sky Dragon's tooth was only a tooth left behind when the Sky Dragon changed its teeth when it was young. That was why it fell on Dragon Island. It was hard to say exactly where they came from. However, when Long Ji took out the Heavenly Dragon Tooth, the 3 fire elementals were enraged. The 3 great fire dragon elders were clearly wary. They continued to attack with their flames, forming a wave of flames that trapped Long Ji and the other great fire dragon elders. Li Zongjiao did not take any action because Li Zongjiao's target was the Devouring Yuan clan. As long as the Devouring Yuan clan did not appear, Li Zongjiao did not need to take any action. After observing the situation, Li Zongjiao stepped on the 7 stars moon slashing sword and crossed his arms in front of him. The Devouring Yuan clan's aura was extremely weak, and their ability to disguise themselves was also very strong. If they were to hide, it would not be easy to find them. Previously, Li Zongjiao happened to be blindsided because of Long Ji's battle. Now, Li Zongjiao knew that the Devouring Yuan clan must be on the Flaming Mountain. Since they were already there, he would wait for them to appear. Long Ji was not worried about Li Zongjiao's situation at all. Long Ji was able to control the entanglement of the 3,000-year-old giant dragons very well. The Heavenly Dragon Tooth was impervious to fire and water. It easily broke through the endless flames of the other party. Moreover, it directly cut open a large bloody wound on the body of one of the giant dragons. Blood immediately splattered out. Old 5. The first to be injured was Old 5. Seeing this, the other 2 quickly tried to grab Long Ji. However, Long Ji's Yuan power trembled. She easily avoided the 2 giant dragons' encirclement. Swoosh! Sea of fire, hell, calamity. The 2 giant flame dragons' bodies suddenly intertwined. Then they formed a giant flame net. This flame net intertwined from top to bottom, forming a terrifying flame of the heavens and earth. Li Zongjiao saw the hidden killing intent in this move. In fact, it was considered a big move. Once one stepped on the flame, it was equivalent to falling into the giant flame net. Then, one's entire body would be entangled in the giant flame net. Moreover, it would attack from all directions at the same time, leaving one with no place to borrow strength. Boom! Long Ji, on the other hand, stepped into the air within the flaming chains. She swam above the waves of fire like a dragonfly, constantly gliding across the surface of the water, but never falling into the water. It's the Heavenly Dragon step. Now, Devouring Flow, do it! The injured Old 5 saw Long Ji's step. This move was the best counter to the Fire Dragon tribe's Sea of Fire Hell. As expected, Longji used it. At the same time, a deep abyss crawled out from Old Five's ear. Human figures appeared on the other two dragons as well. At the same time, they formed hand seals. Devouring Energy Barrier. Suddenly, the Devouring Energy Barrier appeared. It enveloped Li Zongjiu and Longji. Longji knew that her opponent would use this move at the most critical moment. She immediately threw out the Heavenly Dragon Tooth in her hand. The Heavenly Dragon Tooth turned into a light screen and protected Longji. However, the Heavenly Dragon Tooth could not hold on for long. It could be sealed in the fiery hell at any time. Now, she could only hope that Li Zongjiu would help. She is already a turtle in a jar. She can't escape. How can she fight against us when she has lost her origin energy? If it were someone with a stronger cultivation base, they could even control the range of the Devouring Energy Barrier more accurately. For example, right now it enveloped the two people in the Sea of Fire, Longji and Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu was from the human tribe, they had no intention of letting Li Zongjiu go. They were prepared to kill Li Zongjiu as well. Perhaps Li Zongjiu's origin energy cultivation base was strong. Otherwise, Longji would not have invited him over in such a hurry and even had the guts to come back. However, it was a pity that there was only one outcome in the Devouring Energy Barrier. That was to become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, in the Sea of Fire, the fifth elder of the Flaming Dragon clan, who was quietly waiting for the fruits of their labor, and Tan Lu, who was standing on his back, were full of confidence. After all, they were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. Their grasp of the situation was definitely the essence of the battle. Hundreds of years ago, these dragons would often go to the Shengwu continent to accumulate some combat experience. But later on, they weren't allowed to do so because there would often be some melodramatic love between a human and a dragon. Later on, the Dragon Island was directly prohibited from doing so. Otherwise, it would also contaminate their dragon bloodline. Various things could happen. At least in their eyes, the human tribe was a despicable race. Boom! A figure directly emerged from the flames. While everyone was still in a daze, the figure suddenly fell on the fifth elder of the Flaming Dragon clan. His eyes met with Tan Lu of the Devouring Energy clan. Chapter 1447. Tan Lu was shocked by Li Zongjiu's speed. After all, ordinary people would not be able to use Yuan power under his Devouring Energy enchantment. How did Li Zongjiu do it? Li Zongjiu must be an expert in refining his body. Seems like you are an expert in refining your body. Tan Lu was not surprised. After thinking it through, he understood. However, so what if you have such a high cultivation level? The Devouring Yuan clan was not without any fighting power. Open your sky eye. The Devouring Yuan clan could not get close to others. They had to keep a safe distance. Hence, Tan Lu immediately opened his sky eye. A strong beam of light shot out from his third eye and went straight for Li Zongjiu's glabella. Bang! It was impossible for anyone to escape from such a short distance. A beam of light shot out. However, Li Zongjiu merely tilted his head and dodged it easily. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Tan Lu's neck. How did the Devouring Yuan clan survive with such a weak fighting power? Li Zongjiu could not help but mock him. At this moment, Tan Lu's life was in Li Zongjiu's hands. You underestimate the Devouring Yuan clan. Suddenly, Tan Lu's figure disappeared. It turned out to be a shadow. At the same time, Tan Lu's real body appeared 10 meters away. In an instant, he swallowed a dragon ball in his hand. At the same time, he used his Devouring Yuan power to refine the energy of the dragon ball. Boom! Tan Lu released his aura. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a giant dragon in human form. Tan Lu had swallowed the dragon ball of an 800-year-old fire dragon. He had used a secret technique to mobilize the power of the 800-year-old dragon tribe. Tan Lu had gained such terrifying power in a short period of time. Heavenly Fire Fist. Tan Lu threw a punch at Li Zongjiu. The punch contained the power of an 800-year-old dragon tribe. It was enough to kill any human. This was why the devouring Yuan clan was so powerful. They could absorb the energy essence of others and use it for themselves for a short period of time. However, only the experts of the devouring Origin clan were capable of doing so. The experts of the devouring Yuan clan could be categorized into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. For example, the ones that Li Zongjiu had killed in the Xingu continent at the very beginning were all unranked and were not ranked. The Tunchi he had killed in the outer island region had barely reached the yellow rank. Now he was facing the devouring flow. He had activated Heavenly Fire and had mastered the ability to plunder, which meant Tan Lu had reached level. The Xian grade experts of the devouring Yuan clan had already mastered the basics and were able to absorb energy from the energy stones. In the blink of an eye, he could turn himself into a supreme being expert. Tan Lu's lose, of course. Tan Lu, Tan. Bang. Tan lose himself. Tan. Huh. Tan Lu was taken aback. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should not have been able to block Tan Lu's attack, since he did not have any Yuan Qi. He should have been beaten to death by Tan Lu. However, it was a pity that Li Zongjiu was completely unharmed. He had even received Tan Lu's attack with ease. Tan Lu could clearly feel a huge force coming from Li Zongjiu's body. The moment Tan Lu's fist and palm came into contact, Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to crush Tan Lu to death. That's all. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with disdain. Tan Lu immediately channeled all the energy in his body to form an earth-shattering force. He wanted to crush Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not move an inch. Even when the two of them collided, he did not budge at all. Even though the two of them were very strong, Li Zongjiu still managed to crush Tan Lu's fist with ease. At the same time, there was a cracking sound. Tan Lu's 5 fingers were crushed by Li Zongjiu's strength. You're courting death. The other 2 devouring Yuan clan experts on the giant dragons saw how badly Tan Lu had been beaten up. It was a slap to their faces. They immediately leaped up and refined the power of the Dragon Balls at the same time. One of them contained 900 years of cultivation power, while the other contained 700 years of cultivation power. With 900 years of cultivation power, they were already close to the absolute Saint Realm. The two of them attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. In their opinion, Li Zongjiu must have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, how could he still maintain such a strong combat strength under the devouring Yuan enchantment? There must be something strange about it. They had to take down Li Zongjiu first. Even if he had some kind of treasure, he could not hold on for too long. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. Waves of air rolled and formed a flaming tornado in front of Li Zongjiu. The Fire Dragon tribe's 5th elder, who Li Zongjiu had been stepping on, did not move. He was quietly waiting for Li Zongjiu to be smashed into pieces. Boom! Li Zongjiu took the opportunity to land a punch on Tan Lu's body. Instantly, Tan Lu's body exploded into countless pieces of minced meat, splattering everywhere. Only his head was left, falling on the dragon's back. After all, the two of them were suppressed by Li Zongjiu. Their power fell on Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu was completely unharmed. A ray of golden light flowed around him. It's the dragon tribe's golden body. Did he cultivate the dragon tribe's cultivation method? Obviously, the 2 devouring Yuan clan members saw through the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. They immediately knew that Li Zongjiu must have cultivated the Golden Dragon tribe's cultivation method. Could there be a traitor in the Golden Dragon tribe? Or could it be that the Dragon tribe wanted to make use of this person and was already preparing to eliminate them? The people of devouring Yuan clan were filled with thoughts. Soon, they thought of many things and became nervous. At the same time, they were considering whether they should continue fighting with Li Zongjiu. Why hadn't the dragon tribe made a move yet? It was not that the dragon tribe did not want to make a move. It was because they felt that Li Zongjiu was nothing they could not handle. However, reality proved that they really could not handle him. Trying to escape? Li Zongjiu used the power of his golden body to execute the dragon claw technique and grabbed the two devouring origin clan's mysterious grade martialists. The two experts from the devouring origin clan were startled. They hurriedly tried to break free and escape, because if Li Zongjiu could capture them, he could easily take their lives. However, Li Zongjiu did not give them the chance to escape. He killed two people with a punch. Boom! Li Zongjiu harvested 3 more heads. However, Li Zongjiu took their storage rings and checked them casually. He found that the 3 of them had at least 30 Dragon Balls. No wonder the Devouring Yuan clan was so willing to cooperate with the evil dragon god. What kind of energy stone could be purer and more powerful than the Dragon Balls? Of course not. The Dragon Balls were good items for the Devouring Yuan clan to accumulate power. Speaking of which, these people were really quite careless. They could not believe that they could cooperate with the Devouring Yuan clan. It seemed like the evil dragon god was really evil. The 3 Devouring Yuan clan members died. Long Ji immediately felt it. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder were continuously using their Yuan Qi. The 2 giant dragons were shocked. Their huge dragon eyes saw a terrifying cold light surging out from the monstrous flames. Heavenly Dragon Tooth. The 4th elder exclaimed when he saw the thing that appeared. However, the Heavenly Dragon Tooth pierced his eyes in the next moment. Qi, the penetrating power, was extremely strong. Chapter 1448. Long Ji waved her hand, and the sky dragon Tooth flew back from another direction. It was stained with dragon blood and some dragon tendons. Thousand Moon, destroy! Long Ji suddenly threw the heavenly dragon's tooth into the sky. Immediately, the power burst out and rushed to the sky. Then, the sky dragon tooth turned into thousands of pieces and fell like raindrops. Boom! The sky dragon tooth pierced through the bodies of the 3 dragons. The 1st elder and 2nd elder, who were guarding the mountain of flames, hurriedly raised their heads when they saw the situation. Then they spat out terrifying flames and scattered them into the sky. The flames turned into a rain of fire. Then they fell. Immediately, there was a ferocious heat, as if they had turned into thousands of ferocious beasts when they fell. Sky Dragon, destroy! Long Ji's palms flew, and the sky dragon tooth spun rapidly. With a boom, it rushed in front of her and destroyed the flame's spiritual beasts in front of her. Li Zongjiu was hovering not far away, watching the battle between Long Ji and the 2 great elders. These 2 elders each had a cultivation of around 1,500 years. Their strength was not on the same level as the previous 3 great elders. Looks like it's not only Dragon Island, but also other places. It was because when Li Zongjiu arrived in his previous life, it was already 3,000 years later. However, he had never heard that there were so many experts in the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the 4 supreme experts of the Dragon Clan so quickly. At that time, the supremes of the Dragon Tribe were very valuable. It seemed that with Li Zongjiu's rebirth, these people's cultivation speed had also increased. It was really interesting. However, Li Zongjiu did not care. Anyway, in this life, he had a firm belief to protect his family and his loved ones. These damn people from the Devouring Yuan clan. How dare they hurt Qi Yanran? As a result, Qi Yanran was now in a state of healing. Li Zongjiu naturally would not let it go. If Qi Yanran did not have the green bird platform at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! Long Ji seemed to be handling the attacks of the 2 elders of the dragon tribe with ease. She relied on the heavenly dragon tooth in her hand to strike the other party's body from time to time. Even if the two great dragon clan elders' cultivations were profound, they could not withstand Long Ji's attack either. The sharpness of the heavenly dragon teeth was something that even the two dragons did not dare to underestimate. Suddenly, the fire dragon tribe grand elder spat out something. It was actually a net of golden threads. The net of light quickly swept over, trapping Long Ji within. Even if Long Ji had the heavenly dragon tooth in her hand, it was still difficult for her to directly cut open the other party's golden light net in this short period of time. Incarnation. As the golden net continued to shrink, Long Ji clearly felt the pressure from the surroundings. She immediately clapped her hands together and a ferocious ancient aura erupted from her body. Boom! Immediately, Long Ji's aura spread out. He transformed into a purple dragon. As Long Ji released her main body, her strength increased explosively again. As he struggled, he actually tore apart the golden net. And the two great dragon clan elders were completely stunned. The thing that they were most worried about finally happened. As expected of an expert who walked out of the draconic penitentiary, both of them sighed. What they were most worried about previously was that Long Ji was still hiding her strength. After all, she came from the draconic penitentiary. To be able to be sent to the draconic penitentiary to cultivate from a young age, the strength that she possessed was naturally not simple. Purple Dragon? Li Zongjio was also surprised when he saw Long Ji's main body, because in Li Zongjio's memory, he really had not seen this purple dragon before. As for what attribute it was exactly, he could not be sure. According to the classification of metabeasts, Long Ji should be considered a mutated attribute. After transforming into her main body, Long Ji's strength also increased explosively instantly, almost reaching the cultivation level of 1,800 years. Once again, she easily suppressed the two great dragon clan elders. Immediately, the three dragons tangled in the sky. The sun and moon collapsed, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Boom! Rumble! The two great elders of the fire dragon tribe were directly knocked to the ground. Long Ji's figure descended and stepped on the two great elders of the fire dragon tribe one by one. Roar! With a furious roar, the sound waves also rumbled, and the grass and trees were cut into pieces. Boom! Long Ji immediately prepared to completely trample the people in front of her to death. However, at this moment, the towering flame mountain that was more than 10,000 feet tall. At this moment, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. After that, a surge of turbulent air exploded from the mountain wall. Boom! The flames were like a heavenly pillar that shot into the sky. A giant dragon that was more than 10,000 feet tall appeared. A powerful and oppressive feeling instantly attacked. Li Zongjio's clothes were also blown crazily by the other party's aura. The Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch. Compared to the Thunder Dragon Tribe Patriarch, the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch in front of him seemed to be more powerful. Back then, the Thunder Dragon Tribe Patriarch that Li Zongjio fought should only have a cultivation level of 2,000 years, and the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch in front of him was at least 2,300 years old. A look of surprise flashed across Li Zongjio's eyes. If it was just the little dragons below who rebelled, it would be fine. After all, these little things stayed in such a place every day. Of course, they would be bored. They had a body of abilities, but had nowhere to display them. It was fine if some of them were lazy, but there were still some very ambitious ones here. It was inevitable that they couldn't stay here. They wanted to go out and explore. They wanted to cause some trouble, but the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch in front of him already had a cultivation level of 2,300 years. He actually followed the little dragons below to cause trouble. It seemed that he was still very confident. This made him even more surprised, and Long Ji in front of him didn't seem to care about being surprised. The huge purple dragon had looked at the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch that rose up, and a little bit of light bloomed in its eyes. on the entire Dragon Island. The Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch's strength could at least be ranked in the top 10. It was relatively strong, and the Fire Dragon Tribe was also one of the 5 elemental dragon tribes. There were at least 300 of them in the Fire Dragon Tribe. With such a strong force, why would they do such a boring thing to destroy the world and become the number one of the 10,000 tribes? So what? Of course, Li Zongjiu himself could think of these things clearly, but the others might not. Li Zongjiu's gaze landed on the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch. There was actually a figure standing on the back of the Fire Dragon Tribe Patriarch. The corner of Long Ji's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was really difficult to deal with. The 2 heavily injured dragons also quickly came in front of the huge dragon that had just appeared. "Greetings, Patriarch." As the 2 elders of the Fire Dragon Tribe, the 2 of them could be said to have used all their moves today. But the 2 of them still couldn't take down Long Ji even after joining forces. This was enough to prove Long Ji's strength. If it took a little longer, they might be killed by Long Ji. Chapter 1449. Long Ji, if you leave now, I won't kill you. Fire Dragon Tribe leader looked at Long Ji. Long Ji was from the Dragon Tribe, and she had a special identity. Her current strength had a lot to do with her bloodline power. Hence, the rest of the Dragon Tribe had been merciful to her. However, the 2 elders of Fire Dragon Tribe were no match for Long Ji. "Hand over that human brat, and you can leave," Fire Dragon Tribe leader said. His voice was loud and clear, like 100,000 bells ringing at the same time. When the sound waves came, it made people feel as if their blood was boiling. Long Ji could leave, but Li Zongjiu couldn't because Li Zongjiu had killed the people from Devouring Yuan Clan. The cooperation between Devouring Yuan Clan and Evil Dragon God was very important. They couldn't give it up so easily. Hence, they had to keep Li Zongjiu alive as an explanation to Devouring Yuan Clan. "Grandpa Huyen, are you really going to betray Dragon Ancestor?" Long Ji had transformed into a human. If she wanted to fight with the Fire Dragon Tribe leader, she had no chance of winning. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Tribe leader had a group of top experts from Devouring Yuan Clan. Facing such a peak combination, Long Ji had no chance at all. However, she wanted to persuade the Fire Dragon Tribe leader with reason and emotion. If she could save the Fire Dragon Tribe leader, she might have a chance to turn the situation around. However, the Fire Dragon Tribe leader didn't budge. "You can stay at the side." Long Yen didn't want to kill Long Ji. Instead, he waved his hand casually. Under Long Ji's feet, a fireball was formed and enveloped Long Ji completely. It formed a cage of flames that trapped Long Ji. Long Ji wanted to break out of the fire cage. However, the 2 elders of the Dragon Clan opened their mouths at the same time and spat out flames to maintain the power of the flame cage. At the same time, the flames were also stacking up. Human tribe shouldn't interfere in this matter. You don't deserve to be involved. After trapping Long Ji, Hua Yan was ready to get rid of Li Zongjiu. How dare a mere human interfere in the Dragon Tribe's matter? How could he spare the latter? In addition to the hatred between the Devouring Yuan Clan and Li Zongjiu, they would not allow Li Zongjiu to leave. "You want to kill me, old thing?" Li Zongjiu shook his head. Disdain was written all over his face. "Although I don't know what you are up to, I am here for the Devouring Yuan Clan. If the Dragon Tribe wants to stop me, don't blame me for being rude." Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu did not intend to exterminate the Dragon Tribe yet. After all, it was the Devouring Yuan Clan that had offended him. The Devouring Yuan Clan was doomed. However, if the dragons want to stop Li Zongjiu, then they can't blame Li Zongjiu. Whoever stood in the way would be killed. Arrogance and conceit will always be the weakness of you humans. Hu Yan said. At the same time, he was no longer courteous to Li Zongjiu. He was already giving Li Zongjiu face by speaking so much to a weak person like Li Zongjiu. The huge dragon claw, which was covered in endless flames, fell towards Li Zongjiu in an instant. The moment it fell, it was as if a huge meteorite was falling. Hua Yan was so confident that he did not even need the devouring Yuan clan behind him to seal Li Zongjiu's Yuan power. Instead, he used his own strength to deal damage to Li Zongjiu. Long Ji, who was in the flaming cage, could clearly see the scene in front of her. Patriarch Long Yan's huge body was already shaking the heavens and earth when he moved his body. When he attacked again, it was as if the heavens and earth could not bear it. The space around Li Zongjiu gradually collapsed. Li Zongjiu, run away quickly. Patriarch Long Yan has 2,300 years of cultivation. He is not someone you can withstand. Long Ji immediately roared. She did not expect that there would be such an expert guarding this place. Originally, the experts in the Draconic Penitentiary would come to stop him, but now there was no expert who could contend with the patriarch of the Fire Dragon tribe. As for Li Zongjiu, although Li Zongjiu was very strong, in Long Ji's opinion, Li Zongjiu's uniqueness was that his physical strength was not controlled by the devouring Yuan clan. However, in terms of combat strength, even at his peak, he might not be much stronger than Long Ji. He would definitely die if he faced Patriarch Long Yan in front of her. However, Li Zongjiu acted as if he did not hear her. He was still standing in the same place. Do not change to counter all changes. In my previous life, I was able to destroy the 4 patriarchs of the dragon tribe. This time I can do the same. You are not strong enough. Li Zongjiu's words confused Hua Yan. He did not even know what Li Zongjiu was talking about. Could it be that the pressure was so great that Li Zongjiu was driving him crazy? However, it did not matter. After all, it was a matter of the claw. Boom! The Dragon Island was vast and boundless. However, the entire land of the Fire Dragon tribe shook when Hua Yan's attack landed. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should have been smashed into powder. Everyone widened their eyes. The 2 elders of the dragon tribe were also curious about Li Zongjiu. After all, this guy had killed a few experts from the devouring Yuan clan in a flash. How could he be defeated so easily? As expected of the patriarch, he was very strong. However, Long Yan frowned. He felt that it was too easy. It was a little strange. That's it. A voice came from the sky. No one knew when. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared above Hua Yan. The attack just now did not hit him at all. While Long Yan was still in shock, Li Zongjiu also released the 7 Stars Moon slashing sword. However, this was one of the 10 great ancient swords. When it got close to Long Yan, it was bitten by Long Yan before it could attack. It was as if he was eating sugar-coated haws. He bit the 7 Stars Moon slashing sword easily. Bang! Let's see what other moves you have. Suddenly, Long Yan's body surged crazily. Although his body was huge, his speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had surrounded Li Zongjiu. Waves of fire rolled and continuously attacked Li Zongjiu's body. However, Li Zongjiu's body was protected by a golden light. Since he was so arrogant, Li Zongjiu did not mind ending the battle quickly. He stretched out his hand. He broke one of Hua Yan's dragon scales with one hand. Li Zongjiu's body began to spin along with Hua Yan's body. There was a whistling sound. Hua Yan swung his tail, trying to send Li Zongjiu flying. Break it! Li Zongjiu tore hard and directly ripped off dozens of dragon scales on Hua Yan's body. Slash! Dragon blood splattered all over the sky. Because of this, Long Yan roared towards the sky in pain. Chapter 1450. A large piece of flesh was dug out by Li Zongjiu. Such a severe injury must be unbearable. Roar! Li Zongjiu reached out and grabbed a piece of dragon flesh from Hua Yan's body. Hua Yan shook his body crazily, trying to throw Li Zongjiu away so that he could break free from Li Zongjiu. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu's grip was tight and he kept punching Hua Yan's wound with his penetrating fist, causing damage. Boom! Boom! Hua Yan's body fell from the sky. Hua Yan's body exploded with powerful yuan energy. After sacrificing a piece of dragon scale, he sent Li Zongjiu flying. Bang! Li Zongjiu's body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. However, this distance was nothing to Huyan. He quickly got up and slashed his claw at Li Zongjiu. Unparalleled sword. Li Zongjiu summoned the unparalleled sword. The moment Huyan's claw was about to land, he easily slashed it. Huyan's dragon claw fell to the ground. Bang! Dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. After the unparalleled sword in Li Zongjiu's hand was stained with the blood of the Fire Dragon Tribe's patriarch, its power seemed to have increased tremendously. Hu Wushuang also cultivated fire attribute origin energy. Now that the blood of the Fire Dragon Tribe's clan leader had poured into his body, Hu Wushuang's aura surged. Silent destruction. Hu Yan shouted when he felt that his claw had been cut off by Li Zongjiu. He knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was not simple. Hence, he had to kill Li Zongjiu, even if he had to borrow the strength of the devouring Yuan clan. The devouring Yuan clan's expert, called Silent Destruction, shook his body. He stood in the air and appeared in midair. Unlike the other experts from the devouring Yuan clan, this devouring Yuan clan's expert had cultivation. Ordinary members of the devouring Yuan clan were naturally unable to cultivate because their bodies were filled with the talent of the devouring Yuan clan. However, some of the stronger experts from the devouring Yuan clan could use the sealing power and cultivate Yuan energy at the same time. With the combination of the two, the power was boundless. Earth-grade expert. Any Earth-grade expert in the devouring Yuan clan who could cultivate could be considered a true Earth-grade expert. They had great power. Without hesitation, Nirvana appeared and cast the devouring energy enchantment, an Earth-level expert from the devouring energy clan. Boom! All of this accumulated on Li Zongjiu. The elemental energy on the unparalleled sword was instantly forced back and disappeared because the power of the unparalleled sword was not strong enough. Unparalleled sword was able to unleash sword's power. However, of unparalleled swords of the devouring Yuan clan, above unparalleled of a sword could sword woods. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Huyan laughed heartily. In his eyes, Li Zongjiu was like a toothless tiger. He was no threat at all. So what if Li Zongjiu was just relying on the powerful weapon in his hand? I'll definitely kill you. Li Zongjiu had lost all of his Yuan energy in the devouring Yuan clan of the devouring Yuan clan of the devouring Yuan clan. His other claw swiped at Li Zongjiu. The power of flames lingered on the claw. Boom! However, Li Zongjiu still managed to dodge the claw. His body was still fast. However, Li Zongjiu did not fly too far away. A small black hammer appeared in his hand. When the hammer appeared, Yi Zichen was stunned. Long Yan immediately felt an incomparably clear pressure coming at him. What? While Long Yan was shocked, Li Zongjiu had already swung the hammer down. Boom! Half of the dragon's arm. It was instantly destroyed. Hua Yan roared in pain again. The entire dragon's arm was completely destroyed. He hadn't felt such pain for thousands of years. He did not expect that both of his arms would be destroyed as soon as he felt it. Flying demon tracking arrow. Nirvana drew a longbow in his hand. Then, a black light rushed toward Li Zongjiu. It was extremely fast. The black light seemed to have pierced through the sky, and Li Zongjiu clearly felt that he had been locked onto by this arrow. However, Li Zongjiu did not dodge. Instead, he stared at the black light in front of him. As if it knew Li Zongjiu's thoughts, the black light soared left and right. It kept changing directions in the sky. Finally, it suddenly shot toward Li Zongjiu's back. However, Li Zongjiu quickly turned around. He reached out and caught the black light in his hand. The arrow stopped 2 fingers away from Li Zongjiu's heart. He actually caught it. When he saw Li Zongjiu's action, Nirvana's eyes were filled with shock. Li Zongjiu was able to do this without any elemental energy. This Li Zongjiu was indeed terrifying. Come down! Li Zongjiu smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand toward Hua Yan's body. With a loud bang, the black dragon hammer hit Hua Yan's throat, almost breaking his throat. Then Hua Yan fell to the ground. Nirvana had always been on Hua Yan's back, looking down from above. Now that Hua Yan had fallen, Nirvana's figure naturally fell to the ground. However, Nirvana continued to hold the longbow in his hand. He kept shooting black light at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu displayed his skill of catching arrows with his bare hands. No matter how many arrows were shot, he easily caught them. Then he crushed them all and threw them on the ground. Let's see how many more you have. Li Zongjiu picked up a rock from the ground. This rock was mixed with the power of fire. It was a volcanic rock. Whoosh! It flew towards Nirvana. Just the speed of the rock was faster than the speed of the arrow. However, to Nirvana it was nothing. He immediately drew his bow and shot the rock into pieces. Boom! The volcanic rock suddenly exploded with a burst of energy, directly forming a fog in front of him. Nirvana's vision was blocked. Nirvana had a bad premonition in his heart. As expected, Li Zongjiu appeared in front of him in the next second. He threw out a punch. Bang! Nirvana's elemental energy cultivation had already reached the Supreme Being realm. Even among the human race, he was already a top expert, who knew that Li Zongjiu's punch would clearly tell him that he was trash. Half of Nirvana's teeth were sent flying. Bang! Nirvana's body rolled out on the ground, drawing a distance of tens of meters on the ground. He was about to get up and shoot Li Zongjiu to death. However, Li Zongjiu suddenly descended from the sky and broke his arm with a stomp. Then he kicked away the longbow in his hand. He stomped on his face. Is that all you've got? Li Zongjiu looked at Nirvana with disdain. With your strength, you still have the nerve to call yourself Nirvana? From now on, you'll be called Sweet Potato. Then, Li Zongjiu stomped Nirvana's head into the ground. Chapter 1451. A gust of wind came from behind Li Zongjiu. He lowered his body and dodged it. A gust of wind swept past Li Zongjiu's head. Long Yan seemed to have taken some medicine and regained his power. If Silence was killed by Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu would be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had to deal with Li Zongjiu before Li Zongjiu killed Silence. Although both of his palms were chopped off, Long Yan used his strong cultivation and the power of flames to condense the remaining parts. He barely recovered 80% of his strength. Therefore, he continued to attack Li Zongjiu. Long Yan continued to use the divine dragon tail whip. He smashed the surrounding rocks into pieces. Li Zongjiu also retreated and somersaulted a few times. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would suffer if he was hit by Long Yan's power. After all, Li Zongjiu did not have the invincible Vajra body. After dodging more than 10 moves, Li Zongjiu finally found a flaw. He instantly stepped out and grabbed Long Yan's tail. Long Yan turned around to look. What did Li Zongjiu eat when he was growing up? How could he have such great strength? Immediately after, Fire Flame felt an irresistible force bearing down on him. Immediately he was lifted into the air. After Li Zongjiu grabbed Long Yan's tail, he spun a few times in the air and was thrown out. Bang! After he landed, he caused a terrifying vibration. He even crashed into a volcano and collapsed it. Immediately, the lava in the volcano erupted. Li Zongjiu looked back and saw that Silence had summoned a flying effulgence weapon and was trying to escape. Li Zongjiu exerted force on his feet and arrived in front of Silence in an instant. Then he slapped Silence's back. The latter coughed up a mouthful of blood. He turned around and wanted to open his third eye to attack Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate at all. He extended his finger and poked at the man's third eye. The original defensive barrier was also directly blasted apart. Nirvana's body froze on the spot. Li Zongjio had destroyed his eyes, which was equivalent to smashing his heart with a single punch. Although the third eye of the devouring Yuan clan was exposed, anyone who tried to attack the third eye of the devouring Yuan clan would definitely be attacked. He knew how to protect himself. However, Li Zongjio's speed was too fast. Before his eyes could react, he had already pierced through it and exploded. While the latter was still conscious, Li Zongjio dug out Nirvana's eyeballs. His body immediately felt relaxed. The suppression from the devouring Yuan domain also disappeared at this moment. Abundant elemental energy once again returned to Li Zongjio's body. When he turned back to look at Huyen had already climbed up with all his might. He quickly flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Boom! Long Ji also broke out of the flame cage left behind by Huyen. The heavenly dragon tooth appeared in her hand again. Long Ji could not wait any longer. When the two elders of the dragon tribe saw this, they knew that this vicious and merciless girl would definitely not let them off. Moreover, Long Ji's strength was above theirs. She also fled in two different directions. Long Ji also rushed towards the great elder of the fire dragon tribe without hesitation. After all, the great elder's strength was stronger. Naturally, the threat that he brought was greater. Long Ji could not let the great elder leave. Since these people were already preparing to rebel, there was nothing more to say. They would become enemies sooner or later. Seeing Long Ji chasing after him, the grand elder fled frantically. Unfortunately, Long Ji once again transformed into her true form of a purple dragon. Her speed suddenly increased. Boom! The purple dragon's claws descended from the sky and caught the red dragon in front of him. The two dragons were fighting in the sky, but the purple dragon was more likely to inflict serious damage on the red dragon below. Rip! In the sky, the fire dragon tribe's patriarch was torn into two halves. With a shrill cry, the fire dragon tribe's first elder was torn into two halves. His fate was extremely miserable. Although Long Ji was a woman, her methods were indeed frightening. She didn't dare to be careless at all. As for Li Zongjio, he directly caught up to Huyen. "Where are you running to?" Li Zongjio sneered. "You think you're strong." Li Zongjio then took out the unparalleled sword and cut off the fire dragon tribe leader's wing. Immediately, the wing fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The other wing was also cut off by Li Zongjio. Huyen could no longer resist Li Zongjio's sharpness. The dignified chief of the fire dragon tribe with 2,300 years of unparalleled cultivation was actually easily killed by Li Zongjio today. How pitiful was that? However, Li Zongjio did not care about your name at all. No matter what your name was, if you blocked his path, he would naturally kill you. He finished off the fire dragon tribe leader with a single sword. Then he took out the latter's dragon ball. Huyen's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood flowed out continuously, covering the ground. Huyen's blood was even hotter than magma. Any magma that came close to him was directly devoured by his blood. This dragon ball is good for you. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make Long Ji's dragon soul ball. Li Zongjio said. Wu Shuang appeared in front of him and took the dragon ball in Li Zongjio's hand with both hands. The dragon ball was still hot. She directly took the dragon ball and began to absorb it very seriously. Although Huyen's dragon soul was not sealed in it, but for her, the power of the dragon ball was enough. The unparalleled sword would definitely be upgraded to a higher level. It was worthy of being a weapon made by the ancient demon clan. It actually had such powerful strength and toughness. Or it could be said that the original unparalleled sword had certain limitations. But now, with Wu Shuang's addition, the unparalleled sword had become even more powerful. There would be more improvements in the future. Wu Shuang held the Dragon Ball, and returned to the unparalleled sword. Then she began to cultivate. Li Zongjio looked back. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. The Fire Dragon tribe's second clan leader had already fled thousands of miles away. He also restrained his aura and turned into his human form. He did not dare to fly in the sky with his dragon body. Who knew if the two people would directly chase after him? It was hard to say what would happen. It was better to be careful first. But just as he was about to leave, a figure descended from the sky. It blocked his way. I didn't want to kill you, but you just humiliated the human clan. I can't let you go. Li Zongjio turned back with a smile on his face. Chapter 1452. The second elder of the Fire Dragon tribe had transformed into an old man. When he saw Li Zongjio chasing after him, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. How could he break out in cold sweat in such a hot environment? It could be seen how terrified the second elder was of Li Zongjio. I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you. The second elder of the Fire Dragon tribe said in a deep voice. However, there was no sincerity in his eyes. It was as if he had been forced into a desperate situation. His face was full of unwillingness. At the same time, the second elder of the Fire Dragon tribe was extremely confident. He believed that Li Zongjio would definitely treat him well, and treat him well. One had to know that it was a great honor to have a giant dragon submit to you. This meant that you had gained the recognition of the dragon tribe. Naturally, it was something worth bragging about. Li Zongjio might be considered strong among the humans, but it wasn't that easy to gain the recognition of a giant dragon. Therefore, Li Zongjio had such an opportunity because the second elder of the Fire Dragon tribe didn't want to die just like that. He would come back to take revenge on Li Zongjio in the future. As long as he was alive, there would definitely be a chance. Moreover, Li Zongjio wouldn't be able to live for long on this dragon island. He was just pretending to surrender now. After making Li Zongjio happy, he would naturally stop killing. I didn't expect you to be such a spineless person in the dragon tribe. Li Zongjio immediately glanced at the second elder. He directly exposed the second elder's fake face. The second elder's face was stiff and as black as iron. Li Zongjio didn't immediately reply to the second elder's question. He directly raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the second elder. Why do you still want to kill me? The second elder exclaimed and was hit by Li Zongjio's hammer. He spat out blood and flew out. What's so special about a giant dragon mount? Li Zongjio had never cared about such things. Li Zongjio only wanted to experience the bluestone dragon. Although it was a great deterrent to ordinary people, Li Zongjio discovered that even if he didn't need the bluestone dragon to pull his carriage, he would still be able to use it. It was still full of deterrents. Wherever they went, as long as they heard the name Evil Lord, they would basically admit defeat. Some of them were further away, so sometimes they couldn't receive the message in time and still lived in their own world. If they didn't know how powerful Li Zongjio was, then Li Zongjio would take the time to teach them a lesson. That would be enough to let them know how powerful he was. Even now, he didn't need to personally teach them a lesson. Li Zongjio already had a lot of followers. Of course, Li Zongjio didn't care. He would deal with those who needed to be dealt with. The second elder of the Fire Dragon tribe was directly killed by Li Zongjio. Then he dug out the dragon pearl from the Fire Dragon tribe's elder. In just a few minutes, Long Ji came again. At the same time, she threw a dragon soul pearl to Li Zongjio. Obviously, this was the dragon soul pearl that belonged to the Fire Dragon tribe's great elder. You're really fast. Yes. Long Ji wasn't surprised that Li Zongjio killed the second elder. Li Zongjio's temper was also the weirdest that Long Ji understood during this period of time. She didn't know what kind of personality this guy had. Many things could be done at any time. It was hard to fathom. Of course, Long Ji didn't care what kind of person Li Zongjio was. Now that both sides cooperated, it was considered smooth. Your ancestral dragon's faction should have been mostly killed, right? Li Zongjio looked at Long Ji. They had just arrived, and they had already encountered such a powerful enemy. The Fire Dragon tribe's patriarch already had a cultivation of 2,300 years. If they continued, the evil dragon god would probably be a 3,000-year giant dragon. A 3,000-year giant dragon was already extremely terrifying in terms of strength. Li Zongjio estimated that if he wanted to deal with such a giant dragon, he would have to summon his will directly. However, Li Zongjio didn't know if the other party had also condensed his will. Li Zongjio naturally wasn't worried. Nothing could make Li Zongjio afraid. However, this poor little girl Long Ji would die sooner or later if she continued to fight. With her cultivation, it was simply not enough. Long Ji seemed to have noticed the pity in Li Zongjio's eyes. Immediately, a trace of pride appeared in her eyes. I don't know what will become of Dragon Island in the end, but protecting the ancestral dragon's inheritance is the responsibility of the Draconic Penitentiary. Long Ji was very responsible. Hearing the latter's words, Li Zongjio nodded his head. So this Long Ji was an idiot. She didn't even try to figure out the situation. She only knew how to charge around recklessly. She was very stubborn. If you, Long Ji, continue to act like this, who knows what will happen? For a mere belief that didn't exist, she was willing to sacrifice her life for a piece of broken land. Yet she said it so firmly. Li Zongjio really despised her. This is Dragon Island's matter. Long Ji said stubbornly, as if she didn't want to be looked down upon by Li Zongjio. Hence, she turned her head away, as if she wanted to say that they would settle the matter of Dragon Island themselves. Naturally, Li Zongjio was clear that he would settle the matter of the Dragon Island himself. At the very most, he would be wiped out by then. Who was righteous and who was evil? This kind of thing wasn't certain. Only the living have the right to continue writing history. Even if the Dragon Island wants to defeat that evil dragon god, it won't be that easy. Since the evil dragon god had the ability to rebel, he must have made sufficient preparations to completely destroy them. As for Long Ji, she naturally understood this point. However, as a member of the Draconic Penitentiary, she could only continue on this path full of thorns. Only death could stop her. After Long Ji transformed into a human, she was an extremely beautiful and charming existence among the human race. Now that she was in danger, she had no choice but to charge forward. This kind of feeling made one's heart ache. However, Li Zongjio didn't feel any heartache at all. What's there to feel heartache about? The path was chosen by oneself. However, this evil dragon god was indeed a threat. To Li Zongjio, he would have to fight with this evil dragon god sooner or later. Why not bring this battle forward? You, bring me to find that evil dragon god. Li Zongjio said. When Long Ji heard this, her delicate body trembled. This man was actually so interesting. He was simply the most hard-hearted and soft-hearted. On one hand, he looked down on her behavior, but now he was willing to help her deal with the evil dragon god. It was truly touching, just as the two were chatting. Suddenly, from the core of Dragon Island, a burst of energy exploded into the sky. Boom! This fluctuation was truly earth-shattering. The entire Dragon Island seemed to be trembling because of it. This caused Long Ji to be stunned. Not good. They're attacking the ancestral dragon land. The ancestral dragon, also known as the Dragon Ancestor. It was said that he was the founder of Dragon Island. It was also because of the Dragon Ancestor's power that some of the dragon tribe could survive. The reason why the evil dragon god was making such a big fuss and inciting so many dragon tribes to defect. First, it was to control the entire Dragon Island. Then, it would lead the entire Dragon Island to kill the other races and become the true king of all races. Now, the final battle had finally erupted. Let's go, Li Zongjio said. Long Ji, on the other hand, shook her body and transformed into a giant purple dragon. Come up, I'll bring you there. It'll be faster, Long Ji said. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu flew and landed on Long Ji's back. Boom! A gale swept up. Long Ji transformed into a ray of purple light and quickly rushed forward. Chapter 1453. Ancestral Dragons, Graveyard. It could be said to be shining brightly with waves of energy. Both sides could be said to have sent out all their experts. Among them, there was a black dragon leading. This dragon was the culprit behind all of this, the evil dragon god. The evil dragon god belonged to the black dragon bloodline. The black dragon. It was even said that the evil dragon god's bloodline had shown signs of atavism, so his bloodline could be considered as the true ancient black dragon bloodline. Under the evil dragon god's command, 7 of the top 10 dragons of the dragon clan had come, apart from the 4 elemental dragon clan leaders. The clan leaders of the Golden Dragon Clan, Blood Dragon Clan, and White Dragon Clan. All of them had submitted to the evil dragon god. On the side of the Draconic Penitentiary, most of them were mutated dragons. The members recruited by the Draconic Penitentiary were all mutated dragons with special abilities. Although they looked a little strange, their strength and potential were all extraordinary. It was not that simple. However, it was precisely because the Draconic Penitentiary's composition was a little special that in the eyes of these people, they were a different race from the Dragon Clan. To let these different races guard the graveyard of their dragon ancestor, it was naturally very unsuitable for them. In addition, the Draconic Penitentiary had brought too much fear and trauma to the other dragons for too long. That was why these people were in so much pain. They had waited until today to completely explode. They wanted to fight to the death with these Draconic Penitentiary. The evil dragon god's body was not big, less than 150 feet. However, his aura was the most powerful one present. There were a total of nearly 20 experts on the Draconic Penitentiary side. It could be said that the true elites had come out and summoned all of their subordinates. However, it was clear that these people's strength was still not enough. Just these 7 experts of the Dragon Clan alone represented an entire branch of the Dragon Clan. Now that all of them had gathered, the remaining manpower of the Draconic Penitentiary was not enough. The 7 clan leaders of the Dragon Clan all had a cultivation of 2,500 years and above. Among them, the first was the clan leader of the Blood Dragon Clan, 2,900 years of cultivation. The second was the clan leader of the Golden Dragon Clan, 2,800 years of cultivation. The third was the clan leader of the White Dragon Clan, 2,600 years of cultivation. Cultivation did not represent age, but a way of evaluating the Dragon Clan's combat strength. At the very least, the 2,900 years of cultivation meant that he was close to reaching the peak of the absolute Saint Realm. The hidden power of the Dragon Clan was quite astonishing. Therefore, it was unclear whether the sacred martial realm was more powerful or whether the sacred martial continent was more powerful. Or perhaps the 2 continents were originally the same continent, but later formed the untainted land. Due to various circumstances, the 2 continents were directly separated. The power of the sacred martial realm had also been weakened before. There had been a period of decline. With such power, it was indeed very normal for the Dragon Island to not put the human race in their eyes. What was there to say? There were only a few supreme beings in the human tribe. Of course, there were a lot of supreme beings in the untainted land. However, there was not a single supreme saint in the untainted land. At present, there was also Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran to support them. It was still okay. However, the strength of the 20-odd people in the Draconic Penitentiary was truly formidable. They were actually able to withstand the attacks of the other party. 10 figures appeared in the sky. These 10 were the supreme beings of the devouring Yuan clan that were still alive in the Shengwu continent. They were also the most powerful beings of the devouring Yuan clan. The 10 of them did not make a move. They just watched from afar. After all, now was not the time to make a move. Watching the Dragon Clan killing each other in front of them was a very enjoyable thing to watch. These 10 supreme beings of the devouring Yuan clan were all in the Earth realm. Moreover, their cultivation was also in the Absolute Saint realm. The Absolute Saint of the devouring Yuan clan. This evil dragon god's combat strength is indeed formidable. The other clan leaders of the Dragon Clan are only 3,000 years of cultivation, but this evil dragon god's combat strength is close to 4,000 years. They were more than one level higher. That was why there was such a huge gap. If the people of the Draconic Penitentiary didn't cultivate in the ancestral Dragonland all year round and receive a boost in strength here, they wouldn't be a match for these people in front of them. However, the evil dragon god was only a small figure, but it easily defeated the experts of the Draconic Penitentiary. Boom! The evil dragon god fought against 3 experts by himself. He held back the 3 overlords of the Draconic Penitentiary. These 3 overlords all had a cultivation of 3,000 years. If it was any other time, any one of them could easily wipe out the entire Dragon Clan. That was why the Draconic Penitentiary was so terrifying. It even became the top trial ground of the Dragon Island. However, the Draconic Penitentiary had never participated in any change of authority. It had always followed the teachings of its ancestors and guarded the ancestral dragon graveyard, never leaving. Of course, it didn't hesitate to capture the rebels of the Dragon Clan and punish them. However, the strength of the Draconic Penitentiary was too strong. The rest of the dragon tribes were naturally afraid of the existence of such a powerful force. If you say you won't take action, then you really won't take action. Who knows the specific situation? As long as you're still alive, you're already a threat. The 3 wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary had used all their moves, but the evil dragon god was unscathed. In fact, the previous attack could be said to be a joint attack by the 3 of them in an attempt to defeat the evil dragon god, but the evil dragon god easily blocked it. The subsequent attacks had also caused quite a number of injuries to the 3 of them. Looking at the remaining experts of the Draconic Penitentiary, they were almost stalled by them. Immediately the warden roared, "Retreat to the ancestral land." If they didn't retreat now, there would be casualties. The rest of the experts of the Draconic Penitentiary flew out after hearing the order. They flew towards the ancestral dragon graveyard. They went into hiding again. At least the ancestral land's protective array was not something the evil dragon god could break through. Do you think you can escape? The evil dragon god glanced at the experts of the Draconic Penitentiary who were flying back. He wasn't worried. There were only 20 of them in total, so they weren't much of a threat. However, after taking down the 3 wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary, these people could only wait to die. The evil dragon god didn't care about the rest, but the 3 wardens had no chance to escape. Just as they were about to retreat, the experts of the devouring Yuan clan attacked. Earth-level devouring Yuan barrier. A cold light trapped the 3 top experts of the Draconic Penitentiary. 1. The Yuan chi in their bodies was rapidly fading. If the devouring Yuan clan was weaker, they might not be able to control their Yuan chi so well. There wasn't even a bit of Yuan chi left in their bodies. This showed how terrifying the devouring Yuan clan was. They lost their Yuan chi. Their speed and fighting strength dropped instantly. Warden! Warden! Roar! The experts of the Draconic Penitentiary, who had already hidden, roared crazily when they saw the warden being stopped. Don't come out. You are the last hope of the Dragon Clan. The warden roared. The warden was a golden dragon, but his claws were crimson, and there was a red line on his abdomen. A crimson gold dragon. Although he was inside the devouring Yuan barrier, the warden didn't give up resisting. Evil dragon, do you want to be the greatest sinner of the Dragon Clan? Chapter 1454. The 3 wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary were trapped, but they weren't panicking. They already knew that this was going to happen, so they weren't too worried. They just didn't expect the glory of the dragon clan to fall in their hands. Thinking of this, they were overwhelmed with emotions. This shouldn't have happened at all. They didn't expect the most outstanding member of the Draconic Penitentiary to become the biggest villain. The evil dragon god was also a member of the Draconic Penitentiary, but he became so evil later on. It could be said that the three wardens had taught him everything they knew. But now, the evil dragon god had honed his claws and fangs and turned against them. He even turned the dragon island into its current state. He was really a good disciple. You are outdated. You don't have the final say in the dragon clan, but the Radiant. Only under my leadership can the dragon clan prosper. You have become an obstacle to the dragon clan's development. Do I have to say more? The evil dragon god said slowly. Then he transformed. He transformed into his human form in front of the three wardens. Obviously, he had absolute confidence. There was no need for him to bare his fangs and brandish his claws. The three wardens in front of him were already at the end of their rope. They were really pitiful. The 7 clan leaders also transformed into their human forms, and the color of their clothes was similar to their true forms. They even looked down on other colors and thought that other colors were ugly. Only their skin color was the most perfect color in the world. The 3 wardens looked at each other and transformed back into their human forms. Being in human form wasn't a privilege of the human race. In fact, the Dragon Clan thought that this form could help them conserve energy and make it more convenient for them to do things. At least they could hear each other's words clearly when they were talking. The evil dragon god looked like a young man in his late 20s, but the evil in his eyes was monstrous. He was extremely powerful. If one kept staring at the evil dragon god's eyes, they would feel like they were lost in the darkness. You are so stubborn. Are the 7 of you going to follow this guy and destroy the world? The warden roared, but the 7 clan leaders were unmoved. They weren't interested in establishing a new order. They just had an excuse to destroy the Draconic Penitentiary. They were born from the same root. But you're too powerful, and you've become a threat to them. Naturally, they can't let you live any longer. I'm sure the Great Warden is aware of this. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. The fault of the Draconic Penitentiary was that it was too powerful. The 7 of them all had various reasons to destroy the dragon prison. Not all of them were instigated by me. They were all believers of the evil dragon bloodline. Grandmaster, do you know now? The evil dragon god shook her head. When the head warden heard the evil dragon god's words with his own ears, he looked at the expressions of the other clan leaders. They were all incomparably cold, and there was even a hint of joy in their eyes. It was as if his heart had been struck by lightning. For many years, the Draconic Penitentiary had never asked about other things on the Dragon Island. Only when the Dragon Clan discovered something that endangered the Dragon Island would the Draconic Penitentiary carry out its duties. He thought that such an action would make the other dragons believe in the Draconic Penitentiary. However, it seemed like the first thing they thought about after becoming stronger was how to get rid of the Draconic Penitentiary. He was truly cunning and sinister. The despicable and shameless ways of the dragon race must have been learned from the human race. This was something that the evil dragon god was able to display to the extreme. It's getting late. I'll send you on your way first. Later, your disciples, my junior brothers and sisters, will all come looking for you one by one, the evil dragon god said. He spread out his hands. A ray of light filled with dark energy condensed in the center of his palms. However, just as the evil dragon god was about to attack, suddenly a wave of energy was released from afar. Boom! The dozen or so experts present also sensed the appearance of this energy, and they were all very familiar with it. My good junior sister, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. The evil dragon god put away the dark energy in his hands. It was Long Ji. In the Draconic Penitentiary, besides the evil dragon god who had the best talent, Long Ji was second. However, Long Ji's cultivation time was far less than the evil dragon gods. So this situation happened. Long Ji's strength was not as strong as the evil dragon gods. As for Long Ji, the evil dragon god had invited her many times, wanting to develop her into his right-hand man. However, Long Ji did not accept his invitation. She had even said many times that she would protect the ancestral dragon graveyard with her life. Moreover, the draconic penitentiary was still the center. At that time, the evil dragon god knew that Long Ji could not be persuaded. Even so, the evil dragon god did not care. Although he had shown mercy to Long Ji, if she did not accept it and insisted on coming to throw her life away, the evil dragon god would not be merciful in the slightest. He would definitely kill Long Ji. Those who wanted to achieve great things did not care about trifles. If the evil dragon god was so easily tied down by Long Ji, how could he achieve great things? It's little Ji. The 3 draconic penitentiary wardens also felt this aura. They could not help but raise their heads to look in the direction Long Ji came from. One must know that Long Ji's arrival was an act of suicide. Although they were moved by Long Ji's sincerity, under such circumstances, the 3 draconic penitentiary wardens still hoped that Long Ji could leave this place and go far away. When she had the strength to take revenge, she would come back and kill this traitor of the dragon clan. The purple dragon accelerated all the way. Li Zhongjie also truly felt Long Ji's speed. If he were to go at full speed, Li Zhongjie would at most be able to keep up with Long Ji, and he would not be able to maintain it for such a long time. In addition, there were some places on this dragon island that had extremely harsh environments. If one did not have a strong body, there was no way to get close. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause one to be directly struck by the terrifying astral winds. Therefore, Li Zhongjie did not try to be brave. Instead, he directly landed on Long Ji's body to save energy. Boom! Long Ji broke through the air and arrived. Without hesitation, she charged into the earth-level energy devouring barrier. When Long Ji rushed over, the energy in her body also blasted towards the person in front of her. It was a purple dragon's aura. It blasted towards the evil dragon god. However, this dragon breath energy was easily dissolved when it came close. Because it was made of yuan energy, it did not have any effect in the earth-level energy devouring barrier. There were no miracles. In just a moment, it disappeared completely. It did not even touch the evil dragon god's hair. Huff! Evil dragon, do you want to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? Long Ji transformed into a human. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Chapter 1455. The evil dragon god looked at Long Ji indifferently. Didn't you escape from the dragon island? Why did you come back to die? The evil dragon god didn't want to kill Long Ji. Even if they became enemies in the future, at least she could live. But now that he saw Long Ji's situation, she was simply courting death. For the sake of his grand plan, he had no choice but to be ruthless. If he didn't do anything and just endured, his subordinates wouldn't be convinced. Although the 7 dragon clan patriarchs were on his side now, after he dealt with the threat of the draconic penitentiary, they would immediately turn against him. The clan leaders of the 7 dragon clans would definitely turn around to deal with him. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful. He had to be ruthless when doing things. Otherwise, the people in front of him would definitely not let go of any opportunity to eat him up easily. Therefore, after dealing with the people of the draconic penitentiary, he had to deal with the 7 dragon clans one by one. These old bones were all sinister and cunning. If he wasn't ruthless enough, how could he suppress these people? Little Ji, you shouldn't have come. Evil dragon, let your junior sister go. It's our fault. It has nothing to do with Long Ji and the others. The 3 prison wardens also stood out and pleaded for Long Ji, hoping that the evil dragon would spare her life. At least Long Ji was the hope of the draconic penitentiary. If she was killed, the draconic penitentiary would have no power to turn the situation around. Why bother? As long as you're loyal to me, I'll let the Draconic Penitentiary continue to exist. None of you will die. Great Master, are you going to let everyone in the Draconic Penitentiary die with you just because of this? You should know that once you die, none of the people in the Draconic Penitentiary will be able to escape. The evil dragon god said slowly. He had explained the situation very clearly. If they were still stubborn, the evil dragon god wouldn't have to be polite anymore. There was a limit to a dragon's patience. If the Draconic Penitentiary had submitted, he could borrow the power of the Draconic Penitentiary to fight against the 7 dragon clan patriarchs. Now that he had dealt with the Draconic Penitentiary, he still had to deal with the 7 dragon clan patriarchs. At least half of them must die. Otherwise, it would become a huge threat in the future. Of course, as long as the evil dragon god refined the power in the ancestral dragon graveyard, the 7 patriarchs wouldn't be in his eyes. Grandmaster, don't worry. Today, I am here to deal with Senior Brother Evil Dragon. Long Ji said indifferently. The evil dragon god smiled faintly and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, the evil dragon deity's eyes changed. His target was the devouring Yuan clan's expert, who had set up the formation in the sky. 2 of the 10 devouring Origin clan's experts were beheaded. Bang bang! With the black dragon hammer in his hand, Li Zongjio approached the devouring Yuan clan members with ease and exploded their heads. Then he charged towards the devouring Yuan clan members without hesitation. When the situation was under his control, he could talk more nonsense. However, if the situation was not under his control, he could talk about the situation on the spot, first before speaking. Li Zongjio did not only know how to act cool. When they spoke less nonsense, they wouldn't even greet you. By the time the 3rd person reacted, it was already too late. By the time he regained his senses, Li Zongjio's black dragon hammer had smashed into his face. Boom! Not only was there an explosion, but the boundless lightning power also spread rapidly in all directions. It directly strung the remaining 7 people up. Boom! The 7 people who were strung up immediately felt a terrifying power that began to destroy their bodies. Some of them even had their 3rd eye explode because they weren't in the Yuan devouring zone. Although they were prepared, Li Zongjio's speed was too fast and they couldn't react in time. Boom! The evil dragon deity instantly moved. He charged towards Li Zongjio. These devouring Yuan clan members were his main forces. They would be very effective against other clans in the future. But now they were being killed by Li Zongjio. Naturally, he couldn't just watch as Li Zongjio killed all of his subordinates. You're courting death. The evil dragon deity rushed over. His powerful aura directly attacked Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio waved his hand. Bell of Chaos! The Bell of Chaos appeared in the sky and quickly enlarged. It directly enveloped the evil dragon deity and the other 7 clan leaders. Boom! The evil dragon deity's power was instantly entangled by the chaotic power. Boom! They felt the terrifying power coming from all around them. The evil dragon deity also roared. The 7 dragon tribe leaders also felt as if a huge mountain was crushing down on them. The 8 of them immediately attacked at the same time to resist the power of the Bell of Chaos. At this moment, Li Zongjio easily took the lives of the remaining devouring Yuan clan members. The lightning power on the black dragon hammer suddenly increased. It directly blew up the bodies of the devouring Yuan clan members in front of him. The last person was bold. He directly blew up his arms. His body immediately flew backwards. Only then did he avoid dying under Li Zongjio's thunderous attack. Whoosh! The latter kept retreating. He even directly crushed a teleportation scroll. A force enveloped the latter, and his body was instantly teleported away. At this moment, 10 Earth-level experts of the devouring Yuan clan. 9 died and 1 escaped. This was the real difference between them. It was a piece of cake for Li Zongjio to ambush the members of the devouring Yuan clan and kill them with his Yuan force. The remaining member had already escaped. Obviously, it was impossible for him to gather enough experts to deal with Li Zongjio or the Dragon Clan. Without the help of the evil dragon deity, it would be more difficult for them to open the dimensional door of the devouring Yuan realm. But now that they were facing an unknown assassin, it was better to escape as soon as possible. As the last expert of the devouring Yuan clan escaped, the pressure on the three wardens instantly disappeared. Then, the three of them widened their eyes and carefully looked at the figures in the sky. They were also shocked by the bell of chaos that blocked the 8 of them. It's the bell of chaos. Heavenly Sparrow Clan? The warden also knew about the origin of the bell of chaos. It was said that the Grand Elder of the Sky Sparrow Clan had a similar bell of chaos. Long Ji saw that Li Zongjio had really killed all the devouring Yuan clan members. It was almost an instant kill. She was simply stunned. She stared at Li Zongjio with her eyes wide open. "Little Ji, where did you find this helper?" The warden couldn't help but ask. This was simply a god of war. The evil dragon deity suddenly threw out a punch. A dark, evil aura exploded from his body and instantly blasted the cauldron away. The chaos bell also spun a few rounds in the sky. In the end, it was summoned back by Li Zongjio and stepped on under his feet. He stood in the air and looked at the evil dragon deity and the others. "You black man, you must be the evil dragon deity that they were talking about." Chapter 1456. Li Zongjio stepped on the primordial bell. With the death of the devouring Yuan clan members, everyone's Yuan Qi was restored. Li Zongjio's Yuan Qi was not affected at all. Powerful energy spread out. The 7 dragon race patriarchs were extremely shocked when they sensed the power of the primordial bell that Li Zongjio had released. Just now, Li Zongjio had relied on this primordial bell to pin down all of them. If the evil dragon god hadn't intervened, they would have been dead already. It was likely that the 7 of them would also be suppressed by the primordial bell. Once they were suppressed by the primordial bell, it would not be easy to get out. The primordial bell's primordial bell was enough to crush them. It would not be easy to resist it. The evil dragon god glanced at Li Zongjio, looking at the fate of the devouring Yuan clan members. Although the evil dragon god was shocked, he did not show it. If he was dead, he was dead. He did not care. It would just be more troublesome. "You're a human." However, the evil dragon god realized that Li Zongjio was not a member of the dragon clan. He was a human. The evil dragon god was quite surprised that a mere human could possess such power. Although the human race was talented, they lacked patience. Who knew how many years it would take for them to cultivate to such a level? However, Li Zongjio had actually appeared in front of him and killed the devouring Yuan race that he had recruited. This was a great provocation to the evil dragon deity. "That's right. You can call me Evil Lord. I heard that you're causing trouble on Dragon Island. Swear to the heavens that you won't attack my human clan. Then I'll leave." Li Zongjio said. The reason why he did this was to save himself the trouble of fighting. After all, the evil dragon god was not weak. If they fought, it might take a few days. If the evil dragon god was willing to surrender, Li Zongjio could let him go. But Li Zongjio was sincere. In reality, from the evil dragon god's point of view, this was a deliberate insult to him, an attempt to kill his prestige. How could he, as an elite of the dragon clan, not know of such a despicable trick? How could he not know of such a despicable trick? At the same time, he had already figured out all these tricks. Thus, the evil dragon god smiled disdainfully. "Childish, do you think I won't be able to rule Dragon Island after killing these devouring Yuan clan members?" The evil dragon god immediately sneered. Although the evil dragon god's skin was already quite dark, and he didn't feel much when Li Zongjio called him a little black man, the evil dragon god didn't feel anything. He didn't realize that this sentence was mocking him. He thought that it was just an adjective. "That's not it. Just now I was afraid that these people would run away. That's why I killed them a bit faster. You guys are the strongest fighting force on the Dragon Island, right? 7 patriarchs. Why do I know you guys? Li Zongjio looked at the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe and the others. Originally, Li Zongjio thought that he would meet old acquaintances from his previous life. This feeling of killing you again was indeed a little strange. However, Li Zongjio was surprised to find that he didn't know any of the people in front of him. It was already 3,000 years later when he came to find him in his previous life. For the dragon tribe, 1,000 years was almost a cycle. However, it was clear that the dragon tribe this time was relatively strong. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for them to last another few thousand years. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, the patriarchs of the dragon tribe were confused. What is this human brat talking about? Does he know them? Dream on. They are the high and mighty dragon tribe. How could they have seen a human like you before? What nonsense is he talking about? Human brat, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe roared in a low voice. He was wearing a set of golden clothes that looked like a dragon robe. He looked majestic without being angry. Moreover, one could tell at a glance that he was a muscular maniac. Although it was covered by the clothes, once it was exposed, after all, his explosive muscles were simply amazing and shocking. Li Zongjiu picked his ears when he heard this. You! His words were full of provocation. Immediately, the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe was furious. This brat dared to look down on him. You're just a human. Watch me beat you into a meat patty with one punch. Immediately, the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe's body swayed. His entire body was emitting golden light, but he didn't transform into his true form to bully Li Zongjiu. Instead, he threw a punch straight at Li Zongjiu. This punch seemed ordinary, but if one was touched, it would definitely feel as if 100,000 rhinoceroses were trampling over one's body at the same time. Li Zongjiu immediately activated the ancient golden body art, and his body also emitted a golden light. The light surged, and the two fists immediately collided. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Both of them used their own strength and didn't use any other abilities. Li Zongjiu's body swayed on the spot. However, the patriarch was directly blasted back. The patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe was instantly sent flying. Under everyone's gaze, he flew hundreds of meters away and landed on the ground with a loud bang, his feet dragging long marks on the ground. The accumulated soil buried half of his body under his body. The patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe clutched his arm. Cold sweat flowed down his head. After the collision of the two fists just now, the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe's arm had been completely broken. What surprised the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe the most was that the moves and power that Li Zongjiu used just now were so familiar. It was the ancient golden body art of the Golden Dragon tribe. You, how did you use the long-lost cultivation method of the Golden Dragon tribe? The patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe roared. Lost cultivation method. Li Zongjiu was shocked when he heard what the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe said. How could this be lost cultivation method? Are you kidding me? Li Zongjiu didn't expect such a thing to happen. The three wardens of the Dragon Penitentiary were stunned. What exactly was the background of this young human who had killed his way out? He had single-handedly held back 8 experts. At the same time, he had also killed the experts of the Devouring Yuan clan. Now he had even forced the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe to retreat with a single punch. Are you kidding me? It's one thing for you to send the others flying. The Golden Dragon tribe expert that you sent flying just now was the best at close combat among the dragon tribe. How could you send him flying just like that? Moreover, the 3 wardens were also extremely shocked by Li Zongjiu's moves. The ancient golden body art of the golden body art was not lost. However, only the first half of the ancient golden body art of the golden body art was left. The last part of the cultivation method after breaking through to the absolute Saint Realm was lost. It wasn't complete. Many of the dragon tribe's books were incomplete. Where did Li Zongjiu get the complete ancient golden body art of the golden body art? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe in one move. It could be seen that Li Zongjiu's strength was strong and his origin was mysterious. Who is he, Xiaoji? The warden asked. Him? In the human race, it seems that everyone calls him Evil Lord. Chapter 1457. The dignified patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe only has this little ability. Li Zongjiu didn't expect that the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe in front of him seemed to be much weaker than he had imagined. Even in terms of cultivation technique, there was already a strong suppression. Li Zongjiu was almost standing on the commanding heights, suppressing the patriarch. Therefore, the patriarch of the Golden Dragon tribe couldn't exert any effect in front of Li Zongjiu. Blood Soul Realm. The patriarch of the Blood Dragon tribe wasn't here to watch the show. Now that he found an opportunity, he quickly withdrew and approached Li Zongjiu. At the same time, the Blood Soul Realm erupted. A terrifying force instantly enveloped Li Zongjiu. It was different from the devouring energy barrier. In the Blood Soul Realm, the strength of the patriarch of the Blood Dragon tribe would instantly increase by 50%. A full 50% increase in strength was already a very top-notch realm barrier. However, this realm barrier only had an effect on the Blood Dragon tribe. If anyone else entered, their strength would be directly suppressed by 50%. This was an absolute suppression of strength. However, before the patriarch of the Blood Dragon tribe attacked, he felt an extremely powerful force. It was devouring the power of his realm. What? Just as the patriarch of the Blood Dragon tribe was shocked, his Blood Soul realm was actually completely suppressed by the power released by the other party. Blood Soul Hell. The Blood Soul Hell merged with the Hell Prajna technique. The power formed far exceeded that of the Blood Soul realm. It could even be said that it was much more complete than the Blood Soul realm. Now that such power was displayed, it easily devoured the Blood Soul realm of the Blood Dragon tribe's patriarch. Is that all you can do? Li Zongjiu frowned. He could feel that the other party's Blood Soul realm didn't seem to be complete. It seemed that the power of the Blood Soul realm after 3,000 years was the true, complete power. Now, it wasn't complete power for them. Although their cultivation had increased, their combat strength hadn't increased much. The extra yuan energy couldn't keep up with their cultivation realm. This was very awkward. Therefore, Li Zongjiu easily injured the Blood Dragon clan's patriarch. The blood spirit world that he had painstakingly condensed was so easily broken and absorbed. It was also extremely cruel. It was equivalent to having one's cultivation instantly reduced by 50%. Bang! The leader of the Blood Dragon tribe also descended from the sky. He landed heavily on the ground. He fell not far away from the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch. The two top experts had both failed. The patriarchs of the Golden Dragon tribe and the Blood Dragon tribe. Both of their strengths were ranked in the top 3 among the 7 clan leaders. The only one who could contend against the two of them was the White Dragon clan leader. But now, both of them had been defeated. The others also looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. This was not a difficult victory after tens of thousands of rounds of battle. Instead, he had defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye. What they displayed were the cultivation methods that they were most proficient in. Just what in the world was up with this human? Could he be the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon? Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon? How could he be so proficient in the unique skills of the dragon tribe? The third warden of the Draconic Penitentiary said in surprise. He did not believe that someone could be proficient in so many martial arts techniques. Who would have thought that there would be such a perverted person among the humans? How could the rest of the dragon tribe survive? Don't talk nonsense. The second warden scolded. Even if he was reincarnated, he was still a dragon. Li Zongjiu was clearly a human. How could he be the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon? Reincarnation, my ass. The bull's head does not match the horse's mouth. Although they did not believe it, Li Zongjio must have a great relationship with the seniors of the dragon tribe. Otherwise, how could Li Zongjio have mastered all the complete martial arts of the dragon tribe? As long as he had one of these unique skills, he would be able to dominate the entire dragon island. Li Zongjio had now shown 2 of them. The evil dragon god was also very interested in Li Zongjio after seeing that he had defeated the 2 clan leaders. It seemed that Li Zongjio's origin was not simple. There must be some secret in it. White Dragon Clan leader, go and test him. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of Li Zongjio to teach these clan leaders a lesson. Otherwise, these dragons would think that they were invincible. They would not take him seriously. It would save him a lot of trouble to deal with them one by one. The White Dragon Clan leader did not hesitate. He did not believe in this evil. He was very confident in his own strength. After all, the unique skills of the White Dragon tribe were very difficult to comprehend. If it were not for his innate talent and intelligence, it would not be easy to learn them. An extremely obscure ripple gradually spread out. Immediately, a distortion of power could be clearly felt in the sky. Along with this distortion of power, it was a state of closure. Everyone around felt their bodies involuntarily floating up. It was as if their feet were about to leave the ground. It was as if they were floating in the air. White God Fu, spiritual binding. The unique skill of the White Dragon lineage, White God Fu. His powerful mental energy was able to bypass all restrictions and control you. Once such terrifying strength was unleashed, it would definitely be an earth-shattering existence. He wanted to bind Li Zongjio. Naturally, it was very easy. Li Zongjio was proficient in 2 types of secret techniques, which was already amazing. However, it was impossible for anyone to be able to compete with the White Dragon Clan's patriarch in terms of mind power cultivation under such circumstances. After all, this was the only thing he could eat. The formless spiritual power turned into a terrifying spiritual storm chain, which headed straight for Li Zongjio to bind him. Boom! Li Zongjio shook his head in the storm. He stood on the spot and did not move. The White Dragon Clan leader was pleasantly surprised. After all, Li Zongjio looked as if he was completely helpless. In front of this endless, invisible spiritual power, how could a mere Li Zongjio resist? It must have let you feel what was called true irresistible power. Absolute suppression in terms of spiritual power. It was enough to kill Li Zongjio. This was also the reason why the Golden Dragon Clan leader and the Blood Dragon Clan leader did not dare to pat their chests and say that they were number 1. Although the White Dragon Clan leader's cultivation was a little weaker than theirs. However, this gap was almost negligible. The truly terrifying thing was this pervasive spiritual power. Die. Once bound by the spiritual power, Li Zongjio could die instantly with just a thought. However, Li Zongjio spread his hands. White Dragon Clan. White God Fu. Is this all you have? Don't call it White God Fu. Just call it White Worm Binding. It's not a problem to catch a little worm. The terrifying thing was that under the control of the White Dragon Clan leader's spiritual power, Li Zongjio acted as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1458. The clan leader of the White Dragon Clan thought that he was dreaming. Li Zongjio had been completely enveloped. Why did Li Zongjio look so indifferent? Could it be that he was not hallucinating? Then he looked at Li Zongjio. Suddenly, Li Zongjio's eyes shone with a bright light. Buzz! The body of the White Dragon Clan leader instantly stiffened. It was as if he had been petrified. When the evil dragon god saw the change in the White Dragon Clan leader, he immediately reached out and grabbed the White Dragon Clan leader in front of him. At this moment, the White Dragon Clan leader was still expressionless and motionless. Even his eyes were lifeless. Trash! With just a glance, the evil dragon god knew that the White Dragon Clan leader was dead. A battle of mind power was often more thrilling than one could imagine. If one was not careful, one's mind power would disappear completely. One's mind power would be instantly wiped out by the opponent. So now, the White Dragon clan leader had been defeated in the battle just now. Moreover, Li Zongjio had wiped out his mind power, which was equivalent to wiping out his soul power. So, the White Dragon clan leader. Now he was already a dead man. His body would soon return to its original form. The evil dragon god threw the corpse of the White Dragon clan leader far away. After a while, it transformed into its original white dragon form. It appeared directly in front of them. Everyone saw the corpse of the White Dragon clan leader displayed here. Their expressions changed drastically. He had killed the clan leader of the White Dragon tribe so easily. What was Li Zongjio's background? His strength was so terrifying. As for the death of the White Dragon clan leader, the Blood Dragon clan leader and the Golden Dragon clan leader were not surprised at all, because in the battle just now, the two of them knew how big the gap between them and Li Zongjio was. As long as Li Zongjio wanted to, he could easily kill them with a thought. But for some reason, Li Zongjio held back. He only defeated them. Too ferocious, too ferocious. Seeing how powerful Li Zongjio was and how he was slaughtering his way through the evil dragon god camp, the evil dragon god camp's morale had been completely wiped out. The 3 wardens in the Draconic Penitentiary were also excited. The experts of the Draconic Penitentiary in the Ancestral Dragon Formation wanted to come out, but they were stopped by the 3rd warden. The current situation was still unclear. He decided to wait and see. If he were to remove the Ancestral Dragon Grandere rashly, he would be sending himself to his doorstep for nothing. Hence, it was better to be careful. After all, the evil dragon god hadn't even made a move yet. Although Li Zongjio was powerful, he might not be this evil dragon god's match. However, the current situation had already taken a huge turn. At the very least, the evil dragon god's faction no longer had an overwhelming victory. With the appearance of Li Zongjio, the other party's arrogance was completely suppressed. Long Ji did not expect this. Li Zongjio was actually willing to help. After all, dealing with the evil dragon god was a matter of courting disaster. However, Li Zongjio had killed so many experts of the devouring Yuan clan along the way. The evil dragon god probably wouldn't let Li Zongjio go. There would be a battle between the two sides sooner or later. It wasn't too late for Li Zongjio to make a move now. The 3 clan leaders had all been defeated. The remaining 4 clan leaders, although they had some strength, did not dare to blindly participate. After all, his strength was nothing compared to this place. Even the White Dragon clan leader was dead. Hence, it would be easier for Li Zongjio to kill the 4 of them. They should take advantage of this good opportunity to escape. The remaining 4 clan leaders did not dare to make a move. They all hid behind the evil dragon god. The evil dragon god also knew that these trash were unreliable. No wonder it had been suppressed by the Draconic Penitentiary for so many years. Now he had finally found the reason. The evil dragon god was not in a hurry to kill the people in front of him. They would definitely be useful in the future. The most important thing now was to deal with Li Zongjio. If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. When conquering the myriad worlds, he needed to have a lot of people in his hands. A person like Li Zongjio would be a very useful assistant to him. Follow me to the myriad worlds. When I become the ruler of the myriad worlds, you will be the vanguard general. The evil dragon god also spoke of his grand wish. At the same time, he glanced at Long Ji and the others. Unfortunately, Long Ji and the others could not be persuaded. You little black. Li Zongjio looked at the evil dragon god in front of him and laughed disdainfully. Although Li Zongjio didn't know what the concept of the myriad realms was, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to survive in the myriad realms. Li Zongjio had seen a true powerhouse, a person who stood at the peak and had the combat power of the peak. It was the powerhouse from the Ape Clan. The Ape Clan was also one of the 9 clans. It could be said that the 9 clans had truly established a complete history, enough to leave a mark in the heavenly Tao. That powerhouse from the Ape Clan, he grabbed the Beast God Tower with his bare hands. He had exterminated the entire fallen race and even forced them into the sacred martial realm. It was enough to see how ferocious this powerhouse from the Ape Clan was. He did not give them a chance to breathe and directly killed them. Li Zongjio was confident in his own strength, but he also knew that the Ape Clan was powerful. With his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat them. The other party could cripple him in minutes. If he met this powerhouse from the Ape Clan now, Li Zongjio would only need to lie on the ground. It would be easier to die like this. As for the little black dragon in front of him, its aura was far inferior to the powerhouse from the Ape Clan. He did not know what children these days were thinking. With this little strength, the powerhouse from the Ape Clan could kill you with a slap. You still have the nerve to say that you want to become the ruler of all realms. You might even be killed as soon as you step out of this door. The evil dragon god felt the provocation and disdain in Li Zongjio's words. This was a great insult to him. A mere human dared to look down on him. A cold light flashed in the evil dragon god's eyes. Are you mocking me? The evil dragon god emitted a cold aura. Isn't it obvious? Li Zongjio spread his hands, indicating that he was very obvious. He was mocking him. You asked for it. A group of ignorant people. The evil dragon god abruptly turned around, and a dark aura instantly erupted from his body. The power of darkness was like layers of cotton quilts spreading out between the sky and the earth and surrounding Li Zongjio. It's the Black Dragon clan's Hell Prajna technique. The wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary hurriedly cried out. The first master of the Draconic Penitentiary was actually a member of the Black Dragon clan. The main cultivation method he cultivated was the Hell Prajna technique. Only after learning it would one deeply understand how powerful it was. It wasn't something that could be resisted so easily. In front of those who were not proficient in the Hell Prajna technique, no one could escape from the terrifying power of hell. It would definitely be easy to kill them. Li Zongjio was deep in hell and would definitely encounter great danger. Li Zongjio was about to be swallowed by the power of hell. The 3 wardens made a prompt decision. Old 3, you stay here. We'll go help our friend, Evil Lord. Although Li Zongjio's nickname was Evil Lord, he was at least attacking the evil dragon god. He was their friend in the Draconic Penitentiary. They had to help Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio was helping them kill so many people in front of them. At least they could turn the situation around. All right. With a boom, the 2 of them rushed to Li Zongjio's side. Li Zongjio saw the 2 approaching and could not help but frown. What are you doing here? Li Zongjio looked at the 2 of them. The Draconic Penitentiary is grateful that our friend Evil Lord is willing to help. At the same time, we can't watch our friend die. The power of hell is not something ordinary people can resist. The evil dragon has cultivated the Hell Prajna technique to the 5th level. Ordinary people can't resist it. The warden said, Then can you stop it? Li Zongjio looked at the 2 of them and did not look like they could resist it. We can hold on for a while. Find a way out. The 2nd warden of the Draconic Penitentiary said, Forget it. I'll do it myself. Li Zongjio said. He looked up at the power of hell displayed by the evil dragon. The power of darkness? This is the dark hell. Such pure power of darkness. Li Zongjio suddenly felt the origin pearl in his body. The black dragon's origin spirit, which should have been hidden, actually showed itself at this moment. It was very interested in the power of darkness that filled the sky. Where could he find such pure power of darkness if he left this place? Feel my dark, boundless hell. Li Zongjio immediately raised his hand and waved at the sky. Suddenly, the power of darkness of the evil dragon god rushed into Li Zongjio's palm. This scene scared the evil dragon god to death. How is this possible? Why isn't this guy restrained by my power of darkness? Why is he still absorbing my power of darkness? Li Zhongjiu's move not only frightened the evil dragon god, but also the two wardens. At the same time, a terrifying black dragon shadow appeared behind Li Zhongjiu.